your gender identity. Your gender identity is what lives in your mind and in your heart. It's how you see yourself. And all of those things are also different than your sexuality. You might think of your gender as who you go to bed as, and your sexuality as who you go to bed with.
You can never tell who is transgender, gender nonconforming, or non-binary in the room that you're in. Gender expansiveness and fluidity helps everyone, including cisgender people, because the gender binary and the rigid gender roles it produces is the primary reason for gender-based discrimination and violence.
Often when trans and non-binary individuals come out, they may change their name or their pronouns. And the best way to show support is to simply ask them what terms feel most affirming for them. In that way, you can show your support and show them that you do care about affirming their new identity and who they are.
What's really important in this stage of the process is that we are supported by our friends, family, or even a support group. Because in the year 2020, even though transgender and gender expansive people are very visible, we are not protected and we are not included in the conversation of what we actually need.
What does acceptance for trans and non-binary individuals look like? It can take so many different forms. Acceptance is fighting injustice at every turn. Acceptance is fighting housing discrimination, unemployment, poverty, and other issues that trans adults might be facing. Acceptance is supporting trans youth in schools by creating inclusive and welcoming environments. Acceptance is creating community resources that is accessible to all trans and non-binary individuals.
Acceptance looks like protecting transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary people. One such example is including pronouns in your introductions. If introductions start and pronouns are not being used, a cisgender ally can step in and request that they be used so no assumptions are made.
Many trans and non-binary individuals will attempt to come out at some point in their lives, and this takes so much bravery and resiliency. But unfortunately, often they are faced with rejection from their peers, family, coworkers, and other environments. And so the best way that we can show our support for the trans and non-binary community is by allowing them space to be free, to be themselves, to develop their identities, and to build community together.
Ultimately, it comes down to the practice of believing people when they say who they are. Transgender and gender nonconforming and gender expansive people, when given acceptance and when they're valued in their communities, can go on to have healthy and fulfilling lives. Acceptance is protection.
Welcome to the Family Acceptance Podcast, where we will hear the voices of caregivers who accept and celebrate their transgender and non-binary children, as well as the professionals who help them to get there. My name is Jane Rennert, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. The Gender and Family Project is a program of the Ackerman Institute for the Family in New York City. The mission of the Gender and Family Project, or GFP for short, is to empower youth and their families with gender-inclusive and affirming direct services, training, and research. GFP began a decade ago as a support group for parents and caregivers of transgender and gender-expansive youth. I was a parent in that first support group. So I'm joined today by Alexis Diaz. Alexis is the Gender and Family Project's Director of Services. Hi, Alexis. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hey, Jane. My name is Alexis Diaz. I use they and she pronouns, and I'm the Director of Services for the Gender and Family Project.
Back in 2010, when GFP first started, the conversation around trans youth was really just beginning. I can say that as a parent, I understood on some gut level that my child was transgender, but I had no idea what that meant, and it overwhelmed me. I really felt like my world was falling apart. I met Jean Malpas in 2008. Back then, he had started a support group for parents with kids who were transgender or questioning their gender. It changed everything for me. I went to a support group for parents of transgender children and met other people going through the same thing. It really normalized the experience for me and showed me that there could be a path forward. 2 years later, this group grew to become the Gender and Family Project. Today, we are going to hear excerpts from a group for parents of trans kids led by Jean Malpas. The voices you will hear are of 3 GFP parents, with occasional brief comments from Jean. Then, Alexis is going to guide us through what we've heard.
We went from a place of isolation where we knew no one that was going through this experience to being in a place where we had full support. So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have that support. We have members of our family that are at different levels of acceptance, and I have been able to come into a safe place to talk about that. Some people have identified with that struggle. Other people maybe not, because some people have awesome family members and nobody's, reluctant, but a lot of people do experience some resistance and some struggles with their family members. And here I can talk about that without the fear of someone judging or feeling awkward about it. I can talk about it openly.
I guess we've known her for a year and a half. She told us. So we were here last Friday, and she definitely, I hope she can find some community in the kids here. She really, she came out of the group smiling, and so.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
I'm a crier. It got a rough road, and I think just being able to be among other people who understand what you've been through or what you're going through it's invaluable. So we are going to be here more.
And she was not just smiling on Friday, she was like fierce.
This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
I think the thing that Venture House does for me the most is it's enabled me to explore myself, explore what I can do, and have a community to share my work with.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
yeah,
I guess that would probably go into how Venture House kind of helps you with your personal and professional goals.
Yeah, I'll be happy to repeat it if you want me to.
No, that's okay, unless you want to. But is there any other way that Venture House helps you with your personal goals, or the community is definitely a huge thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, with my goals, yes, of course, it's done a lot from me to, first of all, like for instance, before I became a member at Venture House, I did not say to myself, okay, I should strive to become a filmmaker. It's becoming a member of Venture House sort of encouraged me to explore what I'm capable of, what my strengths are, and how I should strive to improve on my strengths. Because when I first became a member of Venture House, one of the first things that I noticed is there's a lot of people at Venture House getting into creative endeavors, or they might do something creative as a hobby. And one thing that really impressed me was the paintings around the building, the artwork, also some of the videos that were put out by BRIC TV. So it really encouraged me to explore who I am, as you know, what my goals are, and I quickly established that my goal was to tell stories visually.
Awesome. Definitely. From what I've seen of some of your work, you know, you've become very, very good at that too.
What am I doing? What am I coming here for? I don't want to just sit around no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be productive and I want to help out.
Yeah, and I think you definitely emphasized. Also, thank you for the pitch to the E&E unit. Come join the E&E unit, everyone.
Oh yeah, well, you know, I asked you too, but I mean, you know, I'm just saying that's what it is. Like, that's why I say, all right, man, I can't wait till it opens again. But even without, like, the ideas to come up with all this stuff is good, man. It's motivational, to be honest. You know, it's good that somebody somewhere is listening, you know, trying to, you know, maybe even get motivated that they want to do one. But, you know, it's fun. It's fun. It really is. The Clubhouse is fun. I'm not the longest attending member, but I'll tell you this much. There's not nobody that come to Venture House more than me since I've been there. I come 6 days a week, just about.
Yep, he does. I know I come in every day and I'm like, oh, hey, Wade, good morning.
I'm always there. Like, you know, I live 4 blocks away. I could walk home from Venture House if I really wanted to. But, you know, I like to go there. Like, I mean, I like to, and now I realize even more, because I did a lot of times sit around, but, you know, I try to get in the huddles and, you know, show that the workers as well as the other members that, you know, we got to support each other. Yeah. You know, so sitting in those meetings, having that positive attitude, wanting to apply yourself more, that's the whole defining moment of this whole podcast, to tell you the truth, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you really emphasized like a key point, being in the meetings and doing all this stuff. It's, you know, we really can't do it without each other as well.
Somewhere in the world, somebody needs to hear it, because they could possibly be going through the same thing themselves, but we don't know because we don't do things like this. And as these things go on, everybody will eventually tell their story pertaining to who they are. So more than learning anything new, you get to understand the person more. And you get a better idea of who they are as a person. So it's not like I'm going to tell you something so historical on this podcast that you might not already know. But it'll help you better understand me moving forward.
That's all we aim to do with these podcasts. And I'm glad that you even said that, because that's really the goal. And you're doing a great job of proving that, you know. I never met you before in person, but even these 20 minutes that we've been talking, I learned a lot about you so far. I know some of your inspirations. I know how you feel. I've just learned a lot, and I admire what you've been able to share so far and the growth that you've been able to reflect on. I admire that about you. So,
for more information on Venture House, you can go to venturehouse.org or call us at 718-658-7201. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
Close your eyes. Stand up straight. Relax your shoulders. Relax your belly. Let your body do what it does naturally. Breathe.
Let's do it.
And we're gonna just drop, bam.
We're going to start with the point and the flex and the point and the flex.
So again, welcome to BRIC Care. Thank you again for joining us. This is our third month. Please practice social distancing. Please make sure that you are apart from each other. Please be patient. No rushing. Keep your mask on, please. BRIC Care is an initiative that by our board chair, Ms. Celia, and myself, with the regular general membership and the president, had put together. We know that there's a need in our community, and we got together. We decided to start this initiative about early May. We've been doing this every Wednesday. We've been feeding approximately 300 to 400 people every Wednesday. And you can see that, there are senior citizens within the community, single moms, single families. It's amazing to be able to provide a hot meal.
Everybody should care about what goes on in your community. We have the census going on. We've got elections coming up. We've got a lot of things on that is on the line for our community, Black and brown communities. And it's important for us to be all hands on deck when it comes to those decisions. What happens to our legislation, what happens to our education, what happens to our community, what happens to our programs. Because we have to be able to foster and encourage our youth to be able to be productive citizens and learn from our example. And since May, we have fed completely over 4,500 people in our community from Crown Heights, East Flatbush, mainly senior citizens and those who are inbound, delivering food to them, hot food, resources, and other items that they need, PPE, to be able to secure themselves while staying in at home. And with this COVID relief response, it allows you to still participate, get out of that self-isolation, help most people who are dealing with mental health and wellness issues to be able to uplift themselves and be able to participate as if they were out. That goes a long way as it relates to COVID relief.
We try our best to organize with everybody out here, print out flyers and go to each building and start giving out flyers so you know the anchor having something. So everybody will come and get what they're supposed to get. Some communities might do it, some mightn't do it. But we making sure the people we have will get.
So I always tell people I give for selfish reasons because it makes me feel good. And providing a hot meal is something that no one could really imagine. Some people will have it and some people don't, and you can never tell.
It's about love, and that's what we are. This year our theme is about bringing back the love. This is love, right? You have 15 to 20 volunteers that come out their house every Wednesday, taking a risk. We wear facial masks, we wear gloves, but they show their love and their passion, and they care about the seniors in our community. They care about the community itself. So we take our time, and we're very proud of that. It matters to me because it's the way I was raised. It's family. It's a family thing. My mom always said, you have a little share, and it's always be multiple. And I'm very blessed with that.
From New York, this is Democracy Now! In an unprecedented move, the FBI has executed a search warrant on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The raid is reportedly tied to a federal probe into Trump's unlawful removal of documents from the White House. We'll get the latest. Then we look at the Senate's sweeping $739 billion bill to address the climate crisis, reduce drug costs, and establish a 15% minimum tax for large corporations.
The Senate has now passed the most significant bill to fight the climate crisis ever. And it's going to make a difference to my grandkids. The world will be a better place for my grandchildren because of what we did today. And that makes me feel very, very good
We'll speak to Rob Weissman of Public Citizen, Indigenous land defender Tara Hauska, and Bishop William Barber. We'll also speak to the bishop about why he wants to go to Russia to help free basketball superstar Brittany Griner. And we'll look at the trial of far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, who's been ordered to pay $49 million to the parents of a Sandy Hook massacre victim. We'll speak with Elizabeth Williamson, author of the book Sandy Hook, An American Tragedy and the Battle for Truth. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The FBI seized documents from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort and home in Florida. On Monday evening, Trump issued a statement saying, quote, "My beautiful home, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, is currently under siege, raided and occupied by a large group of FBI agents. They even broke into my safe," he said. Trump was in New York at the time. Multiple news outlets are reporting the FBI executed a search warrant as part of a probe into whether Trump removed 15 boxes of White House records, including some classified documents, after he left office. Such a move might constitute a criminal violation of the Presidential Records Act. In response, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy threatened to investigate Attorney General Merrick Garland if Republicans win back control of the House after the midterm elections. This all comes as Donald Trump is facing multiple other investigations over his attempt to overturn the 2020 election. After headlines, we'll get the latest with Rob Weissman, president of Public Citizen. The head of Ukraine's state-run nuclear power company is calling on Russia and Ukraine to adopt a 5-kilometer-wide demilitarized zone around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant after fighting over the weekend damaged safety equipment at the Russian-occupied site. Petro Kotin said Monday Russia's military had turned Zaporizhzhia into a base used to attack Ukrainian positions and was threatening a disaster that could spread radiation across the globe.
The situation is very dangerous. We encountered such situation at Chernobyl nuclear power plant, if you remember, but there is a very big difference here. There are 6 power units. All of them are filled with nuclear materials. Also, there are pools with spent nuclear fuel. All of this requires constant cooling at the expense of working pumps. These pumps run on electricity.
Ukrainian officials have accused Russia of placing explosive landmines around the power units at Zaporizhzhia in what President Volodymyr Zelensky called nuclear blackmail. Elsewhere, Ukraine's military says its forces are advancing on the strategic city of Izium in northeastern Ukraine as part of a counteroffensive aimed at retaking areas under Russian occupation. Meanwhile, the Biden administration said Monday it's sending another $1 billion in military aid to Ukraine, including advanced anti-radar missiles produced by Raytheon. It's the 18th time the U.S. has sent a package of weapons since Russia invaded Ukraine in February. The Pentagon said Monday as many as 80,000 Russian troops have been killed or injured in the fighting, though that number was impossible to verify. The Palestinian Health Ministry reports Israeli soldiers killed 3 Palestinian men earlier today as they raided a house in the city of Nablus in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The ministry says at least 40 other Palestinians were wounded in the raid. 4 of them are in serious condition. Israel says none of its troops were injured in the assault, which killed a senior commander with the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. The latest violence came as a ceasefire held in the Gaza Strip after 3 days of Israeli bombardment killed at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children. 350 others were injured. The Palestinian Authority says some 1,500 housing units were damaged or destroyed by Israel's weekend assault. This is Mohammed Shamlach, whose family's home in Gaza City was demolished.
The ceasefire or not, how will this help us after the fighting, when our house was shelled and demolished? Who will put it back in its previous state? The leaders have shaken hands. That is fine. But what about the people who lost their homes and who are stranded now? We have relatives who lost their house previously, and now it has happened again.
Here in New York, hundreds of people gathered outside the Midtown Manhattan offices of the group Friends of the Israel Defense Forces Monday for an emergency rally in response to Israel's ongoing assault on Gaza. This is Abdullah Aql of the group Within Our Lifetime, which organized the protest.
This protest is happening all across the country, especially as Gaza is being bombed today and in the last few days. Ceasefire doesn't really mean a ceasefire because, as we know, ceasefires are broken time and time again, especially by apartheid forces. And so we're here saying that ceasefires don't work. We're here fighting for absolute liberation of Palestine.
European Union negotiators have put forward a final draft text of a document that would restore the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. President Trump unilaterally pulled the United States from the landmark agreement in 2018, prompting Iran to expand its nuclear activities. On Monday, U.S. and Iranian negotiators wrapped up talks in Vienna, Austria, with a proposal that would see Iran halt the enrichment of some nuclear materials in exchange for relief from sanctions. Negotiations have remained stalled for months, in part due to President Biden's decision to keep Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on a terrorist blacklist. In immigration news, the Biden administration said Monday it's officially ending the contested Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy and will no longer force asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while their cases are resolved in U.S. courts. The announcement came just hours after a judge lifted an injunction in effect since December, blocking Biden officials from terminating the program, formerly known as the Migrant Protection Protocols, or MPP. The Supreme Court ruled in June the Biden administration had the authority to end the policy. Thousands of asylum seekers enrolled in the program have faced kidnapping, torture, rape, and other dangerous conditions while waiting in Mexico. A federal court in Brunswick, Georgia, has sentenced the White father and son, Gregory and Travis McMichael, to additional terms of life in prison on federal hate crimes charges for the 2020 murder of Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old black man shot and killed while jogging through a mostly white neighborhood. An accomplice, William Bryan Jr., was sentenced to an additional 35 years. All three men are already serving life sentences in Georgia after they were convicted last November of Arbery's murder. On Monday, a judge rejected a bid by the McMichaels to serve their time in federal prison, which they argued would be safer than the state prison where they're being held. Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, spoke to reporters outside the courthouse after the sentences were handed down.
Travis chose not to even say that he was sorry.
That's who he is.
So it really showed the court, it showed the family, it showed everybody who's been saying just for Ahmaud what kind of people really took my son away.
In Maryland, the family of Anton Black has reached a $5 million deal to partially settle their wrongful death lawsuit. Anton Black was a 19-year-old African-American teenager who died in 2018 after he was pinned down by 3 white police officers, shackled by the legs, and electrocuted with a taser. A Johns Hopkins physician concluded Anton Black died of asphyxiation. His family sued, saying officers used excessive force and later tried to cover up the killing with false claims that Black was on drugs and showed superhuman strength. As part of the settlement, 3 coastal towns in Maryland have agreed to change their policies on police use of force and will adopt new methods of training officers, they say. In Cuba, at least 1 firefighter is dead and 14 people missing after a massive fire at an oil storage facility spread to a 3rd storage tank. Officials say the blaze began late Friday after lightning struck part of the oil depot in the western province of Matanza. It's one of Cuba's worst environmental disasters in decades and threatens to bring rolling blackouts to the island, which relies heavily on imported foreign oil to generate electricity. And in the Philippines, police arrested former vice presidential candidate, scholar, and activist Walden Bello on cyber libel charges. He's since been released after he posted bail. Last year, ahead of the presidential election in the Philippines, a member of Vice President Sara Duterte's campaign, Jeffrey Tupas, filed a cyber libel complaint against Bello over statements he allegedly made about Tupas on social media. Sara Duterte is the daughter of former President Rodrigo Duterte, whose government has been accused of severe human rights violations and repression against critics and journalists. On Twitter, Walden Bello wrote, quote, "These people are mistaken if they think they can silence me and suppress my exercise of free speech," he said. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, the FBI has seized documents from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida on Monday morning. Multiple news organizations are reporting the FBI executed the search warrant as part of a probe into whether Trump illegally removed 15 boxes of White House records, including some classified documents after he left office. The FBI and Justice Department has made no official comment about what happened Monday. The FBI is run by Christopher Wray, who was appointed by President Trump. The contents of the court-approved search warrant have also not been revealed. On Monday, Trump issued a statement saying, quote, "My beautiful home, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, is currently under siege, raided, and occupied by a large group of FBI agents. They even broke into my safe," he said. Trump was in New York at the time. The federal investigation into Trump's handling of the records has been escalating for months. CNN reports the FBI interviewed aides to Trump in April and May about the missing documents. Then in June, lawyers with the Justice Department traveled to Mar-a-Lago to see how the documents were being stored and to meet with two of Trump's lawyers. CNN reports Trump was at Mar-a-Lago during that visit and made small talk with the investigators. Days later, federal investigators sent a letter requesting the documents be stored in a more secure fashion. Aides to Trump reportedly then added a padlock to the door of the room. Supporters of Trump responded with outrage to the news of the FBI raid. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy threatened to investigate Attorney General Merrick Garland if Republicans win back control of the House in the fall. This all comes as Donald Trump is facing multiple other investigations over his attempt to overturn the 2020 elections. It also comes as Trump is considering another run for the White House. We begin today's show with Robert Weissman, president of Public Citizen. Rob, can you explain exactly what took place? This is unprecedented, the FBI raiding the home of a former president.
Hey, Amy and Juan, it's great to be with you. It is unprecedented, and we don't exactly know what's going on. And I think we should be cautious about being too excited about this development. They raided Mar-a-Lago, not his other properties. Apparently, according to news reports, as you said, in search of classified documents that he improperly took with him when he left the White House and has been storing in Mar-a-Lago. It's not exactly clear why that, which, while illegal, is sufficient that the FBI, with the authorization of the Justice Department, would have taken this step. So maybe the documents really are important. Maybe they show something that he's trying to hide. Maybe they actually compromise national security. But I don't think that we should jump on board of being too excited and trusting of the FBI, and we should be mindful of the problem of massive overclassification and excessive claims to national security when it comes to government documents. So in this score, I think we just have to wait and see. On the bigger picture and the far more important issue of the January 6th investigations, there we know what happened. The committee has laid it out in incredible detail. We know what we saw with our own eyes. The president orchestrated a coup against the United States of America. And for that, I believe absolutely he should be prosecuted.
And Bob Weissman, could you remind our viewers and listeners about the issue that the National Archives raised about President Trump taking a whole bunch of official presidential records out of the White House when he left, and that some of these were supposedly classified as well?
Right. He just took a lot of stuff with him. You know, when you're president, the materials you generate, those aren't yours. Those belong to the American people. And there's a whole process, both for national security materials and in general, to have those stored at the National Archives and be part of the historical record, and also obviously kept classified for when they're secret materials. We know that Trump, by nature and specifically, didn't care about proper document retention policies. We have new, ongoing and new reports that he ripped up documents and flushed them down the toilet. Obviously, given his personality, he's not a guy who's going to take this stuff seriously. So he took at least 15 boxes of documents with him. There's been a struggle to get those documents back to the National Archives where they belong. It may well be that this raid is just about that. Or it may be that there's something that's really specific in these documents that poses a bigger risk than just the fact that he improperly took documents he shouldn't have taken.
And Robert Weissman, to get to the big news this week, which was the Senate's passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. You've called this a very good legislative package. When enacted, it will make America a better place. Could you lay out some of the key provisions of this act? I was a little skeptical about the issue of Medicare negotiating drug prices because it only involves right now, as I understand it, 10 drugs of the thousands that are out there. And even those, the negotiations, the actual prices won't increase until, won't be capped until 2026, as I understand.
Yeah, that's right. I think for the overall package, I think it is a very positive bill, and I think the key elements are in there, which are to lower and cap drug prices for seniors, expand health insurance subsidies for people, raise taxes on corporations, and take important measures to deal with the climate crisis. They're significant, and they wouldn't have happened absent movements across the country and the Bernie Sanders campaign, which forced them on the agenda and forced them through the Congress. That said, there are limitations to all the good things that are in there. There are flaws with each element that's in there. And in this case of the climate and energy portion of the bill, there's some affirmatively bad things in there. So in the case of drug pricing, for example, you're absolutely right. When it comes to Medicare negotiation, as you know, Medicare is forbidden by law from negotiating the price of the drugs that it pays for seniors. That was put in there by a representative named Billy Townsend in 2005, shortly before he left the Congress and went over to be head of the Pharmaceutical Trade Association, PhRMA. One of the most corrupt moments in American history. It's cost Americans hundreds of billions of dollars since 2005, and even more going forward. So the proper solution would be for Medicare to have full authority to negotiate all the drugs it buys, the price of all the drugs it buys. And if companies don't agree to reasonable prices, to let Medicare authorize generic competition to come to the market and buy it from generics at a lower price. This bill falls way short of that. As you said, it just lets Medicare negotiate, in terms of Medicare negotiation, it just lets Medicare negotiate the prices of a handful of drugs, and it's going to have to wait a little while to do that. But even that will save American people about $100 billion over 10 years, and has got pharma, the industry, up in arms because they don't lose in Congress, ever. And they're super worried that this is a break in the dam and that it will lead to more negotiation once the American people see plainly the cost savings that are available. So it is very limited, but also very important.
Well, we're going to continue to look at the Senate bill, the sweeping $739 billion bill to address the climate crisis, reduce drug costs, and establish a 15% minimum tax for large corporations with Rob Weissman of Public Citizen. We'll also be joined by Indigenous land defender Tara Houska and then Bishop William Barber. Stay with us.
Makes me really want to climb inside. Does that be nice? Just a guy in a Chevy truck. We knew that he wasn't gonna look, so we walked right by. We were right there behind him all night long.
When you think of MVP, Mountain Valley Pipelines by members of Appalachians Against Pipelines, this is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we continue with the vote on the Senate bill. The House is preparing to vote Friday on that sweeping $739 billion bill to address the climate crisis, reduce drug costs, and establish a 15% minimum tax for large corporations. The Senate passed the measure Sunday when Vice President Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote after every Republican in the Senate voted no. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer described the legislation as the boldest climate package in U.S. history.
The Senate has now passed the most significant bill to fight the climate crisis ever. And it's going to make a difference to my grandkids. The world will be a better place for my grandchildren because of what we did today. And that makes me feel very, very good.
Many climate groups praised the Senate for taking action, but said far bolder steps are needed to address the climate emergency. Varshini Prakash, the founder of the Sunrise Movement, tweeted, "This isn't the bill my generation deserves, but it's the one we can get. It must pass to give us a fighting chance at a livable world." She went on to write, "Youth leaders to Congress, pass this bill, then get back to work." The Senate bill aims to cut U.S. carbon emissions by 40% by the end of the decade, but it also includes controversial provisions added to win support from West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin and Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema. At Manchin's request, the bill will make it easier for the pipeline industry to win approval of new projects, including the proposed Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia. The bill could also lead to more drilling on public lands and waters and expand tax credit for fossil, coal, and gas-burning plants. The Center for Biological Diversity has described the bill as a climate suicide pact. Still with us, Rob Weissman, president of Public Citizen. We're also joined by Tara Hauska, Indigenous lawyer and land defender, founder of the Ginu Collective. She is Ojibwe from Cauchiching First Nation. Tara Hauska, can you respond to this bill that many of the more mainstream environmental groups are declaring a great victory? You have the Sunrise Movement saying it's not what they would have done, but it's a beginning. Your response?
You've got a bill that, in order to get access to renewable energy dollars and investments up front, the fossil fuel industry has handed off millions and millions of acres of public lands, of waters, side project deals where you see the rolling back of bedrock environmental law, all of this just to get investment into renewable energy. I mean, that is not a climate solution. Mother Nature is not dealing U.S. dollars. That's my response.
And I wanted to ask you, Tara, the two main crafters of this bill, Senators Manchin and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, both of them have received significant contributions from, according to the New York Times, from Next Era Energy, a utility giant that's a stakeholder in the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Schumer alone has received more than $281,000 from Next Era just this election cycle. What does this tell us about the continuing role of the fossil fuel industry in crafting federal legislation?
It, to me, says you got a project that has not passed environmental review. It's a project that funders and investors are very concerned about. It's a project that's bad all the way around and just cannot get momentum and get it going. And here you see Congress just deciding, you know what, we're going to give it a pass, and specifically this project. So setting this precedent of, well, even if your project doesn't meet environmental reviews, even if it's not fiscally responsible, even if it's not going to meet any standard of economic development, you still might get it through. That's what this precedent is setting.
Let me play what West Virginia Senator Manchin had to say about this.
It has nothing to do with me, and it has everything to do not only with West Virginia, but our country and the security and energy that we need. And that's the bottom line. There's not another project in America today that will bring this much energy within 4 to 5 months, within a half year. There's nothing that we can go to that will bring 2 billion cubic feet back into the marketplace.
The New York Times reports contributions to Manchin from natural gas pipeline companies dramatically increased, quote, from the $20,000 in 2020 to more than $331,000 so far this election cycle, Tara.
I mean, it's doubling down on fossil fuels to get to renewables. And even the renewables, we have to acknowledge the fact that renewables themselves, it's still going to be extraction. It's still going to be the model that the fossil fuel and extractive industry wants, which is new mines in new places, which means our people, indigenous people, which means Black and brown people, continue to disparately experience the effects of extractive industry. It means that mining companies are showing up in our backyard, taking out lithium, which is already happening in Thacker's Pass. It's already happening in other places. I mean, it's to get to the place that these folks are saying is a solution requires a lot of damage, according to them. That's their climate crisis decision-making process, and it is sorely lacking.
Rob Weissman, I'd like to bring you back into the conversation. If you could respond to some of the negative aspects in terms of climate on this bill, but also talk about the positive aspects. Clearly, there are all kinds of subsidies and enticements for renewable energies, but there's also questions as to whether the industry already, especially the automobile industry, is not profiting from these rebates for electric cars by hiking the prices of cars.
Yeah, there's a lot in it. Look, I mean, there's a lot that's bad in it on the climate side and the energy side. Everything Tara said, absolutely right. I wouldn't disagree with a word that she said. There are a lot of good things in it. And, you know, the top line is it will reduce overall emissions, you know, from this 2005 baseline from about 30% to 40%. That's not nearly enough, but it's consequential. And it's consequential as opposed to the choice of doing nothing, which was unfortunately our alternative. There are a lot of good programs in here. There's a lot of environmental justice specific investments, billions of dollars for that, including, for example, money to decarbonize ports, to reduce the diesel pollution that so badly affects communities around ports. There's a lot of resilience money targeted for low-income coastal communities. And there's big money to try to facilitate a rapid transition to renewables. So there's just a ton in there, and a lot of it's really good. But it's absolutely right that the overall deal, because of Senator Manchin, and on this part to a lesser extent, Senator Sinema, includes outrageous things that are completely counterproductive to the objective of reducing the climate crisis, and absolutely will worsen both the problem of emissions and really focused harm on communities that have to deal with oil and gas extraction, with pipelines, and as Sarah was saying, and mining. And those overwhelmingly, or they're almost definitionally, poor communities, communities of color, and often Native American communities for sure.
Let me ask you, Rob, about what Senator Sinema extracted in order to get her support. Democrats agreeing to drop a proposal to raise taxes on private equity and hedge fund firms. You know, both of these senators, they feared, could torpedo this deal. But what about Senator Sanders torpedoing it from another direction, or threatening to, unless he too got concessions around the issues, well, everything from what Tara is raising to this issue of what Senator Sinema was demanding? If you could respond, I wanted to get Senator Bernie Sanders in here, his voice speaking on the Senate floor this weekend.
Mr. President, under this legislation, the fossil fuel industry will receive billions of dollars in new tax breaks and subsidies over the next 10 years, on top of the $15 billion in tax breaks and corporate welfare that they already receive every year. And interestingly enough, Mr. President, that may well be the reason why BP, one of the largest oil companies in the world, supports this bill. It may be the reason why Shell, another huge oil company, supports this bill. And it is the reason, I suspect, why the CEO of ExxonMobil is pleased by many of the provisions included in this deal. So we've got to think a little bit about what it means when major oil companies who are in the process of destroying the planet support this legislation.
So if you could respond to what Sanders said, the difference between Sanders and Cinnamon Manchin is he doesn't hold the bill hostage, and unless he gets what he wants, support it. And if you could respond to that, for everything from the fossil fuel companies he's talking about to what Sinema got. Sinema has received more than $500,000 in campaign donations from private equity group executives in this election cycle alone, representing about 10% of our fundraising from individual donors. This includes, I'm reading from the Financial Times, donations totaling $54,900 from executives at KKR, $35,000 from Carlyle, more than $27,000 from Apollo, more than $24,000 from Cole Holdings Capital, and more than $23,000 from Riverside Partners.
Yeah, well, for the first part of the question, Bernie doesn't have the leverage that Manchin and Sinema do, because they won't go along with what he might have demanded. Any additional thing, they would have said, fine, no bill. We know that for certain because we thought there was going to be no bill just a few days before there was a bill. So I don't hold, I have no criticism for Bernie. I think he did everything he did. And I think if we step back, the reason this bill exists at all is because of the Sanders campaign for president and how he framed things at the get-go, at the start of the Biden administration. So I think that the existence of all the positive things, the person who has the most single credit for that is Bernie Sanders. I think those positive things are the reflection of grassroots movements across the country. I think that's why we got them. He did not have the leverage to get more than is in the bill. On the part about Senator Sinema, you're absolutely right. You're referring to a special loophole in the tax system that makes it possible for some of the richest Wall Street actors, the people who run private equity firms and hedge funds, to pay a lower tax rate. It's slightly complicated why, but that's just that's what the loophole does. It's called the carried interest rate. The industry itself knows there's no conceivable policy justification for it, but they prefer paying less in taxes, so they do everything they can to keep it going. And it's not just, this is not for the companies, this is for the rich people at the top. They got Senator Sinema to carry water for them. And her price of agreeing to the bill was to take out a provision that would have partially closed this loophole. It was only partial. So giving it up is actually not as bad as it might seem. In exchange, it turns out, Schumer was able to extract something that was also important, very progressive, and raises more money, which is a 1% tax on share buybacks. So at the end of the day, Sinema took care of her donors, a complete outrage, but that netted out for the American people as something that's more progressive in terms of the tax system and I guess a net positive. But no excuse for what Senator Sinema did. It's Senator Manchin, at least tell the
Rob,
about why
if we can,
she can't say
Rob,
that about
if we
what she
can,
did.
I'd like to bring in Tara Houska as well. The Inflation Reduction Act provides over $60 billion in funding for environmental justice priorities, something Rob Weissman mentioned earlier. Tara, was anyone in the environmental justice movement that you know involved in helping to craft this provision?
No, there's been some pretty serious pushback regarding the lack of representation in the drafting of this bill, specifically on the pieces that affect our communities directly. From my perspective, it doesn't really work to throw money at us if we don't have habitable places to live. So if our communities are underwater, or if our air is poisoned and we've got pipelines and mines and all the things that are destroying our lands actively, how is some investments in block grants supposed to help us? Those are really serious questions that this bill is lacking. And to that one piece that was just said too about like where we're at in terms of blocking the bill, there is this side deal that Manchin has mentioned and that they promised him, right? Like this is a handshake agreement about the permitting provisions, the rolling back of NEPA, the quote unquote streamlining of bedrock environmental processes and designation of 25 different projects to avoid these reviews. That's going back to the House, and they're going to try to attach it to appropriations. So there still is something that can be done at the congressional level.
I want to bring into this conversation Bishop Dr. William Barber, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign and president of Repairers of the Breach. You tweeted on Monday about the reconciliation package. While many politicians are applauding this compromise and it does some good things, it falls short of its promise and very short of addressing America's most pressing economic problems. If you can elaborate on that, and also the Mountain Valley Pipeline that Senator Manchin got revived and funded in this bill, goes from West Virginia through North Carolina, where you are.
Thank you so much, Amy. And yeah, one of the concerns I have, and many of us have, is how we keep applauding so much compromise. You know, compromise historically has been very problematic once you read the details. You know, there was compromise that made people 3/5 of a person, gave us an electoral college. There was compromise on the 1964 Civil Rights Bill that actually John Lewis and many others criticized, and he said it wasn't doing what it actually said it was going to do, that it necessitated the 65 Voting Rights Act. And I could go through history. So history has taught us that when politicians get in there and compromise, we must really look at what was put in, what was put out. It is very possible to celebrate the good things in this bill, the historic investment in climate issues and the green bank and economic environmental justice. But you have to at least say, wait a minute, part of the deal was putting a pipeline that black and white and brown, and especially poor people in frontline communities are fighting right now from West Virginia through Virginia and North Carolina. We've already beat 2 of those from coming in communities, one in Tennessee and one in North Carolina. And what do those pipelines do? How dangerous are they? Who is it really going to help? Is it going to benefit everyday people and working class people and poor people, or is it going to benefit corporate interests? We also, Amy, have to say, wait a minute, while we can celebrate some things, we have to honestly say what's not a part of this bill so that we don't act as though this is an end, this is like a dunk if we're in basketball, game over. No, we have to wrestle with what is wrong with our politics when in order to get something good, you've got to give up universal pre-K. You've got to cut child care. You have to cut elder care. You have to cut child tax credit from the bill and money for public housing, affordable housing from the bill. You have to cut the expansion of earned income tax credit from the bill. You have to cut closing the Medicaid gap from the bill. You have to cut the millionaire surtax from the bill. And then we saw all of this work. 20 hours one day, 20 hours another day, but we only get one vote on restoring the Voting Rights Act, one vote on the John Lewis bill, which Manchin actually said while John Lewis was living that he would sign off on, that he agreed on, that he told people when he was running that he supported. We haven't gotten a living wage. Manchin said he was for living wage when he ran. So did Sinema. All of these things had to be pushed away and pushed down in order to get this. So we have to honestly say what is historic, but we also have to say what is problematic. That is our constitutional right, that is our moral right, and because 90% of the things that were cut out will hurt poor people, low-wage people, and low-wealth people who represent 140 million people in this country, 30% of the electorate overall, and 45% in some battleground states. We have to address this, and it is a problem that has always been in the midst of American politics. You know, Dr. King got talked about a lot when he said that moderates were the worst enemy of the civil rights movement because they were more interested in compromise and order than they were in reordering the society. And we still have to have that critique today. Some don't like it, Amy, when you say it. But, you know, Amy, I come out of a sports background, and when I played football and when I watched basketball, if you win a championship 7-game series, you didn't win one game and then say series over. You did not really jump and applaud until you won all 4 games. Democrats should say, look, this is what we were able to do with 50 votes in the Senate and 2 renegade senators. Give us 54 votes or 55 votes, and we will get the rest of it done. But you can't just celebrate what was done and leave no conversation about all of these other things that matter so much in the life of poor and low wealth people in this country, because to do so is morally inconsistent, constitutionally inconsistent, and economically insane.
Well, Bishop, you raised sports, and I want to stick with that, although this goes way beyond sports. I want to ask you about calls to bring Brittany Griner home after a Russian court found the WNBA basketball star guilty of drug smuggling, sentencing her to 9 years in a penal colony. During closing arguments last week, Griner took responsibility for bringing vape cartridges containing a small amount of cannabis oil with her through the Moscow airport, where she was arrested by customs authorities in February. She said the cannabis was prescribed for medical reasons.
I understand everything that's being said against me, the charges that are against me, and that is why I pled guilty. But I had no intent to break any Russian laws. I made an honest mistake, and I hope that in your ruling that it doesn't end my life here.
That's Brittany Griner, her voice speaking from behind bars in a cage in the Russian courtroom. President Biden called her 9-year prison sentence unacceptable, promised to work to bring her home. The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said the Kremlin's ready to discuss a prisoner swap. Bishop Barber, you've called for the creation of a diverse, interfaith humanitarian delegation to travel to Russia to bring home Brittany Griner. Can you lay out how this would work? You've said you want to be a part of that delegation.
Again, thank you so much. And if I might step back just 2 seconds and also say that on this other piece with the bill, you're right, it's not a game, which is why the Poor People's Campaign, Repairs to the Breach in Kairos, we're working to mobilize more than 5 million voters who are going to say our votes are not just support, but demands for the kind of public policy that lifts all people. You know, what we're concentrating on with Brittany Griner's situation is her full release. You know, we're talking about oil, and we're talking about traces of oil, and something that she used for medicinal purposes. And the only reason she's being targeted is because she's a high-profile basketball player that's now caught up in geopolitics, and Russia's using her as some kind of pawn. You know, I would hope, I have daughters, and if my daughter was in a situation that people, clergy, wouldn't have to know us, but they would be willing to offer their moral strength. Some weeks ago, in front of the embassy, I was standing there with a Lutheran pastor, Unitarian, and a few other people. There was a prayer vigil, and we said that in front of the embassy. There have been others that have called for it. I think as many of us as possible should do it. We sent to the White House more than 800 clergy and religious leaders that signed off on a letter saying that if the embassy in Russia and the United States, the two governments would have to allow, we can't do it on our own. If they would allow it and come together, we would be willing to put together a diverse, it shouldn't be any one or two people. This should be diverse. It should be black, white, brown, native. It should be Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, whoever. It should be diverse, and they should have international reach where we could call on clergy, not only here, but even in Russia, even in other parts of the world, to say to BRIC that we want to bring this young lady home. That's all we're concerned about. Put down the swords, put down the schemes, stop using her as a pawn. You know this is ridiculous to put her in jail for 9 years for something that was medicinal, and it was oil, no intent. You know, sadly, she had to plead guilty, but there may be some reason for that. Now, we also say, and we don't know all that's going on behind the scenes, and we have to say that we don't know what negotiations are. We hope that certainly that the prisoner swap, you know, moves and works. And what I love about Brittany Griner, when she wrote her letter, she just herself, she lifted up another person and said, I'm concerned about that, said something about her character. But of us, any religious, and if I call on this clergy and people who need, we should be lifting up our cry, offering to go off to sit down what the powers may be. We can do it here. We're meeting at the embassy, a Russian embassy. We'll do it there. But our priority should be this young lady coming home, misses her, her family.
Reverend Barber, I would agree with you on the issue of trying to free Brittany Griner, but why do you need the embassy's approval? Congressman Richardson back in the 90s went to Iraq to free Americans who were jailed there. He went personally as a congressman without U.S. government approval. He went to Korea. Reverend Jackson, I remember going on a trip to him to Cuba to free prisoners. He just got on a plane and went. Is it possible for just a few clergy to go there directly without the embassy's approval?
Yeah, I don't think that's actually accurate. He just went. I talked to Reverend Jackson. I know he's even offered and talked about this, and our lawyers have told us that there has to be some dialogue in that. You can't just go up into Russia, go into other places. There has to be some allowance even to move into the country. Listen, whatever works. We are saying to the White House, we're saying to the world, many people are talking, and even we're saying to Brittany's family, we may not know you, but if there's any way we can help, diverse groups are willing to do that. And our first call is to raise the moral cry, to honor what she has. There are a lot of delegates behind it. We have attorneys that are looking at all of that. Even when you said that Jackson went also out of Iraq, he didn't just top them. There were lots of pieces behind the scene that went on. We're saying it's in that same spirit we're willing. And I would even say that Reverend Jackson is a tremendous friend of mine who, his mind is still strong and powerful. And I'm sure that he's involved. And if he's not, the White House should be talking to him because, again, he's done this. He knows what they're doing. If he can go physically, he certainly can be a tremendous ally. He has been with us. And the main thing here, my brother, is that clergy and religious leaders in moments like this should always step up and offer and be willing. And that's what we're saying in this moment.
Bishop Dr. William Barber, I want to thank you for being with us, co-chair of Poor People's Campaign, president of Repairers of the Breach. Next up, we speak with the New York Times reporter Elizabeth Williamson, author of Sandy Hook, An American Tragedy and the Battle for Truth, about the trial of the far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, ordered to pay $49 million to the parents of a Sandy Hook massacre victim. Back in 30 seconds.
I'm trying to figure out why. Too much time to be patient. All this time you be feeding us lies. Ain't no truth in your statements. Too much pain in these little...
By any means, Georgia Smith here on Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. 2 years of right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones' text messages have now been turned over to the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection. The messages were first revealed in court last week in Austin, Texas, just before a jury ordered InfoWars host Alex Jones to pay $4.1 million in compensatory damages and $45.2 million in punitive damages to the parents of Jesse Lewis, a 6-year-old boy killed in the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre in Newtown, Connecticut. For years, Alex Jones spread conspiracy theories that the Newtown shooting was a government hoax the victims' families paid actors, resulting in online harassment and death threats for Sandy Hook families. During the trial, Alex Jones admitted on the stand that the Sandy Hook massacre was real. But he continued to spread lies on his InfoWars show. This is 6-year-old victim Jesse Lewis's mother, Scarlett Lewis, confronting Alex Jones as she testified.
My son existed. You're still on your show today trying to say that I'm implying that I'm an actress, that I'm deep state. Truth is so vital to our world. Truth is what we base our reality on. And we have to agree on that to have a civil society. Sandy Hook is a hard truth, hard truth. Nobody would want to ever believe that 26 kids could be murdered.
For more, we're joined by New York Times reporter Elizabeth Williamson, who covered this latest Alex Jones trial, as well as many others, and is the author of the new book, Sandy Hook, An American Tragedy and the Battle for Truth. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Elizabeth. You were in the Austin, Texas courtroom, what, like 10 feet from Alex Jones during jury instruction. As you wrote the book, you spent a good deal of time with the family members of those little children and other staff at Sandy Hook who were murdered. Talk about what you thought was most significant about this trial and that particular moment when you have the mother confronting Alex Jones saying, "I am not a crisis actress."
Thanks, Amy. That was a remarkable, extraordinary moment that you played. And I'm glad you played that specific one, because for 90 minutes, Scarlett Lewis addressed every response while she was on the witness stand directly to Alex Jones. It was so powerful. But that moment that you played was particularly so because within that was really the reason why the families have brought this suit, that they feel like Sandy Hook, and I agree, and that's what I wrote in my book, that, you know, this was a foundational moment in this decade-long descent into disinformation and false narratives that our society is undergoing. And the families are raising a red flag that, you know, this is not only impacting us, this is eroding the foundation of our democracy. And that's what Scarlett was saying in that clip.
But Elizabeth, even as the trial was going on, Alex Jones was still on his show blasting the attempts to basically as a witch hunt against him. What's the likelihood of him actually having to pay any of this huge damages, given the fact that Texas has a cap on punitive damages?
No, absolutely. He will probably eventually, but it could be years, have to pay about $5 million rather than 49. And that's because state law in Texas caps punitive damages in most instances at $750,000 per plaintiff. So that means that Neil Heslin, Jesse's father, and Scarlett Lewis each would receive $750,000. But let's not forget there are two more trials for damages coming up, another one in Texas, and if past is predictor, we could maybe expect a similar result. But there is another one coming in Connecticut where there aren't those types of caps on damages. And that case has been brought by the families of 8 victims. So that is really one to watch for. Will this bankrupt Alex Jones? He already claims he's bankrupt. That's a subject of intense dispute by the families and their lawyers. Who knows? And will he ever change? Probably not. You know, I would say 90%, 99% that he will never change. But it does send a message to would-be Alex Joneses, and it also just sends that societal message that this is just so important to push back against the lies and disinformation that are flowing online that more and more Americans are grabbing onto and believing.
And what can you tell us about what we learned in the trial about the impact on these families, on Scarlett Lewis and Neil Heslin, the parents of Jesse Lewis, and others as well?
Sure. Within hours after the shooting, Alex Jones started to spread the lie that this was a false flag operation, meaning a pretext planned by the government to confiscate Americans' firearms. He likes to say that he was only echoing the claims of others or that he was only asking the questions that other people were asking. That's not true. He really did begin to talk about this within hours. And he has a following of tens of millions of people. So that circulated, and you know, it only takes a small percentage who are willing to confront the family. So what started to happen was initially this was online. People started seeking out the family members who Jones was implying, and many others as well, were complicit in this government plot. So they were calling them frauds. They were saying they did it for money. They were coming on to memorial pages that had been set up on Facebook and elsewhere on social media in recognition and in honor of the victims. And then they kind of crossed that virtual divide and they began confronting them on the street, looking in their windows, digging through their trash, following them around at funerals and at memorial services and commemorative events. And they've made their lives a living hell. They've threatened their lives. One family, the next Texas case will be Lenny Posner and Veronique De La Rosa, whose son Noah Posner is the youngest Sandy Hook victim. They have moved almost a dozen times because their personal information, including their home addresses, have been published online by these conspiracy theorists. So it is really a substantial and serious and horrific secondary trauma that's been inflicted on these families.
So the claims on InfoWars that these children never died or never existed to begin with. And if you can talk about what he said about that in court, and then the money he made off of the lies, the texts that it's hard to believe, but his lawyer mistakenly handed over to the prosecutors that now ended up at the January 6th committee, talking about him making, what, $800,000 in a day? Yeah. Yeah, no, he has made, and, you know, one of the reasons, Amy, that he never stopped talking about this for years, only after the lawsuits were threatened and filed did he stop talking about Sandy Hook. And it was because it was a money spinner for him. His audience more than doubled from the time after the shooting until 2016. That was the period of time in which he was talking about this the most. He has revenues in excess of $50 million a year. His business model is ingenious in that he sells products that are targeted to the paranoias of his sort of conspiracy-minded audience. So it's diet supplements for people who are distrustful of traditional medicine, unregistered gun components for people who don't want to register a firearm with the federal government, doomsday prepper gear for people who are preparing for the end of times or the full government takeover. So he was making a lot of money, and this was a claim that people really latched onto. There were a significant number. Well, you know, one thing aired in court was a year after Sandy Hook, there was a study done. We have 10 seconds.
By Fairleigh Dickinson, sure, that said a quarter of Americans at that time believed that Sandy Hook was likely or definitely fake.
Well, we are going to do part 2 and post online at democracynow.org and talk about the texts that were handed over and what they may say. We're speaking with Elizabeth Williamson, New York Times features reporter, author of the book Sandy Hook, An American Tragedy and the Battle for Truth. That does it for our show. Democracy Now! Currently accepting applications for People and Culture Manager. Learn more at democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
How would the 217,000 people who are subscribed to your Instagram account right now describe it for anyone else in the world who doesn't know?
I think they would say She creates webcomics. They often discuss dating and different behaviors that we deal with in our romantic relationships.
How has this current epidemic that we're facing as a nation and pandemic as a world, how's that been reflected in the way that folks are interacting with you via your format?
So when all of this first started to go down and social distancing became a thing, I received a lot of screenshots of people kind of navigating dating during this time. A lot of people just weren't taking it as seriously as maybe it should have been taken. I received a lot of screenshots basically of people trying to hook up and meet up while social distancing was going on and the stay-at-home mandate was happening. And I started posting the screenshots and tagging dating apps like, hey, you guys should do something. This isn't cool. People are trying to meet up, because at that point, dating apps didn't have like any mechanisms in place to promote dating from a distance. So I started a petition to get them to take action. Had a few thousand signatures, and I actually had a phone call with Hinge where they kind of told me that it's super important to them. So I don't know if this had anything to do with my effort at all, but within about a week, like all of the apps started to kind of spread the message of social distancing and take it a lot more seriously, which was awesome.
We saw the governor saying, I'm shutting down gyms, theaters, and bars, but these online connections, social dating apps are big business, but they're also really self-regulated. So it took you to step up to say, hey, where's your message about social distancing?
Exactly. I think my stance was kind of like, all right, if every restaurant has to shut down, if every non-essential business has to shut down and not interacting with people, is this serious? I felt like dating apps, their very purpose is to kind of provide a medium where two people can meet. And I felt like they definitely had a responsibility to spread this message.
I'm going to ask you if there is an illustration on your account right now at Violet Claire that would sum things up that we could share with our audience who's watching. If you had to pick one or two of your cells, which would you send out into the world as symptomatic of where we are right now?
The first one that comes to mind is the comic that I have that reads, "Don't forget to wash your hands and block your ex." I'm hearing a lot of stories now about toxic people from our past coming back because we're all like bored, we're all lonely. Just because, we're at home and we have nothing else to do, we still should not entertain that. Like keep the germs and the toxicity, all of that, keep it away. So that's the first one. The second one is, I made it a few weeks back. It's a red flag. It's a giant red flag. And on it, it says, if they're trying to hook up during social distancing, that's a giant red flag. Which it is, because anyone who's trying to meet up now just has no regard for the health or safety of themselves or others.
We were looking at some numbers from about March 2nd through March 12th. While all those other businesses were shutting down, people were hooking it up online, essentially, with even Bumble reporting something like a 22% increase in activity there. Like, do you think people actually were like meeting or just leaning into this, I'm at home, the sort of are you up kind of texts?
I think that because of what's going on right now, we're all just really craving connection. I think that the apps definitely have a role and a place, and I don't think that they should be eliminated during this, but I do think that, now is a good time to find some leads, video chat with a few people, set up some options for when this is over. It's a totally great time to start making connections virtually. And, and then once this all is over, you can see where those go.
Hello, my name is Bianca. and this is my COVID-19 story. It all started in March. I was still working at my former job. I've been working for this company for a total of 3 years and a half, but when COVID-19 happened, as a production company, most of our work required producing photo shoots or video shoots and being outside in the field, like actually working with talent and other people. So obviously with the new rules to stay at home and take prevention against COVID-19, producing was not something that we were able to continue doing. My role at this point was producer. That same Saturday, after the first week working from home, my boss called me. The purpose of the call was to let me go. So when my roommate got laid off, she basically told me the same thing happened in her company, like every other company in New York, and she did not really feel safe or comfortable paying the rent that we were paying here. So basically she gave me her 30-day notice, and that gave me 30 days to start planning what my future was gonna look like, because even though I had good savings and even though I had a good unemployment benefit, it just was not smart to stay in this apartment with 2 bedrooms and me having to pay for it on my own. I quickly started thinking, like, should I just move? Or should I maybe go to Dominican Republic? Because that's where I grew up and I actually have a home there where I wouldn't have to pay rent. Or to go into a furnished apartment and sell everything that was in this one. That way I get some money and also I will pay less in rent. Out of all those options, the one that I preferred was just renting a 1-bedroom for myself. I really liked a specific one in Sunnyside, Queens. I applied for it and I literally had to say, like, hey, I just lost my job due to coronavirus, but I'm getting unemployment and this is what I am making weekly. That same night they got back to me and they said yes. So I was like, great, so then let's go sign the lease, right? We go into the management office, me and my parents, to sign this 1-year lease, and then when I get there, there's literally no lease. And apparently the company decided to review my application again, and they decided that they were unsure whether or not I should have this apartment. So they basically like changed their mind last minute. So it was really heartbreaking because it really would have been the easiest route. So plan B was going to the Dominican Republic. You know, I bought my flight, and buying the flight gave me no problem. So I was like, I guess it's fine. I guess I can fly to the Dominican Republic. Great. So I bought it and I started my online store. And that was really fascinating to see how fast everything got sold. Because you would think that because of the pandemic, people are being hesitant to like go to other people's homes, and also that people wouldn't want to buy anything that is used. But to my surprise, that wasn't the case really. If anything, I feel like the coronavirus helped me sell all of my things really fast, because all of the stores are closed. 70 or 80% of the people that came to buy stuff from here were moving into a new place. So I was like, wow, times are crazy. Everyone's just moving. So in a sense, that made me feel less alone. And so I finished selling the rest of my things by the end of May. And here I am in my empty apartment and it feels great.
It's moving day and I'm eating ice cream.
Before moving here, I was subletting in various places, but this was like my first apartment that I was able to like make my own home, and having to like wrap everything up and sell everything that I had invested in was difficult. And I feel like in that one phone call, my whole life was just crumbled and like tossed. And life was just like, you're gonna let go of everything now. And you're gonna have to be okay with that. And you're gonna start over. And it's gonna be okay. You'll figure it out. I promise. When I started contacting my friends in the Dominican Republic, all of them were telling me they're gonna make you quarantine in a specific location. So I was like, okay, what can I do to stay in New York City, at least until the Dominican Republic lifts the isolation rule? Because I was able to find basically everything that I needed, which was a furnished place, since I had already sold my furniture, that was affordable. And also, it was a short lease, so I would be able to still go to DR. That was my only option at this point, because getting a brand new apartment didn't work. Going to the Dominican Republic didn't work. This had to work. Even though I've gone through so much, since losing my job to having to leave the country in a few months, I've been able to be okay and like settle somewhere for the time being where I can feel relaxed and at peace. And I acknowledge that I am privileged to have that. This is such a hard time to be alive because there's so much emotional strain on everyone's life right now. If it's not because you've lost someone, it's because maybe you're battling the virus yourself, or maybe it's just because you feel really sad for the world in general. And that's a lot to take in, and you don't necessarily need to be productive during such a difficult time. But we're all in this together, and we're all going through the same things, and just know that you're not alone. And that whatever you can do to stay happy during this time, do it. Prioritize your needs right now. That's what I would suggest to everyone.
I grew up, sort of the child of a cab driver, right? We were quite poor. We were Medicaid growing up, and first time I went to a dentist, I was 25 years old.
Dr. Chowdhury, you started a tweet that now has become something of a rallying cry. I placed a New York City neighborhood map of percent testing positive for COVID-19 next to a map of economic risk at ANHDNYC, the health implications of the global pandemic on our neediest communities cannot be ignored. So what prompted you to put those maps on top of each other?
Being a native New Yorker, I've sort of lived all over the city. You can see the areas that are red are the ones where the largest percentage of tests are coming back positive. Those are clearly the areas of the city that are lowest income and immigrant populations. And so that really prompted me to look for other maps where I can really see, if my inclination or my thought that these neighborhoods that are low income and have high immigrant populations are truly the ones that are most affected. You can see, a picture's worth 1,000 words. The areas of the highest economic risk are also the areas that have the highest percentage of patients testing positive.
I think what we're seeing with the way COVID-19 is playing out, particularly in New York City, is unfortunately a story we've seen before, that many epidemics hit those who have already health disparities the hardest. Individuals from these poorer neighborhoods often really lack access to primary health care. They lack insurance. And all of these factors, unfortunately, come together as a perfect storm, if you will, and make them very vulnerable to this kind of respiratory virus infection.
When there is limited access to a ventilator, it's sort of up to the physician to help determine, who gets the ventilator. That was a very difficult decision to make. And some of the guidelines state, one of the factors you have to take into account, underlying comorbidities, right? So things like having chronic health conditions like diabetes or heart disease puts you a little bit lower on the list of people who get a ventilator. Challenge with that, though, is generally speaking, it is lower income and Black and Latino populations that have these underlying comorbidities. And so guidelines like who gets a ventilator have a disproportionate impact on our poorer communities, certainly. This isn't something that was a mystery, right? This inequality is something, at least in healthcare, that we as physicians, we know that there is health inequity.
The public health students definitely get quite a lot of education and discussion about the role of health inequities and health disparities in understanding exactly how different illnesses and different epidemics play out.
All one has to do is stand on a train platform, and you'll see that the trains are filled with Black and brown and low-income people going into communities to service those who are able to telecommute. You can't drive the bus as a telecommuter. You cannot be a 311, 911 operator, which is predominantly a Black and brown woman, as a telecommuter.
75% of frontline workers are Black and brown in immigrant communities. We're talking nurses, aides, nurses assistants, people who stock shelves, the cashiers, MTA workers, our sanitation workers. All the folks who are listed as front line are Black, brown immigrant communities. We've seen in the ANHD report that these same areas have high episodes of people who are rent burdened, people who are food insecure. We know that many of these areas have health disparities. They came in with structural deficiencies, and this disease has exacerbated and shown the disparities that occur. So while the virus itself doesn't discriminate, our policies and our response seems to have been discriminatory and have a disparate impact. And that's something that there has to be accountability for.
They may, for financial reasons, have to go into work. They may have to be around crowds. And so it's a situation in which they're having to pick between exposing themselves and their family members to risk of infection versus putting food on the table. And I don't think that's an easy decision to make, frankly.
This has happened before. And we need to just keep working harder and harder at learning our lessons from each experience, because it's going to happen again.
We can save lives with policy change. And I think it all starts with education, whether it's educating our policymakers that, there is this subset of the population that is affected disproportionately. And then the flip side of that is certainly, I think, educating those in low-income households that there are resources available, right? These are the healthy diet and exercise saves lives, so on and so forth. So many things that I think the average American takes for granted. These are things that I think we can bring to our communities. And ultimately, at least during this crisis, I don't think politics should be a reason that someone loses their life.
Safe Horizon is the nation's leading victim assistance organization. We invited Ken Cavern, their Senior Director of Crime Victim Assistance Programs, on to be heard about strategies for staying safe while staying home.
It's been clearly shown that intimate partner violence is something that thrives on silence and isolation. And you even talk about the threat that some abusers are using of the fear and using it to further separate folks.
Yep. I mean, we know that when you are sort of self-quarantined or self-isolating in a home with an abuser, that's a situation that's bound to increase levels of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse. We've heard horrific cases in cases like Pennsylvania and Italy this week. So we want survivors to know that services are still accessible, that we are still here, that you can still reach out to us. We know that your safety planning might look a little bit different given current situations, but we're here to help with that.
We know that you are part of the largest network across the country for helping people who are going through domestic violence right now. I wonder how your practice has changed since the onset of this epidemic.
So like most of the country, most of us are working remotely. Safe Horizon has a staff of about 1,000 that provide services to victims of all types of crime and abuse across New York City. About 800 of us are working from home. We do have about a fifth of our staff who are still essential employees going into the office, so working at sites like our domestic violence shelters and our street work overnight program for at-risk homeless youth. But most of us are working remotely in the courts, with the police department, providing counseling and therapy to services of domestic violence and other types of crime.
What's open and running now versus what is closed?
All of our services are still up and running. So although the courts in New York City are working remotely, you can still access the courts for emergency petitions. So police are still responding to violent incidents. If you call 911, police will still respond. Our advocates that work in partnership with the NYPD are still getting victim information and doing outreach to victims who filed police reports. Our staff who work in the family and criminal courts across the city are still able to help victims. So if you need an order of protection, our Safe Horizon staff in the courts can help you with that and help you file remotely, and you can video conference in to meet with the judge.
That being said, I was on your website and you have some very concrete steps and tactics that people who may be feeling a little uneasy in their homes right now can actually employ.
One is that we have a safe chat feature on our website. So you may not be in a situation where you're able to make a phone call safely to a service provider like Safe Horizon. So you can go on our website from your computer, from your phone, and chat with an advocate in real time. If you need to safely escape our website, it won't show up in your search history. We're encouraging folks to think creatively about how they can stay socially connected to people who are safe in their lives. So if you have a neighbor or a colleague who knows what's happening in your relationship, are there ways through social media that you might be able to connect with that person, and to really recognize that just because you're isolated in your home and not able to physically access people, that there might still be ways for you to remotely access those supports.
I'm just going to ask you right now about a workable safety plan for anyone who may be on the verge of experiencing a violent episode.
Safety plans are going to look different for everyone, and we're really going to try to cater a safety plan that's specific to you. But some general tips are, if you have children in the home, is there a safe word that you can use in case your children need to run outside or need to call 911 or are feeling unsafe? Can you use social media, Instagram, Facebook, to connect with people, a neighbor, another safe person, if you need someone else to call 911 or do something for you? We've heard of people doing things like putting a plant in the window as a way of alerting a neighbor that they need help. We always advise staying away from rooms like the kitchen or the bathroom where there are a lot of hard surfaces or knives. So if you need to run away, staying away from those areas, staying downstairs, not running upstairs, things like that.
So Kim, you are the first, I want to say, non-doctor that we've spoken to, because we got the call, we realized how important this is to Brooklynites living under these isolation orders right now. How else are people getting the message that this is an important issue, that needs to be addressed along with health and safety and staying away from a virus?
Well, you know, we and the police department, the NYPD, the court systems, other service providers, we are really trying to spread this message far and wide that we are here and that we're working remotely, you know, recognizing that stay-at-home orders are keeping survivors, they're keeping children away from support systems. You know, often school is a safe place for children who are experiencing violence in the home, and now not having access to that impacts people. So we want people to recognize that shelter is still available if that's something that you need. There are space in domestic violence shelters across the city. Our 24-hour hotlines are still open and running and available. You know, like I said, our advocates that work with the police department are still getting information and making outreach calls to you. So we just want everyone to know it's what we appreciate folks like you so much for getting the word out there, that help is available and you don't have to suffer alone.
I don't stop hearing sirens all day long. It's getting to me now. It's getting to all of us now.
I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to help out.
I can work as many hours. So our professionals that take care of us 24/7, 365 can go home, get the comfort that they need from their families.
Now we have seen that the world can come together. We have seen that all sectors can address a crisis like what's happening right now.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream
I'ma need a little water for the road. Mind spinning underneath my fro. Realizing it don't matter what you know, but it matters what happens to your soul. Been afraid of my story, what it showed. What'd happen if it ever got told? Black boy had to switch them codes. Don't belong in the place he goes. But me dreaming up a planet, he can hear his own voice. But the people want it for him, he don't hear all that noise. On this planet, no police, no paranoia for the boys. Up above, he's the creator. Running point, he could breathe a little better when releasing all the pressure. When he see the sun, he bless up. Keep going, that's a lesson. Breathe a little deeper in the mirror, I repeat it. The panic ain't retreating with my heart fast beating. Whoa, whoa, yeah, plotting ain't no joke here. Full throttle in the fourth gear. I be mobbing with my foe, yeah. Unless I'm not and I just post, yeah. I catch a dream, I catch a dream. I be living through the death I see. 311, say it 2 times. 311, say it. I'ma need a little water for the road. Mind spinning underneath my fro. Realizing it don't matter what you know, but it matters what happened to your soul. Been afraid of my story when it showed. What'd happen if it ever got told? Black boy had to switch them codes. Don't belong in that place he goes. Can't afford to not record. Trying to get my budget looking right. Team been growing, do it different. That was good advice. I got these plans, take it higher. We should book a flight. Fire in my eyes, dream catcher with a hook and line. I got a brown skin, smarty artsy shorty on my arm. She the bomb, thank God, and she look divine. That guava shine, they like, tell me what it is. We don't care about your change, we gonna live. But it get harder and harder to do your thing. The more that we're able to see, the harder it gets on the jungle on planes. The more that we need to lay seed. The farther you go on in spite of the rain, the farther that God can speak. The father and mother of all that I am, they taught me to pray before I eat. Hey, I catch a dream, I catch a dream. I be living through the death I see. 311, say it 2 times. Yeah, 311, say it. I'ma need a little water for the road. Mind spinning underneath my fro. Realizing it don't matter what you know, but it matters what happened to your soul. I catch a dream, I catch a dream. I've been living through the death I see. 311, say it 2 times. Hey, 311, say it. I'ma need a little water for the road. Mind spinning underneath my fro. Realizing it don't matter what you know, but it matters what happened to your soul. Been afraid of my story, what it showed. What'd happen if it ever got told? Black boy had to switch them codes. Don't belong in the place he go. I catch a dream, I catch a dream. I've been living through the death I see. 311, say it 2 times. 311, say it. I'ma need a little water for the road. Mind spinning underneath my fro. Realizing it don't matter what you know, but it matters what happened to your soul. Yeah. What it showed. Black boy had to switch them codes.
You have been listening to the sounds of J.P. Reynolds and his eclectic Peace and Power Band, bringing both peace and power to the jam. The session is live. The studio is B-side. And I am your host, Queen God Is. Happy to introduce you to J.P. Please tell us a little bit about where you are from and who is rocking with you tonight.
Word. I was born in Cleveland, Ohio. Grew up in Mount Vernon, New York.
Money earned in Mount
Money
Vernon.
earning, you know.
Yes.
Currently reside in Harlem.
And, currently reside in
Currently reside uptown in Harlem.
You see Brooklynites, he said that real fast.
Nah, I live in Harlem.
Okay,
I'm saying slow.
All right. We're going to talk about what legit makes your relationship with Brooklyn like official for you to be in our studio tonight, which we're happy to have you, but we do need to investigate. So let's segue from Harlem. Okay, Harlem. So who's rocking with you tonight?
No doubt. So tonight I got my bassist, my music director, Kriston Oates. He's from Mount Vernon, New York as well.
Hey, Chris.
My oldest band member, member.
Oh,
Really
he looks
dope
like
dude.
the youngest though.
He's the youngest in the group. Are you the youngest? I think he's the youngest, but he's the oldest person who's been rocking with me. So he's amazing. It's crazy the way he's been able to make the music go. We got on the drums over here, my man JR, Mackenzie, no doubt on the drums.
JP and JR, y'all got the letters on lock.
A lot of letters, all the J's, all the J's. And then we got on guitar back here, we got Sydney Antoine.
Hey, Sydney.
Super dope, crazy licks, you'll hear him.
Okay.
And then on the keys, we got my man Duvain Fats Wilby.
Duvain.
Fats.
Got it.
Yeah. No domino, but Fats.
Got it.
Yeah.
No domino.
Yeah,
Give it up for them one more time, please. Peace and Power Band.
No doubt.
Let me ask y'all a question. So I'm just curious a little bit how y'all met. I'm imagining that it was like in church somewhere everybody was like falling asleep on various pews throughout the church. Is that right?
Wow,
Did
that's
I get
crazy.
It? No?
A little bit. I met Chris Stein in the church.
Okay.
I did a program called Freedom School in Mount Vernon. I was a servant leader intern. Chris Stein was a student at the time, which is wild.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not a student, but he was one of the students in the spot. So it wasn't church. And then when I started rocking with a live band, Chris Stein was in that group as well as JR. And then, you know, when I asked Chris Stein to be my MD, he pulled in these other amazing players back here, Sydney and Fats. And actually, funny story about Fats, we actually had a similar like musical like person behind our music journey. So at my church growing up, I had Derek James was a minister of music at my church, and Derek James was a teacher of Duvain in New Rochelle. And we didn't know each other at the time, but here we are. You know, some odd years later, and we rocking out.
Well, divinity and spirituality are such big themes in your work, and so it makes sense that is a big theme of what makes this come together and gels. I just want to acknowledge this properly first and foremost. It is a big deal when you not only find musicians who are excited about what you're bringing to the table creatively, but who want to actually take that journey with you. Most of the artists on this stage, as many of you may know, play with so many different musicians, you know, they rotate, but this is the Peace and Power Band. So if we ever go see JP Reynolds at any stage, this is who we're gonna see playing with you.
Absolutely, you'll see this group. I mean, there's some more folks in our group, depending on what the situation is. We got a whole orchestra at times, but you'll see these folks. Okay. These are the folks you'll see every time.
Well, we just heard Dreamcatcher. That was the first song that we listened to, and Dreamcatcher is off of the album which was released in 2016. Is that correct?
It wasn't. I just released it as a single in February.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the album, when did?
The album did come out in 2016.
And the album is called Guavamatic Space Dream.
Yes.
Guavamatic. Everybody say it with me. Guavamatic. Good. I want y'all to say that because we're going to be saying it multiple times throughout the evening. And for those of you who are wondering at home, hold on tight. We're going to come back to that. But let's talk really quickly about the name, and then we'll go into the next song. JP Reynolds. It sounds pretty straightforward enough, but there actually is a special story behind your name. And then I want to talk about how that kind of evolved into using the term peace and power as part of your group name.
Word, yeah. JP stands for Jeremiah Prophet. So my parents named me Jeremiah. The story goes that, well, first of all, I should back up a little bit because my parents weren't able to have children. They were barren for 5 years. And, you know, when they were able to conceive, the name that they landed on for my middle name was Jeremiah. My first name was actually after my father, which is Rodney. But Jeremiah is my middle name. They wanted a J name for the middle name. It came to my mother in a dream that they got to name me Jeremiah. And then during my birth, it was a lot of duress. My mother was in labor for 36 hours. The choir director of my mom's choir from her church came in, allowed my grandmothers to come in, pray over all of us. I was supposed to be born brain dead. The doctors had said during that delivery process that not enough oxygen was getting to my brain, so you know they were gonna have to do a C-section, and I may come out brain dead. But they came and prayed over us. I'm not brain dead. You know, to God be the glory on that one. And yeah, here I am.
And so peace and power is the message? Is that how this becomes?
Peace and power is the message. I mean, I started saying peace and power when I was like a teenager. That's when I had an elementary understanding of like Martin Luther King's peace, Malcolm X's power. We put them together. It's the greatest thing in the world, greatest thing the world can conceive of.
Well, speaking of the greatest thing in the world and conception, let's give a shout out to Mama Guava for being the original dream catcher that helped to get your name here, and that gelled all the peace and power together. So wherever you are, Mama Guava, we're going to say hello to you, and we're going to come back and talk a little bit more about what the guava actually means. Give it up one more time for JP Reynolds and the Peace and Power Band. The next song is called Zilla Told Me.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah. It's so good for that groove. Hey. Check. Just trying to be a light in a world so dark. What's the brother to do? They call themselves the alright, but we know that's just a farce. Undercover and smooth, but I don't smother the crew. You gotta let it breathe. No matter what they tell us, we know we got propellers. Our strength is getting better, believe. Check. One time for the immigrants and Fugees. I do music cause the lady from the Fugees moved me to write movies on loose leaf. 2 degrees, now I kick it like I'm Bruce Lee. Usually I gotta move with the soul. And truthfully, I see the roof about to blow. A big bad wolf started huffing and puffing. Now everybody thought he was bluffing, but he wasn't. There's something in the water, keep your eyes up. Spirit moving and the temperature gon' rise up. Who you with? Who be shining through you? I got Ella Baker, Harriet and Shaka Zulu. And they be crawling on my clavicle. And they be stomping on my sternum proper. Heart moves radical. We dealing with some cartoon animals. But they got power, get your harpoon antied up. Just trying to be a light in a world so dark. Hey, what's the brother to do? They call themselves the alright, but we know that's just a farce. Undercover and smooth, but I don't smother the groove. You gotta let it breathe. No matter what they tell us, we know we got propellers. Our strength is getting better, believe. Let's rock out. Hey. Feel that. Feel that. Just trying to be a light in a world so dark. What's the brother to do? They call themselves the alright, but we know that's just a farce. They're undercover and smooth, but I won't smother the groove.
Zilla told me. Hey, give it up.
Yeah.
We are listening to selections from the Guava-matic Space Dream album. We heard Dreamcatcher, and then we just heard Zilla Told Me. Who is Zilla, and what did they tell you?
Zilla's my ace boom. Zilla's my art director. Zilla's a person who was like an early adopter of the vision. He's a creator of Peace and Power Planet with me. And Zilla's a confidence, booster. He's one of the people on the squad who's just there. He got it. He understands everything.
Is Zilla in the building?
Zilla's in the building.
Zilla's in the building. All right, give it up for Zilla. Yes.
My man Zilla's in the building. Yeah.
No relation to Godzilla, the other Zilla.
He has an interesting story about his name and creation instead of destruction.
Okay.
Zilla is related to Dilla as well, who had a very important part of his process.
Let's take a quick moment of silence on Dilla. All right. Speaking of relation, a big theme, another theme that is a big part of what you're doing is family, because not only did your band, your sound gel in a way that families or groups that have been identified as familial come about, people rocking with you from day one and taking the journey with you. But the audience actually is probably 85% of people who are related to you in some way. We mentioned Mama Guava, who is the inspiration behind your birth name. And then now we have Papa Guava, who's in the audience as well. So we want to give a shout out to Papa Guava. We also got First Lady Guava, who's in the audience. She don't know that I know Naomi Lorraine, who's also in the audience. Your wife. Your wife is here, actress and writer. I know. Listen, I do my job well. You're welcome. I don't mention this haphazardly or to be all in the business, but I do feel like the message of family is really important. And for those who are watching at home, who are looking at hip hop, but then hearing words like spirituality and faith and religion and like Christianity, like whatever, all of the things that are part of your journey and don't necessarily agree or feel like the two worlds go together, you are a walking, living, breathing musical testimony of how these worlds actually do intersect, spirituality, religion in some cases, and hip hop. And your family is a testament to that. So you went from not supposed to be here or not supposed to be functional, but the fact that you are here, and his brain absolutely works. And here's an example. Not only are you a musician who has committed to release one song a month for the next year, which is a lot, but you are also a graduate of Yale undergrad and grad school.
Yes.
You had an undergrad degree in African American Studies and a graduate degree in Divinity. And so my question is for you. You're not mic'd, Papa Guava, so don't actually feel compelled to answer out loud. I just want to see your facial expression. When your son comes home to you and Mama Guava, which we'll talk about that name in a minute, after graduation, both degrees, and he says, I know what I want to be now. I want to be a rapper. Just give me the look that was on your face when you realized that this was going to happen.
It was pleasant.
Pleasant. A pleasant look. Yeah. So we really want to give a shout out to family. So his father, for those who can't hear, is saying that he wanted him to fulfill his passion. And speaking of passion, guava happens to be one of the most passionate fruits that there are.
This is true.
Let's talk about groups underrated are very adept acronym.
Yes,
guava.
groups undercounted.
Tell us about it.
Groups undercounted, Rise, very adept. Yeah, I mean, we're called to Rise, and it's interesting to see how people in the history of this world have been, people who've known oppression have also known freedom the greatest. We've known how to rise in circumstances that seem like something we shouldn't be able to rise out of, and it's a call to rise. It's a call to find that within us, within our ancestors, within our spiritualities, within our communities, to rise above, the circumstances that are in front of us, and to really go for passion, right? Go for passion, find our purpose, and figure out how to move in this world where we're being who we're called to be.
Okay, so let me say that again because I think I actually said it a little bit off. So it's groups under counted.
Yes.
Arise, very adept.
Correct.
Acronym for guava.
Correct.
What was the first moment where you graduated school, you kind of did your whole education thing, and then you were like, all right, I'm freed up. I'll put the student loans on hold a little bit. Enough to buy some music equipment. And Sally Mae, please don't ignore everything that you're seeing here. You're going to get your money. And then what was the moment where the guava, it came into your life? Were you eating it? Were you listening to some music while you were eating? Like, what happened that you were like, okay, this is the concept that I want to springboard off of?
I feel like it should be more of a profound story, but it's not. Like, I was literally in a car with some of my friends in New Haven, Connecticut, and I was just like, I think I'm gonna just start saying guava. Like, I literally, like, the word dropped on my lap, and I was like, I'm gonna start saying guava. I'm gonna just start saying guava. At that point, I didn't have any acronym, no story behind it, nothing like that. I was like, it's a dope word. I don't even know where I seen it at that point. I was like, it's a dope word. It's cool to say. So I'm gonna just start saying it, and then I gave it this whole
spin.
I gave it this
spiel.
whole thing, yeah.
And so after 365 days of saying guava for absolutely no reason and every reason, the album was born.
Exactly. Well, something like that, right? Because I was in studios and like I have an ad lib like guava, and they're like, you're saying guava, right?
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just kind of stuck. People will be like, oh, guava, like it's a thing that people like. I get text messages now, like twice a week at least, with people sending me guava products.
Shout out to Yale University for their impact on your use of vocabulary. I'm sure that they're like, I feel like we've had a hand in the usage of this word.
It's true.
So speaking of, the album is called Guavamatic Space Dream.
Yes.
Tell us really briefly about how the concept of guava squeezed itself
I see what you did.
into, you see what I did? Okay, into the album, the process, the songs that are on it, and then tell us what's the next song that we're gonna hear.
Yeah, so Guavamatic Space Dream, I think of it as a conversation with my unnamed ancestors and my unborn children. And in a lot of ways, that's who I get strength from to rise, right? It's a divine process, it's a spiritual process from times past, from times coming, while also kind of being in the moment and trying to be a recipient and be a vessel for those powers and energies. And that's kind of like the circumference of that story. So it's a story, it's a story. It's something that has existed in my imagination space.
Right.
That I'm grateful to have been able to actually express it and find people who believe in it and rock with it and who can make cover arts for the stuff and write press releases. You know, it's amazing.
Yeah. And you don't know too many people who be like, ew, guava. Like, that's just not something people say. You know what I mean?
It's great.
And not to mention that fruit is a perfect metaphor for a lot of things, especially for what you seem to be wanting to build and share as a message in your music. And you are the fruit of your parents, the fruit of their labor to even just bring you into the world. Speaking of it telling a story, the next song is by one of your great influences and also one of the master storytellers and activists of all time, Harry Belafonte. Give it up for J.P. Reynolds and the Peace and Power Band.
My people screaming like, what's going on? Bloody streets don't push me, I'm barely holding on. Now it's time for me to fly, I'ma take it. This got that making of a rebel feel. Lifting up my fist don't make a difference, let the wreckage build. Killing off your system, sit with scripts on my director's bill. Peace and power rep until we're victors. I rep the veal, villains learn your lessons here. Weapons will draw, but your weapons wield flawed. Vaudeville, be a chopper, your weapons never prosper. Monster, brute, I despise your biased eyes. Tragedy too common, I swear death advises lies. Hi, what's going on, what's going on? Marvin gone, but I sing the same song. There's something deep inside us that it counts for why we're strong. They tried to bury us, but we are seized, they got it wrong. What's going on? Bloody streets don't push me, I'm barely holding on. Now it's time for me to fly, I'ma take it to the sky, bring that power back. Tried to steal my soul from it, another thing's coming, bring that power back. Now we busting through the ceiling, can you dig it? Got me feeling like I'm Harry Belafonte, Paulie Roby with my story, punches throwing at my dome. I be rolling, I got fire in my bones. I can't hold it, plus I'm really about this life, so trust me, this ain't just recording. I know how they can show on my life, shade on my light, no I'm not having that. So now I'm on a journey, we're driving, I'm taking my flight in no moment of passages. Feelings will sink no limits, so can you imagine what status my bandages? Got us a size of my hope when I'm breaking the law, can you please help me manage it? Young, gifted, and black, that weigh a ton. Nina gone, but I sing the same song. There's something deep inside us that it counts for why we're strong. They tried to bury us, we are seeds, they got it wrong. What's going on? Bloody streets don't push me, I'm barely holding on. Now it's time for me to fly, I'ma take it to the sky. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Nah, said we ain't going nowhere. To bring that power back. Tried to steal my soul from it. Another thing's coming, bring that power back. Bring that power back. Hey, hey, said bring that power back. That power back. We need our power back. Bring that power back. We need that power back. We want our power back. Hey, yeah. You never told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe you brought me this far so you can leave me. Bring that power back. Bring that power back. You never told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe you brought me this far so you can leave me. Bring that power back. Bring that power back.
Yes, we're listening to J.P. Reynolds and the Peace and Power Band. Speaking of peace and power, it's two of the most biggest messages, I think, of the person who this song is about, dedicated to Harry Belafonte. Tell us how that came about.
I gotta catch my breath.
Yeah. Okay.
Harry Belafonte is a huge influence, just in terms of how he infused his voice of activism within his artistry. You know, he was obviously a hugely talented individual, did multiple things, but then he could speak to the issues of his time. I think he remains an influence for a lot of artists who also have a consciousness to what's going on.
Yeah, he is, and not only is he an influence, but he's a swift kick in the booty for a lot of artists who kind of forget that it's possible to do both, to rock out and to also inspire and to deliver a message.
Yeah.
Harry Belafonte and hip hop in particular. Let's segue into hip hop. Harry Belafonte. Okay, so I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. That's what happens when there's so much like juicy swag on the set.
There's a lot of swag up here. There's a lot of guava
so
juice
let us
dripping.
know what we need to do to fix it. Oh, okay. All right, so what we're going to do is, the guava worked its magic. It wants more guava on the stage. We're going to go into the next song. Let's go into the next song. We'll come back with the conversation. Give it up for JP Reynolds and the Peace and Power Band.
Ready. Yeah. It sounds so good, don't you agree? It sounds real good. Yeah. Yeah. Check. It's feeling like 1992 again. Mount Vernon in the building, coming true with it. Thunder, vision falling like flurries, trying to have the best summers. Wonder where the fire went, trust me, the best coming. Steady salute the homies, steady salute the fam. I'll be pushing deeper, it's the back of the van. It's the knocking on lockers, quick to rock and raise your hands. And then if you try to knock me down, you lost, cause I'ma stand. Steady praying for wisdom, steady leaning on faith. Steady hearing the pain, steady killing them can'ts. It's the other folks can be scared of your power, but you can't. I fall back on my people when energy looking faint. Say, bam, climbing on my journey, yeah, I'm free now. Never quit from learning, I've been empty, but I'm free now. Thankful for my story, I've been slave, but I'm free now. Focused on purpose, and I'm tearing tyranny down, yeah. Ready for whatever you throw at me. Hey, let the system say you no to me. Fire, I ride for my village, I ride for my tribe to the sunset. Get this, ready, aim, fire, rise, ready, aim, fire, rise, ready, aim, fire, rise, ready, aim, fire. Bullet holes in my soul from the fear. Stitch them closed and I grow from the fear. Switching flows, I suppose I could steer. Or roll O's around my foes, but I chose do it here. To a mission that I'm on. You wishing I went from when my back is attached to a lash that lets me freely jump. Check the transport, I deliver frigid bars, but I ain't in no truck. Turn that jingle off. I'm in the booth with my Jesus piece, you can see the frost. And feel the fire at the same time. My ribbons in the sky, ribbons in the sky. Can you feel my love is my reply? Black ops in the wilderness of rapping down my sky. If you want some left instead of death, then I'm your guy. Probably think I lost my pebbles, but the devil is a lie. You ain't supposed to be alive. Get his kids down in the gutter, ignite a fire, inspired to see how we out with colors changing, getting ready for whatever you throw at me. Hey, let the sisters say you know with me. Fire, I ride for my village, I ride for my tribe to the sunset. Get this, ready, aim, fire, rise, ready, aim, fire, rise, ready, aim, fire is survive, ready, aim, fire. I am climbing the fire with a definition. Rebel with the cause, fun in the devil's kitchen. Where they cook oppression, embellish it with the hellish isms and relish it. Ignorant to delicate business. Yeah, tell your story, young man. You ain't the same. Tell him the names that were stolen in this land. Tell him the story. Redacted from his story is the sham. Undistractedly react to our redactions with a plan. Shooting back with all our actions, never slacking, not a chance. God got my back, I go like chiropractic bandages. Chains falling, metal to concrete. Rose petals in concrete. Leather pedal meets my feet. I'm fatigued, tired marks. Howling hot up in the street. Not a reeds, not a beat. From a lot of bodies to beat. Be resolute in my teeth. Be hollering about police. Color green with my speech. Model pottery complete. Ready for whatever you throw at me. Hey, let the system say you know to me. Fire, I ride for my village. I ride for my tribe to the sunset. Get us, ready, hey, fire, rise, ready, hey, fire, rise, ready, hey, fire is survive, ready, hey, fire, peace and power. For whatever you throw at me.
ready, aim, fire, right, ready, aim, fire, right, ready, aim, fire, right.
For those of you who are just tuning in, this is B-Side, and we are all the way live, and you are getting unplugged as it can get. Technical difficulties and all, and it is still all good. And it is the hip-hop way to keep going, am I right?
Absolutely.
Speaking of hip-hop, we're going to pick up the conversation. We're talking about Harry Belafonte, which the previous song was named after Harry Belafonte, and we're talking about Harry Belafonte's relationship not only to activism and storytelling and making sure that the current and future generations know their history and the legacy that he's passing on. But he's been very vocal and instrumental in the conversation around hip hop and what's possible with hip hop, especially with some of the bigger names. So in the heat of some recent injustices and issues that we are all in our own way working to deal with and or eradicate, Harry Belafonte made some very specific statements to people like Jay-Z, Beyonce, because he felt like they were not necessarily using their platform to do enough. Some people felt like that criticism was harsh because in their own way, everybody does feel like they're doing what they can or what they know to do, and not every artist is a facilitator, educator, or activist. You know, They may be great at their craft, but not necessarily great as spokespeople or leaders.
Mm-hmm.
But then we have seen a shift.
Yep.
We have seen that shift. I think
sure
that
have.
people kind of took the baton and the swift kick in the pants and it's like, all right, if there are ways that we can do more. And then there's a legion of artists that are not as big names as these people who have from jump taken on that charge.
Mm-hmm.
So you come out of grad school,
Mm-hmm.
divinity school,
Mm-hmm.
and you segue into many things, but most prevalent is the hip hop career.
Mm-hmm.
And from jump, you decided that you wanted to do it this way. Tell us why.
I mean, the reason I love rap. I love hip hop. I love the culture. I love music. So it's like really in me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm passionate about the craft and the crafts, the long, rich tradition of black art makers, of black music makers. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's number one. Number two, I mean, honestly, like strategically, like there's so much influence that artists have.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Because some people, we say, well, maybe this is a strategy. Maybe they're, pushing all of the questionable stuff, all the stuff that kind of gets you popular attention, because you're going to flip the script and then say, but I really want to teach you all this.
Yeah.
What is your strategy?
To put one foot in front of the other every day,
Uh-huh.
and be as try to hold myself accountable with the people around me, right? Like my wife, my people in my band, Zilla, my pops, right? Like my mom. These are people who I think have an understanding of who I am, and I think I've strategically tried to put people around me who would hold me accountable.
Okay, so accountability is one, and then you have a couple of songs, namely one is called Mirror Mirror, which we won't hear today, which is about male accountability, those who identify as male accountability in terms of the conversation around abuse, sexual violence, domestic abuse, issues with inequality amongst women, and really taking the Me Too movement, which is age old, shout out to Tarana Burke, but it's a conversation that's been going on for a very long time, silenced in many ways, but has a resurgence now and taken that as a self-reflection. So has that always been the case? When you first started rhyming, did you feel like you had a relationship with integrity and accountability from the start, or was that something that you evolved into having more of?
I don't know. I think I was trying to say something the whole time. I mean, I think I've always had something to say. I think that's just who I am, maybe, right? I mean, I think in life, I think I'm a person who says stuff that I think, and I think that comes out in my music. So I don't know if I originally planned it for it to be so strategic. I mean, I do know that, like, originally I was like, yo, everybody's got earbuds. Imagine if everybody was listening to you on their earbuds. Imagine the influence, right? Like, it's not the same as some of the other things, some of the other careers that have presented themselves to me. And this thing, one, for which I'm very passionate, but two, yeah, I don't know if the strategy's grown in me, but I think I've always had something to say. I've always wanted to say something.
Well, speaking of things that you wanted to say, you said on a song called Jenga, when you were talking about it, you wrote, our society is set up like a game of Jenga. Marinate on that for a second. Let's continue. Nobody truly wins. The game is predicated upon destruction and loss. Good strategy is to thwart the attempts of your neighbor. The whole point is to leave holes in the structure. The more unstable you can make the foundation without actually being cited for knocking things over, the better you are. And in the end, it all falls down anyway, and nobody wins.
Oh, man. I'm like, dang, I wrote that? That's crazy.
You did write that. And I think that that's where we see like the Yale thesis writer, the dissertation spilling over into the songwriter, which is not an easy thing to do. There's been many artists before you who had layered things that they want to say. Sometimes it was just too much for some brains, or it was too fast to grasp all the words. But you have really, from song to song, and it varies from song to song, but like I can hear the influences of the things that you've read, the ideas that you've kind of put together through your education, and then now the tool, the craft that you have of hip hop, which allows us to say a lot of different things if we choose. Tell us really quickly about that concept of Jenga and it all falling down anyway and nobody winning.
Yeah. One thing I've learned, first shout out to Lauryn Hill, the All Falls Down thing just came up. She's an influence for me.
Yeah.
But two, I don't know, I mean, the more I look at it, the more things I see, the more curtains that get pulled back and you see what's going on backstage. You realize that, you know, when it comes to race, when it comes to class, when it comes to gender, sexuality, when it comes to all of these things that cause major, you know, points of division in our society, we think we can win, and then you get to a spot and it's like, actually, nah, right? I mean, case in point, Obama, Trump, right? This is an exact representation of that. You know, you go from one thing, it's like, oh my God, victory, we got victory. Somehow Obama represented victory for a lot of us. And then you turn around and say, actually, nah, that wasn't it. The game was about to fall down. And we thought we was gonna win the game, but all the while people was poking holes in that mug until it was our turn and we pulled it and it all came down. And I don't know, I don't know, it's bugged out. It's a little bit of a, you know, I don't know, it's not, I try not to be negative about it, but to me it's truthful. There's some truth to it.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Harry Belafonte and Lauryn Hill, and sometimes things falling down so that we can build them back up. Tell us really quickly, what is your favorite fruit?
Oh, guava.
Guava. What's your next favorite fruit?
Strawberry. Yeah, seriously, I was like, oh, you about to go somewhere.
We're coming full circle with this. Hold on, we have some things brewing in this conversation. Give it up for JP Reynolds, the Peace and Power band, and the next song is called Strawberry.
Oh man, that's great.
Was that you who was crossing my mind? And light was red, so I instead walked to you one step at a time. That you get so big. And the fact that you get hit it on. Such a flawless withdrawal of laws. This encounter recharges my heart. Your mama and dad, we have called upon God. Forgot that the rapper, no drama, no harm. As long as it wasn't like mine. But it looks like you're breathing just fine. I can imagine my grandmama did this with me. Till I jump on the feet till the sight was complete. Covered by prayers from deep. Don't worry, you'll see. They gon' try to be inside and touch you. And tell you what is possible. And death to try to mock you. But you got life with big nostrils. A dream for you is you'll be unconfined. Pray the Lord, your soul design. Cross my heart and I hope to fly back to the skies before your time. Like la 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 la. 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 Tell me how I'm gonna live. Tell me who I'm gonna be. Show me love and protection. Tell me the stories of my family. Tell me how I'm gonna look. Tell me what did you see? Show me love and affection. Tell me I'm matter that I'm unique. Was that you who was crossing my mind? Hit red lights, a pale light. No stopping for us, it's a sign that you get so big. Matter of fact, how'd you get here at all? It's a kind of it's an almond thought. But I'm looking at you, there you are. Your body is probably your target, and I tried to stop it, I promise it. Your mama and dad, we've been through this ourselves, you know just what it's like to be done. No matter what things fall apart, let nobody dishearten them spark. I can imagine my granddaddy did this with me, so I jump in his feet, the disciples complete. Held up by prayers from deep. Don't worry, you'll see. It's gonna open up, pouring love, while the droplets to you, we can see. They're gonna try to nude you and call you. You play by ghost rules, so work with your post moves. It's in the on with the ghost rules. Dream of you was unconfined. Pray to the Lord, your soul desire. Cross my heart and I hope to die before you. I'll never see 25 like la 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 la. La 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 la. Tell me how I'm gonna live. Tell me who I'm gonna be. Show me love and protection. Tell me I'm not an eye in need. Tell me how I'm gonna look. Tell me what do you see? Show me love and reflection. Tell me I'm not an eye in need. Hey, la 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 la. La 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 la. Was that you who's crossing my mind? That red light is green now. It's only a matter of time. I ran into you and the purple is blue. The hues and views sublime. Your eyes and your shoulders are mine. Up and vanishing, fading in lights. Was that you who was crossing my mind?
That was called Strawberry from the Guavamatic Space Dream album, continuing the theme of fruit and seed. In the previous song, you said they tried to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds, which is based on a Mexican proverb. Yeah. And now we're talking about strawberry, and which is the only fruit with the seeds on the outside.
Yes.
And this song functions as a letter to your unborn child, particularly son.
Son and daughter.
It can
the first
either
verse
way.
is trying to be.
Okay, cool. Let's do this real quick. Let's have a look. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one fault. I was saying Venus hot and taught you. That's the reference to daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But it also can apply to men too.
It can, absolutely,
yes.
absolutely.
Speaking of children, your dad's here in the audience. If you could sum up, what has been his greatest message to you?
Trust God, never quit.
Trust God and never quit.
Yes.
And if you could sum up in one sentence what your greatest message you hope to deliver to your child, what would that be?
Be unconfined.
So trust God, never quit, and be unconfined. So for those of you at home who are chasing your dreams of being an artist and like making some sacrifices, and one of which may be sacrificing raising your children, or having a message for today's children, maybe you can borrow JP's and his dad's.
Word. Yeah.
That is a big privilege. To be able to not have only been educated and to be able to take your education and apply it to your passion, this thing that you love, but to have a relationship with. How do you stay grounded, and how do you be mindful of the privileges that you have using an art form in which many participants don't necessarily have the same privilege?
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with privilege all the time, which is a paradox because I'm also a black man in this world, right?
Talk about it.
No, it's real, right?
We don't hear that conversation enough, right?
Yeah.
It's usually one extreme or the other. But what does it mean to be a black man in 21st century America facing all of the bombardment of oppressions and issues on a daily basis, but to also be a black man who has privilege that you can acknowledge and that you use in the way that you do?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of thinking, there's a lot of paranoia, there's a lot of what my therapist calls ontological guilt, right? When you're being in a certain way, sometimes you may feel survivor's guilt or survivor's remorse. I'm from Mount Vernon. You know, there's people I grew up with. You know, they didn't do what I did, and they didn't have the circumstances or the means or the resources to have that privilege. So it's a struggle, and it's something I'm in a group chat with my homies who from Yonkers, Harlem, and Inkster, Michigan, and Oakland, who all are in a similar position where we're black men in this world, and we're trying to figure out, you know, how to use our privilege to the best of our abilities in different forms and fashions.
You also mentioned therapy, which is not a word that you hear from a lot of rappers, MCs, people in hip hop, period.
Yeah.
What is the role of that, I want to say, choice and privilege in all of this? What role does doing therapy have in the trajectory of your career?
Yeah, it's definitely a choice, and it's definitely a privilege. One of those things that I own as a choice and a privilege, and it's one of those things where I mean, one, it helps keep me grounded a little bit, and talk to somebody who's not in this world.
Yeah.
He doesn't his understanding or perspective is coming from a different place, and I can express things that is unfair maybe to express to my wife. I can express things that I don't always want to actually express to my homeboys.
What things that you don't want to put in your music? Are there things that you keep separate from the music?
I don't know yet, actually.
You haven't made enough yet, you mean?
I don't know if, I just started going to therapy like a year and some change ago. So, I mean, there's definitely been some stuff that's overlapped. There's been some things that have been revealed in terms of what I've been putting in my music and what that meant about parts of my life. We talked a lot about overlap and overlapping worlds, and I mean, it's funny because he saw the Peace and Power logo and he was like, "Oh, this is exactly what we're talking about." Like these overlapping. My therapist, yeah, he saw the logo on I think it was my phone. I was like, "This is like exactly what we're talking about." It's like a mandorla, it's an ancient symbol that's basically a Venn diagram.
Right.
So yeah, it's
there's a lot of layers here.
There's mad layers.
Yes, mad layers, and we can't give them all. We don't even have enough time. But I think if you enter the Guavamatic world, it is a rabbit hole of a good kind. A lot of layers. You get book recommendations, you get movie recommendations, you get all the things that kind of influence you. Let's talk really, really quickly about, so the world of hip hop again, you named an influence of Lauryn Hill. A lot of times I ask people their top 5 MCs of all time, and they usually don't name a woman, and so I have to create room for them to really think hard, because I'm like, Lauryn Hill exists, how is it possible to completely overlook her? So you consider yourself to be a birth child of Lauryn Hill and Jimi Hendrix, which is an interesting combination. But let's fast forward a little bit. We're in the generation of mumble rap, also meeting where people like J. Cole and then now Kendrick Lamar have achieved high recognition for lyrics, performance, production, the list goes on, and Kendrick Lamar just won the Pulitzer.
Shout out to Kendrick, B.
So let's take that moment to let that sink in of what's possible with hip hop. Tell me your top 5 trap artists.
Oh, that was good. That was a sign. I was getting ready to I was like, Lauren, Kanye. I was about to do that thing. Dad, who are trap artists? Are you gonna help me out?
They're cheating. Y'all cheat sheet.
Gucci
you
Mane?
using the audience as a lifeline.
Gucci Mane?
Gucci
Yo,
Mane?
that's actually not an easy question to answer.
It is not.
I don't know that.
Or is it?
I like Ray Shrimmer. I actually like Migos a lot. I think Migos is like.
Do you?
Yeah, and
you understand what Migos is saying all the time?
But it's not even about what they're saying. So the thing about trap artists, and I don't know that many. I do listen to trap music, right? But the thing about trap music that's interesting, because I get the mumble rap question a lot, and there's really brilliant things that these artists are doing melodically, rhythmically, cadence. And I mean, if we take it to this is a stretch, right, intellectually, but if we talk about the Africanity of all of those things,
Africanity,
and the transmission of mumbling on fields to communicate with each other, to hide their language from the slaveholding class. Then
are we talking about coded language?
We talk about coded language, right?
Here we go. So
because
good.
there's people that can access Migos that's for them.
This is why there's room for hip hop in education, higher education, and also in the church, because we can break down some things with the form. We don't have a whole lot of time to do it today, and we want to go into the next song. But we did mention Migos as one of his top 5 trap artists of all time. We're gonna come back into another layer of this question. Give him a couple more minutes to think. Give it up for JP Reynolds, Peace and Power Band. We're gonna go into how we still have joy, which is a perfect segue coming out of talking about the Migos and trap music.
It is. It's
how
true.
do we still have joy?
Yeah. Feel that vibe, huh? Bring that soul back. Know what I'm talking about? Feel that. I smile and I be laughing when my company comes. There was power in my people cause we come from the lumps. We know the hills and the valleys, the seas and the streams. Though the seas in this mean, we still believe in our dreams. Yeah. We don't feel the dark cause we was born in it. Melanin smother the groove and make a song in it. The breath of the ruler is in me, so I'm long-winded. Steady knocking at the door, ding dong, get it. Yeah, growing through what we going through, and never settle up. Black joy be rebelling us through cherish us. Black joy be in the belly up, whatever time you love, and it gotta be that way. If not we're gonna be there for us. We die for dice rolling in the stolen land of time. We die for dice holding in the stolen land of time. Now we run for us told from foreign land to find the middle of a war. We're just going ready for the healing power in my soul. We roll up to the vengeful with a posture wanting more. The fake love for the big an obstacle for sure. But we know we like eating all imposters with a full grain guava. Yeah. Look at it, vibe. Hey, feel that. smiling, I be laughing when my company comes. It was power in my people, cause he come from the lungs. You know the hills and the valleys, the seas and the streams and the seas and the me. Gotta breathe. Breathe, baby, breathe, what the nurse told me. I almost didn't make it, that's my birth story. First cries, more like worship for the first glory. Now I'm a rocket like Taraji to the hearse, hold me. Hold that, but don't sacrifice the swing note. The group is something that my hips do have a thing for. We can spit it like this so we can sing slow. Bring the snare, put up a train right where the strings go. Seems as though nobody got no schemes to choke. The life out of my folk ain't nothing we ain't seen before. So bring your rope, policies that squeeze the throats. Cause we got hope, it's too big for you to even throw. Even though we far away from even slopes. Degrees is cold, don't stop our feet from leaving no. So this dance that we got, it ain't escaping nothing. It's a portal into something, can't be captured in discussion. So we rushing with no mask on. Getting our pigskin play in the past on. Hey, I'm smiling, I be laughing when my company comes. It was power in my people, cause it come from the lungs. You know the strings, see? Feel that? I'm smiling, I be laughing when my company comes. It was power in my people, cause it come from the lungs. You know the hills and the valleys, the seas and the streams, or the seas and this. Yeah. Don't it feel so good when we overcome it? We know the good, cause we've had a lot of overcoming. Always wonder when I make it to a jumbotron. But now I know I'm just bigger led, so get your wonder on. What I know is I'm gonna speak life, cause I wasn't supposed to have it. But I know if I get a chance and I'ma grab it, ain't no number 45 on that. But I know it's my shorty live in fact. But I know it's gotta show it better. Send to black women and listen to elders. Yeah. What I know is that I'm still alive. Yeah. What I know is that I got the light. What I know is I'm gonna let it shine. Hey, this little light of mine. Yeah, I smile and I be laughing till my company comes. It was power in my people, cause we come from the lumps. We know the hills and the valleys, the seas and the streams. When the season is mean, we still believe in our dreams. Green guava. Hey, green guava. One time. Say, I smile and I be laughing when my company comes. It was power in my people, cause we come from the lungs. We know the hills and the valleys, the seas and the streams, and the seas and the mean. Believe in our dreams. Yeah. This how we still had joy. Gotta dance out a little bit, and I'm talking about relax.
Soul, eclectic, a little bit of hip hop. Really quickly, what is your harshest critique of hip hop? Really quickly, one word.
One word.
Right
now, so hip hop right now.
Yeah, real quick.
Soul.
And what is hip hop's harshest critique of you?
Privilege.
And then we have it. You're going to have to do the rest on your own because we are officially out of time. JP Reynolds with Peace and Power Band. There's a lot of layers here to talk about. Give him a round of applause one more time. Speaking of joy, thank you for bringing some joy. There's a lot of people who don't think that the kind of music that you do can bring people joy because it does make people think, but it is possible for us to do both. That said, committed to the vision of spreading love and providing a progressive playlist where peace and power are in heavy rotation. Thank you so much, JP Reynolds and crew, for joining us in the studio tonight, really, for raising awareness. Thank you, family, and keeping the vibes up high. That's right. And if you want to stay high on a weekly dose of peace, power, and B-side, that is, you can check out this and past episodes at youtube.com/BRIC TV and on our podcast at soundcloud.com/B-side podcast, or just come on by the studio and get your dose up close. I am your host, Queen God Is, wishing you more musical, magical, radical realness all day, every day. Shout out to those of y'all who've been watching. We love you, Brooklyn. Till next time.
Yeah, we're gonna end the night with a little funk. And I'm talking about, relax. You know? All my brothers in the house feeling blessed now. Turn it loud and get down with a step now. Getting loose, going through it. We're moving, we're moving, we're grooving with our hands in the air. This how we do, this how we do. All my brothers, my family, my people, go do your thing. Yeah, go do your thing. Yeah, take a stroll down memory lane with me. Put on your crown, get wild, come and rain with me. Put it down for my town in the white uptown, so fly. There ain't nothing you can say to me. Hit Rick at the shop for the fresh cut. J Hale's on third with the best was. P rockin' CL, shot a video there. Now we rockin' with P, so we bless up. So special, so special. Car wash on my pops, that's the next move. Yeah, we tighten up the ride, looking right in the line. It's a super duper Cooper Trooper vessel. Like this barbecue sauce for the party in the yard. Get a grill, about to be on fire. Playing Earth, Wind, and Fire, dancing hard into the night. You know you gotta turn this song up high. Fireflies in the sky, food on my belly. Grown folks playing spades, the game is on the telly. Cakes and pies get sliced for our consumption. And sweating, dancing up to this beat, tell me bumping. Get on the floor and do something. Time back the furniture, if you need to, jump it. Jokes and laughter, folks are scattered, but don't be napping, cause we get active. My brothers in the house, and I'm blessed now. Turn it loud, I get down with a step now. Get loose, going through it. We're moving, we're moving, we're grooving, we're grooving with our hands in the air. This how we do, this how we do. All my brothers, my family, my people, go do your thing. Do your thing. Or we can go back even further. To them growing up days when your crush made you nervous. Or when the song cause your kin from the south came. The accents made people take notice. Your uncle had hooch in a mason jar. Telling crazy stories, but nobody would dare to say off. Ribs in the cooler, Lynn Allen on the grill. Quarter water, ice pop, fake goals on chill. The park for the reunion, how we do it for the cook. For the shorty, saw the sporty, I was steady on the look. Steady off the hook, running through a sprinkler. Super soaker fight, getting clothes all wrinkled up and feeling like Bad Boy 98. A love like this to the speaker break. Stone cold like a slack guy. He's a hot time, some of your bed. If I said I didn't miss it, I lied. Now let's gon' get it, gon' get it, hey, gon' get it, gon' get it, hey, gon' get it, gon' get it, hey, gon' get it. Everybody get up, gon' get it, 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 gon' get it. All my brothers in the house feeling blessed now. Turn it loud and get down with a step now. Get loose, going through it. We're moving, we're moving, we're grooving with our hands in the air. This how we do, this how we do. On my brothers.
Mrs. Honoré, so good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi, nice to see you too.
Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh, yeah. Come on, wait till you see our new greenhouse. Come on. Color for the day's yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hey.
So nice to see you again. How are you?
Hi, Teacher Amy.
Hi,
Really
so
nice to see you.
both. Let's take a seat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
that's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's so fun. It's crazy. It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing.
Oh, when is it not?
Well, children are sponges. And they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying WPS, WPS, WPS.
Yeah, but you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
Well, as the school dietitian really works
You know what?
hard.
We'll
Yeah.
talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What
the
are
car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here.
Oh, we hate the popo, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
It's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick.
You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so.
Teacher Amy, can I be frank?
But always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home.
Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Miss Teacher Amy. Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school.
I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness.
Are you saying I'm not because I did go to a private school?
I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa, and what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You think that's
It's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem.
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we were just...
Steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please, take him.
I love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it.
Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. And I turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really.
When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. There for now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Greenhaven.
You must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay?
All right.
Hey, Mr. Poindexter! Love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool. But that's your job. Got it?
Yeah. I'm good.
And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods, Don Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know,
Yes.
they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn since 1980, and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed, and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, He's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your ad was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you.
Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah.
I know what.
Just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Okay. Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually going to say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent his summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but...
Okay, but you're definitely part,
Yeah.
what are you?
You
It's
got-
like,
you got-
Excuse me,
totally
I'm
getting
a
a big, like...
Sephardic.
No, I just have
it's like
big
these
eyes.
quasi...
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank one too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please. All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consented upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it, I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Standing?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
nice? Old, right? I said it, she's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
Oh,
Because
all you want to do is talk about
that we
Bernie.
have to deal with
Sheeran and Ginger.
No, do not talk about Bernie right now.
Just think that it's still very,
Don't
very
talk about
present.
Bernie. I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair. That's all I'm saying. a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
Now listen to the smooth sounds of Crick and Daddy's music.
Young Ace. Sky Zoo.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
Side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
Miss Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
No, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights, and you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Well, then, you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? I pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Yeah, we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment.
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you, Ms. Love Parker?
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses,
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're.
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. My mother hated Times Square. You know, all run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, life's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, you know, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. I mean, you never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. You know, I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, you know, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, you know, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? Yeah, and maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I just thought that, you know, we,
Let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. You know, but technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, one me I say, things never go right. I'm tired of feeling uptight when you're struggling.
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good? It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe. There's a remedy, yeah. And if the sun...
nice stains.
Hi, hello, this is Beth.
Come to the conference room, please.
Hi.
We were just having a meeting about the Art Basel releases.
It looks like you're staring at a plant.
Don't be a bitch.
Okay.
So we were just talking about the Art Basel releases, and you gave them to Duncan?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So when we give you work to do for us, and then you give it to Duncan, you make us look really lazy.
You are lazy.
What?
Wakey, wakey, I got a cakey. You want some?
That's my birthday cake, spelled wrong.
Hey, Beth. Hold up. Did we get a plant? What?
Is it your birthday? Happy 40th.
Oh, you're 40? Bummer.
No. Oh, I'm not 40.
Hello, buddy. Oh, you're feisty, aren't you? Hey.
Okay, so we're still in a meeting, Beth.
You need water?
Should I stay for the... I'll just... Happy birthday.
To you. Yeah, bye.
Duncan?
What?
I'm not feeling well, and it's lunch, so I'm just gonna go home.
No.
I've got 157 sick days.
Yep. I need for you to do all these press releases from now on. Her last headline was just a flame emoji, and the New York Post printed it verbatim. Honest question. Do you like being invisible? Hello?
No, I don't.
It's been 8 years, and you're still not an account executive. I've been waiting for you to step up, ask for a raise, anything. What do you want, Beth? What is your purpose? It can't just be this... Oh, look, Ivanka.
And so I told him, if you want to go on a date, you gotta come to Brooklyn.
Oh, hey, girl, hey. Oh, no, Beth, we didn't know you were coming. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything since Saturday.
I texted you. I'll be there in 10.
You didn't text me. Oh, yeah, you did. And I texted you back. That's weird.
I had a terrible day at work.
Oh, hey, can I give you a compliment? Even though you clearly haven't slept at all last night, your skin looks amazing.
Thanks. Hey, are you guys forgetting something? Today is my...
Holy shit! I just found my roommate's ex-fuck buddy's HBO password. Technically my fuck buddy.
Hey, guys, it's my birthday.
Oh, shit, I knew that.
Oh, my God,
did.
I am so sorry.
You know, I actually thought that it was next week. I'm sorry. I'm such a disgusting person. I know that you must hate me.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's not fine.
You're
It is
the
your
best
birthday.
person.
Literally, your day is shit.
I value you so much. I cherish you. You are so valuable to
You're
me.
embarrassing me.
No. Plus, I forgot to get you presents for like the past 3 Christmases.
I don't celebrate Christmas!
That came out of nowhere.
Roya? You remembered.
You broke my computer.
Huh?
Netflix was all good. I sit down to watch The Crown, my password is erased.
Roya, you hadn't cleared your cache for 3 years.
I ask for so little in life. All I want is at the end of
Roya. Roya! Roya! Do you love me?
Do you know what I have done for you? I raised you.
When my mom was working all the time, I stay in this horrible country for you. I have 3 jobs working all the time. Missing our family in Tara. Ungrateful sister, I can't believe it.
Seriously?
Guys, I love you. Please, I love you. Please.
I don't have any
love
money.
you. I love you. Please. Bless you. God bless you. I'll wait for you.
What the hell? Goddess. Haha. Did you guys put this here? Oh, I get it. You all want to laugh at me, right? Dumb, lonely wallflower. Is that what this is?
No, we would never.
Goddess! We have been awaiting your arrival.
What is this? You're cruel. All of you. Cruel!
Oh, Goddess, wait.
No time like the present. I'm here now. I guess my brain is melted. So I can really kill myself now. Ow! Fuck.
Hey.
Hey. Wait. Am I normal again?
It is normal for a goddess to descend from the sky. Where else?
I didn't descend!
Why do you yell, Ishtar?
Who's Ishtar?
You are Ishtar, goddess of love, war, and civilization.
Maddie, time for yoga. Oh. Oh.
Why do you say I'm Ishtar?
It is fact.
Why is it fact?
Because you're Ishtar. Daughter of Nana, sister of Utu. You're the fulcrum of justice and the giver of life. Your body is descended from Babylonia, where a mortal form once coupled with the shepherd Tammuz.
I coupled with a shepherd?
Your power has passed down, woman to woman, for the past 4,000 years. But you've forgotten that power.
What power?
Exactly.
That's it?
Would you like an Aperol Spritz? We just installed a Sonic.
Weird. Are you an Uber?
No. Problem. Wow. Please allow for me to Uber for you. Day or night, please.
Surge pricing?
No pricing, goddess. Of course not.
Fine, but don't call me goddess. Of all the ways to lose my mind, this has got to be the most annoying. Call me Beth.
Yes, Beth. Goddess, Beth. Where would you like to go?
To Bay Ridge. See, the one person I know will treat me like shit. My sister.
Jesus. Oh no. They surrounded us.
Please, calm down and go home!
Almighty Ishtar, I need a miracle. I've noticed that my Instagram followers aren't engaging as much. I think I'm losing them. No,
Right now. Oh my God. Please, can I get a picture? Please?
Being crazy is driving me crazy.
Do you wish me to mow them all down with my SUV?
No, thanks.
Toto.
Toto. Like the dog.
Classic 80s new wave band.
No, don't kill them. But I do need to hurry. I'm just gonna make a run for it.
Goddess, Bay Ridge is far. Hey, he's no number. Day or night.
So, I think I'm losing my mind.
Hail Ishtar, my divine sister. You needed to recharge with a moon sleep. sorry. Sorry, almost done.
What? I've never heard you say the word sorry in my entire life.
My goddess sister, I love you.
Yeah, right.
I vow to protect you, my angel. You are here for a reason. We are so imbalanced. You must lead us into harmony.
Harmony? You once locked me in my room for 2 days. I missed my high school graduation. Can you just slap me in the face? Hard, like when we were kids. I think I might be caught in a lucid dream.
I will never do that to you again.
I'm nuts. This is it. This is insanity.
Life is a mystery. Everything changes all the time. We are young, then we are old. Maman and Baba were here. Now they're dead.
Can I just stay here tonight? I just want to be with you. No worshipers.
June, I've invited all the family to pay honor to you.
Nope.
Hey, car!
Hello.
Hey, car, stop!
I love you.
Please!
We love you, please.
Ow. Holy shit!
Your royal priestess's goddess. She's angry. Jazz, the offerings. A finely woven rug and jewels. And oils.
Hey! Please stop.
But we're here to serve your every need.
I need to go to bed.
Would you like for us to begin preparations on breakfast?
No. Please just go home. And stop being so nice to me. It's freaky. Okay. Time to wake up from this weird-ass dream. Wake up. Wake up. Holy shit. That was the most epic nightmare in the history of nightmares. Yes!
Good morning, goddess.
No, no, no!
What's wrong?
I told you she wouldn't want Trader Joe's. We should have went to Whole Foods.
This is so real. This is how it is. This is my life. This is my life. You ladies do whatever you're doing. I'm going to work. Not about to let some weird alternate reality ruin my day. Hello? Hey! Duncan, come to the conference room, please.
What do you desire, most astonishing creature of immortal paradise?
Can we move past this whole worshiping thing, please? You are my boss, remember? I just want to come to work and be regular old shitty Beth. Your greatest ambition is to be Anna Wintour. You are a catty, social climbing, hyper-ambitious prick. Don't change now.
What, you like that I'm ambitious?
Yes.
Vain?
Yes.
Willing to do whatever it takes?
Exactly.
I will do whatever it takes to be your #1 servant, goddess. I will put those bitches to shame. I will be your top bitch!
No.
Please castrate me.
What?
What better way to serve your needs than to become a eunuch?
No! You do not want to be a eunuch, Duncan. You are out with a different guy every night. As someone who hasn't had sex in a 1.5 years, trust me, it's not great.
Better idea. Oh, you're gonna love this.
Everybody, hello? Attention!
In honor of our perfect goddess being here in the office, we are having our parade a day early!
Serena, Crown, Deshaun, banners, let's get this party started!
Fuck up!
Don't be angry, goddess.
I am not anybody's goddess! I snore! I have OCD. I am 32 years old, and my longest relationship was with a man I met on Reddit! Not only am I not a goddess, most of the time I don't even feel human.
I think you're the most beautiful, awe-inspiring treasure to ever walk this earth.
Well, I mean, I'm open to other opinions.
Your beautiful mascara is running down your cheeks. May I clean them for you?
Uh-huh.
Can you not see a false idol? She is no goddess.
You are so funny. You really believe all those mean things you said about yourself?
Yes.
Hey, I get it. You don't like attention. Think I don't get sick of looking like this? I can't even leave my house without someone asking for my phone number. But your perfection isn't going anywhere. Bam!
Bam.
Bam!
Bam!
Yeah!
Bam. Bam.
Plus, goddesses have mad perks. Everyone in New York wants to kiss your feet. And then no one will disrespect you or laugh at you or make fun of your comic books.
Well, I don't have any comic
You
books.
can do whatever you want. Literally anything. And me. You get me. Today and forever. I pledge my life to you. Oh! Fire! Oh, it's exciting.
Mad perks. Juice. Gucci flip-flops.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it just incredible? We do hope you like it, goddess.
No hot tub? Whose house is this?
Oh, he lives in the shed.
Do I have to pay rent?
Nope.
How long do I get to stay here?
For eternity.
Cool. Wait, eternity? If I'm a goddess, does that mean I live forever? I tried to kill myself 3 times and each time it didn't work. Does that mean I can't die?
As a goddess, whatever you want will be given.
More like whatever you want. Healing, comfort, inspiration. Nobody actually cares about my feelings.
We care. We've always cared.
Yeah, very much.
Well, then don't pull me out.
Oh my God! Oh my God, goddess! Are you okay? Okay. Goddess! Goddess! Wait! Goddess! Hi! Just wait! Hey, come on to me!
Can't breathe. Need CPR.
At your service.
I'm still choking.
Two vodka sodas, please.
I'm never leaving your side again.
That's sweet.
No. Literally, you could drown.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I can't.
I pledge my life to your needs, day and night, body and soul. I can help you dress in the morning, iron your precious undergarments.
That's not necessary.
I can sleep under your bed. You won't know I'm there.
Okay.
I just want to spend every second of the day with you.
I'm gonna go for a walk. Don't follow me. I don't know if anyone's ever loved me, but I know this is not it.
she likes me?
All hail. Ugh. What the?
I figure we could do some with onion. What are you gonna do with them? You're just gonna throw them all?
Well, hello, my divine beauty. I have chicken for you, chai. Would it be okay if I stay here with you? There's 15 bedrooms.
Whatever. No beer, vodka, nada.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Goddess. We're just stressed AF. And I mean, you're not exactly lo may, which is okay.
You can leave anytime.
Would you like me to go to the store for you, Goddess?
No. I know just the man for the job.
How you doing, Goddess? Good.
Stupid bitch.
Just a little bit harder.
Oh, sure. Like this? Your feet feel like puppy ears.
That's literally not a compliment.
I just meant like in the soft way. Oh boy, it's getting late. Would you like me to escort you inside?
For the 12th time, no. I'm tanning.
Okay. Look, why don't you let me get all these people out of here so we can be alone finally?
What is your problem?
No problem.
You're supposed to be making my life easier, not annoyinger.
Is he displeasing you, Goddess?
Go back to Splish Splash, Aquaman.
Spoiled ass girl.
What? Huh? I played D1 lacrosse. Come at me, bro.
Swing that.
No.
Go ahead. Swing.
I ain't going nowhere.
Swing.
I'll do something, baby boy.
Come on.
Yeah. Dance, bitch. Yeah.
Seems like you don't. What are we supposed to do?
Oh, my face! My precious face! No! Not the floor! Not the floor! Stupid bitch! Come on! Come on!
Stop it! Stop!
Enough! Men say they hate war, but truly you love it.
He started it!
I have ridden you into battle and aimed your spears. Your shame and anger rot inside of you. Men have always brought war. The time has come for women.
Wow, Oh, that was amazing.
What just happened?
You speak truth.
I think I know why I'm here. Holy shit, I know why I'm here. She herself took many lovers. Awesome. That's me. The pic is terrible.
Goddess, please, I beg forgiveness for fighting. Your words gave me a revelation.
Me too. This whole time I thought I was supposed to be an emotional punching bag, but now I realize I'm supposed to stop other people from punching each other. I need to heal our violent world. I just have no idea how to actually do it, except for these weird superpowers that I can't really control. Holy fuck. Is that real?
Yeah.
It's never too late to wake up. Everyone deserves love. You don't have to work for it. It's our birthright. You. Definitely you. Think about it. We feel love when we're, you know, getting it on. In pregnancy, fetuses are like squishy little gummy bears made of love. Don't write that down. Everybody turn to the person next to you. Repeat after me. I love you.
I love you.
I will do no harm.
I will do no harm.
Except to ghosts, Nazis, mosquitoes, and people who clip their nails in public.
Except for mosquitoes, Nazis, ghosts, and Nazis.
I would say that that's everything I've ever wanted, but I never actually knew what I wanted. Oh my God, Elon Musk is so annoying. I'll call you when I can, dude. What do you want, Roya? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
To go back in time.
Oh. To see Mom and Dad?
No, to Tehran. It's not your home, but it's my home there. It's so lonely here.
I finally joined Coffee Meets Bagel.
I haven't been with a man in 16 years.
He's kind of cute. Who hired him? You're so mysterious, Roya. You never talk about Tehran or Mom and Dad. Were they really fancy? Are we descended from like a dynasty?
My mom grew up in a labor camp. Baba was a piece of shit.
Oh. I always thought he was really nice.
He cheated on her like 500 times. I'm glad he's gone. I did my best in raising you. My mom was always at work. It's hard to be a woman alone. Praise Chola, I'm so stubborn.
Wait, so how does it work with your religion, people? Do you believe in Allah and me?
Yes.
And what about Christ and Buddha? Am I like the ultimate cosmic side piece?
Yes. What is this?
Good afternoon. How can we help
Private
you?
property, go.
Versace, yes, no? Are you on the Real
One at a time.
Please, allow me to serve you in this way, goddess. Trust me. From now on, all press inquiries go through me.
Who the hell are you?
I'm her publicist.
No wonder celebrities go to rehab. They want peace and quiet.
Have you ever maybe considered hiring more people to help us out?
I don't trust anyone else. Have you looked outside?
But look at this place. There are 36 rooms and a bowling alley.
Now, I'm setting up a couple of promo shoots plus a day or two of interviews. Oh, I'm sorry, how rude of me.
Have they left yet?
Yeah, for now, but they'll be back. I suggest an electric fence and a couple of dogs at the gate.
Really? It's just the press.
With all due respect, goddess, the press killed Jesus.
What are you doing here?
We're your PR team, Goddess. You're the biggest celebrity in the world.
Yeah, you make Katy Perry look like Kirstie Alley.
We're here to make sure you guide the human race scandal-free.
It's the mayor's office.
We're doing great. Greenhouse emissions are down. The rail system is getting there. And soon Brooklyn will have commerce to rival Manhattan. Things couldn't be better. Except Trump's pulling our federal funding.
How much?
$5 billion a year.
Yikes. Why?
My son tried to strangle Barron at Ariana Grande's birthday party. I didn't break up the fight.
I see.
I was hoping you would speak with him. You never know when he's bluffing, deluded, or actually going to follow through. But this time, I think it's the latter. He gave me till 5 p.m.
Oh. All right. Fine.
Hello?
It's Richard.
Dick, you're early for a change.
I brought in some special counsel.
Hi, Mr. President. It's Goddess Beth.
You know, I have been asking, when am I gonna meet this lady? Huge fan, huge.
Thanks. I know you're pretty upset about Barron. How is he, by the way?
It's just sick. Really, no class. But Dick's always been that way. Isn't that right, Dick?
Please stop saying Dick.
You forgive him. The scars from your past are healed. You are at peace with the city.
I feel really good about giving this funding back. Beth, let's do lunch next week. Need your help with Jaina. And Dick, don't go and spend all this on schools.
Thank you.
Wow. Can you believe I just made Donald Trump my bitch? Maybe I could mind control all of Washington. Or the whole world. Yeah, no. Well, that's creepy. Okay, whose turn is it?
Me. No, you had last night.
You had this morning.
Yeah, I did.
Good night, other stud.
my God. Oh, God. Oh, shit. The news. Have you seen the news?
No.
It's, talk. It's your sex tape.
What?
It's viral. It's all over Twitter and Instagram, and millions of people in India are protesting.
Arkansas is rioting.
It's sex-shaming bullshit. What do you want us to do?
I don't know. No, don't follow me. I need to be alone. I didn't want any of this! I didn't even want to be alive. Why are you doing this? Now the entire world thinks I'm a slut. Probably have me destroyed just like every other spiritual leader since the dawn of time.
Humans are tedious, are they not? Do not flee.
Oh, I'm having a mental breakdown.
Incorrect.
Who are you?
I'm Aya, wife of Utu. The cult of Sarita worshipped me for 2,000 years. Also your sister-in-law.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You carry divine lineage. In Babylon, some 4,000 years ago, your spirit governed the greatest civilization on the planet. At a time when men and women were beloved equals.
So why am I the only one?
Ishtar came into your body when you were ready to take your own life. Marks the dawn of a new era in which the world honors the sacred feminine once more.
But someone made a sex tape of me last night.
Sex is beautiful. Repression is perverse.
So what do I do?
Offer them truth. The truth wears no clothes.
Oh, goddess. Did you see the news?
Yes.
Aspen and Bee have disappeared. I let a snake into your house.
Aspen? That fucking bitch. It doesn't matter. I need you to put together a press list. To end all press lists.
Okay, yes. I got it. Count on me.
Sex is beautiful. Repression is perverse.
Please hold your questions until after the goddess has finished.
Are you our other lover? Is she trying to get pregnant?
Twitter's calling this the porn of the century. Any comments?
Silence! If you seek the truth, open your eyes. I present Goddess Ishtar.
Did you know that you were being filmed?
Are you considering a career in porn, perhaps?
Are the rumors true about you and Jay-Z?
Maybe trying girl on girl?
Have you talked to Beyonce?
I used to be immortal. Just like you. Yeah, it's true. I got sad. I got headaches. Now I'm a goddess. I have riches, powers, disciples. But the biggest difference between being a goddess and being immortal is shame. When my naked body goes viral and you utter shame, the shame is on you. The truth is naked. I have been naked for 4,000 years. This is no revelation.
You're impure! You human half-breed! You give into the same damn impulses as the rest of us. I mean, if I am gonna worship somebody, she had better be perfect. The best relationship she had was somebody on Reddit, okay?
Oh, shit!
That's messed up. But YOLO, okay, whatever.
Any questions?
Okay. Yes. Yes, girl.
Careful, Abji, please don't hurt yourself.
It's okay, I just need to practice.
Beth.
Still pissed she called me a half-breed. Maybe that's how I turned her into dust. I just had to be really pissed off.
Well, it's kind of true, you know.
What?
My mom was born in Iraq. She escaped to Iran when she was 12. It is what it is.
I'm half Iraqi?
You are all goddess, Junam.
Oh my God. Oh God, no. Oh.
Your pilgrimage begins now.
God! Could you please stop scaring me?
Only in ancient Babylon will you learn to control your powers. Find your way home.
Ancient Babylon.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh,
In the olden days, Brooklyn was booming with industry and the future was full of promise and hustle and bustle. Here we go. In 1903, the famous coal man J. Murphy said, "I've had enough with trains. Trains suck. And war sucks even more. I want to do something exciting. I want to invest in a bar that makes breakfast 24/7. This man would become the owner of Downstream Bar in Brooklyn, which would be the equivalent of any large chain without the big blue cocktails or other locations. People had breakfast for dinner, breakfast for lunch, and of course, breakfast for breakfast. And it was passed down generation to generation from father to daughter and daughter to son and son to daughter until me. Wow, I was cute. My mom and dad got divorced in 1993, so I spent the summers working in dad's restaurant. I wasn't good at it, but honestly, no one cares when your dad owns the bar. After college, I got my best friend Miri a job at Downstream. She lived in the neighborhood her entire life, so when she started managing, she just had to walk from next door. And she got to meet my friends, Jorge, Omar, OG, and Chris. We're a family to each other and a family to the community. Downstream has been a fixture in the neighborhood forever, which is why you should come to Downstream and buy a ton of food. We're located on the corner of Caton and Ocean, which is where you will also... Whoops. That was as far as I got. It's pretty good, right? Well, Mr. Galloway, thank you for stopping by so unexpectedly.
You asked me to come here.
Well, whatever. We're so happy to have you.
This menu is too big for a bar. It's bigger than the textbooks I had in law school.
Well, we're always hoping to give you more options because in so many cases you have so few.
God, we all look exactly alike. Like, will I still have a personality if I date you, or... It's occupied, for Christ's sake! Jesus.
Oh, Mr. Galloway, we so appreciate the support that you've given us over the years.
Your father was like family to me.
Oh, he was like family to me too, until he ghosted me 2 months ago and is never coming back to life. It's like, Dad, I miss you so much. And I also need some money. Mr. Galloway, I could beat around the bush all day, but I need $20,000 by the end of the week, which sounds like a lot, because it is.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to Downstream. Mr. Galloway, our favorite silent partner. Oh, wow. What's that? Is it a very special cocktail for our guest?
For you, Jean, for you. Yes. No, Chris, I'll have an iced tea.
No drink? That's a first.
He's joking. I'm not a drinker. Chris is one of those funny gays.
I'm not gay. Just kidding, huge homo.
Hey, amigo.
Sí, ¿qué pasó?
Estoy buscando trabajo de lavaplatos, tal vez aquí.
Escucha, amigo. Usted no quiere trabajar aquí, ¿entiende? Ahora, vamos, váyase, váyase. Vaya, ándele. Loco, qué bárbaro.
Here are the lunch menus.
Thanks. I've been waiting for these. Everyone has.
Sorry it took so long. I was having trouble rearranging the food we usually sell into specials.
Well, I mean, you didn't go to college for that, right?
Minor. It was my minor.
Is the restaurant gonna close?
I don't know.
But like today?
Do I need to flirt with someone right now?
Me. Ugh, I do not need this right now. 3 dates already canceled on this week. It's like, okay, universe, mom's not gonna get her hair back anytime soon. I just need a boyfriend before you go.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I mean, my mom is still so healthy and strong. She seemed younger than me sometimes, honestly.
Thanks for that, Omar. Great.
Shut up. Let me check it out.
What do you think of this guy?
Oh, he looks exactly like you.
God damn it!
Hi, Jean.
Here.
You look so well.
You look amazing. Wow, wow.
Stop it. Congrats on your new life.
Divorce is so hard. You can't always choose the people you love. I'll bet if you'd known better, you would have chosen a non-smoker for your freshman year roommate.
Of course not. I'm so happy with the way my life turned out. She'd still choose me. I'm sure. I'm sure. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'll go too. I know you don't want to hear this.
Don't say it.
Just get him to give you $1,000 to close easily. Shut off the electricity, get everything in order so you can do your W-2s.
Fuck off. I'm not closing.
Okay, I guess I'll do the W-2s.
Why do you say stuff like that to me? I feel like you don't even like me.
I can't not give you good advice. I'm just trying to help you.
Don't follow me.
Everybody freeze. Put your hands in the air. This is a stick up.
OG, come on. You have customers out there.
I'm sorry, but I have to book this thing. I haven't worked in a year.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you're probably gonna need a new job soon.
Listen, I don't have good advice in general, but when all is lost, I just get mad. When everything seems to be over, just start screaming. That's how I booked that tampon commercial. Ah! This ends in chaos. Chaos!
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you. You're not gonna regret this. Mr. Galloway, I don't want to be rude, but this is very insulting. It's not even manicure, pedicure, and tip.
Ella está haciendo estilos que no debería.
Me lo dices a mí.
Hi, how's it going? Everyone happy? All about ready to order?
I respectfully decline your pity gesture.
I'm not going to take that back. I don't need a manicure or pedicure either.
I don't want to beg, but I need this money. Okay? I took over this restaurant 2 months ago, and yeah, I could use some help, but I'll do better. I won't drink any of the inventory.
If I could, I would.
Monica, I think Omar really needs to talk to you right now.
Just tell him to hang on for a second.
I think you should take a moment away from this situation.
Monica, I have an urgent question about drink specials.
I'll have the Fat Farmer breakfast.
No, Chris, he does not get to order.
But I'm very hungry. I lost my wife.
Oh my God, I'm single too.
Oh my God, Chris, he got divorced. She's not even dead.
Still single.
Monica, the customer is always right.
Sí, Mónica. El cliente siempre tiene la razón.
Yeah, the customer is always right.
My father would be so disappointed in you.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Don't be a jerk! Just think about what my family means to you and cut me a break.
Show me half the money in a week, and I'll give you the rest.
Come on. There's no way I can do that.
I didn't think it was possible for you either.
Jorgito.
Sí.
¿Será que los compañeros de trabajo se mantienen en contacto después de que un trabajo termina?
No. Si son muy amigos, se dan cumplidos en LinkedIn. Pero eso es todo.
This place used to be really something. I got hit on by celebrities, famous people. I was muy caliente.
Oh, my friend. You're almost fluent.
Oh, mucho gusto.
Por nada.
Yeah, I was. This place was so great.
Yeah. I made out with Marsha Parks outside for the first time. She knocked out my earring and she said I was bi because I was wearing an earring in the first place. Girls are dumb. Earrings are cool. Earrings are cool. Marsha Parks was a fool. I wanna skinny dip in her pool and take a dump in it.
Bad night, right?
Okay, night.
You always do such a good job.
Oh, Monica. You keep it. Good night.
Who keeps putting these things up?
I don't know. Maybe his team.
No one is getting elected by annoying the shit out of civilians. Remember when I dated Todd Leftweather?
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Bad dick and worse conversation. But I wanted to stay with him so much and blah, blah, blah. I kept pulling away.
That guy was such a fucking bonehead.
Total bozo. Ugh, the worst. And remember when I was so heartbroken when he finally broke up with me and you were like, why? He sucks, fuck him. But it wasn't sad because it sucked. It was sad because I knew it was gonna happen. Sometimes things end, Monica. They just end.
Sister, quiet child, I'm told. Found outside with your bag of bones. In that bag, your family. Note to help and keep you pleased. Ah! Leave our love, will new sister grow. We'll tell each other all.
We are the ghosts of your long-deceased ancestors.
But you look so much like my current employees.
That's because in dream states you can't make anything up. You just recycle what you already have. It's Wizard of Oz style. I'm Jay Murphy.
My great-great-great-great-grandfather and the originator of Downstream.
Yes, it is I!
Sorry, I'm allergic to fog.
Oh, ancestors from long before this. A, I'm so sorry that I didn't Google your pictures before now. And B, I have a huge problem.
You need to save our restaurant, our heritage, our family!
I don't know what to do! I can't let you down!
Monica, you must depend on the power of community. In 1946, there was a sewage issue, and many of our neighbors lined up one by one with buckets to take the sewage out.
Ew. But GGG grandfather, it's not like that anymore. Like, nobody cares about community. Everybody just cares about followers.
Enough excuses. I told you what you need to do.
That wasn't a real answer! Great-great-great-great-granddad?
Pobre muchacha. Huh. Debes estar muy estresada. Oh, Dios mío.
Hola, gatos y gatitos. Hoy será el día más caluroso del año en Brooklyn con temperaturas de más de 100 grados. ¡Shazam! Gatos, sigue así. A convenience store is having a field day as the community rallies around it after a tragic robbery. I thought we were for sure going to close, and the community really came to use. We made 15,000 overnight. I'm going to cry. I mean, 15,000?
Yo, put your hands in the air. This is a stick-up.
I got it.
Oh, qué bonito.
Monica? Monica, come on. Monica, honey, we have to leave.
Where you go, I go.
See you next summer.
See you, Monica.
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one. Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Hey. So I noticed you're in food delivery?
Yeah, I bike up and down BK like 20 times a day. You know, not to brag or anything.
That's so cool. Do people ever like try to special request you because you're so good looking and then you scoot up in your bike and hand them the food and your eyes meet and you fall in love over pad thai?
No, I just do what the app tells me.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you all right there, bro?
Yeah, just like my mom's veins are getting so thin that they're getting harder and harder to find, so it's hard to give her shots. So the nurses keep having to squeeze her tiny little wrist to make one pop up. Oh my God. Nice spike though, really, really hot.
Mom, just tell Donovan to go fuck right off. We can't all be geniuses, and you already had me, so.
Buy one, get one.
Okay, so I have an idea, but you have to promise not to laugh.
I don't foresee myself ever laughing again in this lifetime. Buy one, get one.
Hey, you hear that? Buy one, get one. So, as you know, the restaurant has fallen on hard times.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, but I, like all great leaders, have thought outside the box and consulted with various folks on how best to handle
Hey,
this.
that's a sexy fanny pack.
Fuck off.
Mom, just tell Donovan I love you, but I will rip the skin out of your body if you ever do that again. Just because you live 30 minutes away from us doesn't mean that you still have to do his laundry.
Monica, you can't let us down.
We need to fake a holdup.
What?
I'm serious. Buy one, get one?
Wait, are you crazy?
We could all get arrested. That's illegal.
Okay, I know it sounds a little wild, but like, just hear me out.
Well, if one of us play a robber on a Monday afternoon, like how many guests have we had on Monday afternoons in the past couple years?
Since 2017, we've had 7 guests on Monday afternoons.
Great memory.
I used to do AP Physics. That ruined my life.
Designated robber will walk in. I'll be behind the cash register.
You can't use that thing.
Okay, you'll be behind the cash register. And designated robber says, blah, 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 I'm feeling low and I need some cash.
No solicitation. Lompo choritrohin fokir kichu jay na.
Okay, so with this flyer, you buy a cocktail and you get one for free.
Say it again in Spanish.
I don't think you'll understand it.
Sometimes things are better when you don't fully grasp the situation.
You are out of your mind. Get out of the sun.
Hold on, Mom. What's going on?
Monica has a plan to fake a holdup.
When I have a plan to be on network TV.
Hey, just hear me out.
Let me call you back, Mom. Tell Donovan to go fuck off. To go fucking fuck off! Many blessings, Mom. I love you so much. Okay, what's the plan?
So the robber's in downstream. Customers are saying, oh my God, terror, bullshit, my kids, whatever. Mary's behind the counter and you hand over the cash to the robber.
It's gonna be like $20.
Shut up. I'll put a full 200 in there.
Ooh.
Yeah, bitches.
Can I see that flyer?
Yeah, totally.
You've really lost it.
Okay, I think we can pull it off. Like, OG's an actor. I mean, I'm sure Chris has, done some plays.
Oh my God, Monica's calling me gay?
Okay, he's definitely done a play.
Duh. I've been the Beast in Beauty and the Beast 3 times. After I came out, I might add.
Oh.
Hey, buy one, get one?
Oh, yeah.
Buy one, get one?
Buy one, get one.
Which is why we have to do this crazy sounding scheme where we act like, I'm being robbed, and then collect donations from the community.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I don't think this is good for me.
Wow, the human mind is so fragile.
This is nuts,
This
right?
is not gonna happen. We're gonna get caught. I read the newspaper. People try to fake shit and then they get caught. Most actors try to fake shit and they can't, and they get paid to do it sometimes.
Oh, geez, stick with me. Oh, you're my favorite server.
We can hear you.
I understand the impulse. People are going online and they're buying followers. I know this because I have done it. I went on the internet and I clicked buy. You think I know 22,000 people? I don't know 15 people. Now, don't get me wrong, I think you're wrong, but I understand where you're coming from.
Never listen to actors. They're only speaking from their need for attention.
Yes, I do need attention, but I'm also right.
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! It's all for the good of the company, Mary.
Okay, I'm going inside. I can't listen to this.
Wait, Mary, come on, just hear me out.
No, you're gonna get us all into trouble. Accept it, Monica. It's over. Jorge, it's all going to be boarded up in a week. Hello, Downstream Restaurant. Oh, hi, Nick. Yes, you could start showing the space. See you soon.
¿Por qué se está desnudando? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué pasó?
Just finish explaining
Oh my
to
God,
you all.
what the fuck? Bang, bang? No, Jorito, tiene que hablar con ella, pues se ha vuelto loca. Se está volviendo loca.
Look up and listen to me! Okay, the robber, having done the deed, says something like, stay down! This shit's still a robbery! And leaves. And our customers will back us up. Easy peasy.
Okay, but what if a celebrity happens to be there?
Yeah. Or what about a casting director?
Yeah. Or like someone really cute who maybe wants to date you.
What about the police?
The cops can't get anything done in this district.
That's true. I'm still waiting on like 3 wallets.
I mean, this is totally morally wrong. I can't believe I'm the one that's saying this, but it is.
Okay, like, in the olden days, when there was a fire, people would line up with buckets of water and put the fire out. And you know what? When there was a sewage issue, people would line up with buckets and take the sewage out. But it is not like that anymore. No one has loyalty. I can't give up on this. Please. Please. I can't let my family down. I can't let us down.
I mean, where you go, I go.
Well, show me a script.
Okay, why not, huh?
At least I get to wear a costume.
Are you an actor? Have you done any plays?
Oh, actually, I've done a few plays.
Okay, we done with this? Yeah, congratulations on your first drink ever.
Bebida número uno, baby.
Oh, sí, mami. So what's your story?
Shut up, Omar. She's my friend from college, not yours.
Sorry about her. I'm Mary, and I live a few doors away.
Oh, wow, I live in the same area too. How come I haven't seen you in Prospect?
Well, I've lived here my entire life. You've probably seen me, you just don't remember.
Oh, I would have remembered you.
Mary's gonna start serving here this summer.
Oh, wow, great, yeah. Very nice to meet you then.
Happy birthday, baby girl.
Hey, just start giving her cranberry juice.
My wife. I love you so much.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna be together forever.
Okay.
Daddy, like.
All right. If not for the debtors' prisons that I have been in and around the surrounding U.S. territories, baby, I would not have been forced into this. I would not have had these birds of prey upon my head. These debts are hard and they follow me now. God, this sounds like Google Translate.
Te dije que se iba a dar cuenta.
Yo culpo la actuación.
I told you we should have gone with a star for this role.
Oh, come on, let's put some energy into it. This room is so hot.
Listen, dude, honestly, just make up the lines. That's what all the greats do.
Okay. Put your fucking hands up!
I'm here from Vira Colony to check out the property.
Vira Colony?
Oh, it's an app for detecting and destroying viruses.
That's morbid.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. It's like pew, pew, pew. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Send some. Yeah. You don't know the shit that I've seen.
Sorry, can you come back in a couple of hours? There's a.
Oh, I'm gonna stop you right there. I actually have to see it right now.
Oh, okay.
Open the register! Open it, jerks!
Bueno, pensé que podría guardar algunas de mis palabras.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Put your hands up!
Dude, you're sweating.
I know, and not acting well. Look, it's just that my mom got put on respiratory yesterday and she doesn't speak English very well. Oh, God, just take me to? Open the register, fuckers! Can you give Kelly, or whatever her name is, a rest, Omar?
Dude, if I would have had more lines, I wouldn't be so bored.
God, Mom, I just need to find someone before you die.
I was very lucky and found love early by falling in love with my next-door neighbor. She was female and very lovely.
Well, good for you, Jorge.
Okay, you guys, as the unofficial acting coach on this project, please focus up!
Oh, gee, you're my favorite server, but, like, take it down a few.
Everyone get down on the fucking floor! Now! I'm feeling good. Take the money out of the register and put it in this pillowcase. No one moves till I say so.
Oh my God.
You too, Bub.
Please, sir, I have a son.
I have kids too, man. Tommy, Lacey, Georgina, Fred, Jackie, 5 kids.
My son's name is also Tommy.
Well, I'm not fazed by that information. Put the money in the sack.
Everyone, take him seriously. He may have a gun.
Don't test me, bitch. I'm gonna haul off and freak out and lose my shit. Fuck, 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 fuck.
I'm gonna go out for a sec.
You can't leave. This is rehearsal.
Oh, be right back.
He's probably gonna go talk to Mary. Fuck her. Please, just take the money and leave. I just want this to be over.
That was so good.
Oh, gosh. How's it going, Mary?
Hey, hi, great. Yeah, totally. Oh, the dust driving me nuts.
You okay?
Yeah, what?
I don't know, you seem nervous. What's his deal?
I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Like, what is anyone's deal who eats here?
I was just asking.
Oh my God, no. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just being polite.
I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you.
Yeah, I like you too.
What?
I appreciate you too. Yeah, I probably have to go. I have my line coming out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say like 38 inches.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's just a robbery?
Well, I mean, I don't...
We're just people?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for joining us, Omar. All right, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Hey! Hi. Sorry to bust in like this, but I'm a concerned citizen of the U.S. While in my top-down 1946 convertible, I was changing gears, I heard something strange and pulled over on the side of Flatbush and Ocean.
Get down!
Jorge, that is so good.
Yeah?
Bien, hermano, yeah.
Thank you. I thought of my cousin when he ran over my toes with his car.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, jerk. Who the fuck are you?
Let me answer your question. I am a teacher at a Montessori school in Bed-Stuy. I am married with 2 kids. I have rosacea. Now the question is, who the fuck are you?
I'm robbing this store, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Well, I can't let that happen. I am a citizen that happened to see something and say something.
I'll rework that.
I'm sorry. I just have to answer this one person. That's it. I'm sorry. Done. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I promise. Oh, my one line. No!
And I think you need to leave right now.
Fat chance, idiot. I need to make a down payment on my car.
Oh, Jorge, that is so far-fetched.
You think that's the part of the script that's far-fetched?
Okay, well, you wanna write it?
Sorry.
My mom! I mean, my car is dying.
No matter what the reason you want to rob this place, I can't let you. This is a great restaurant serving American breakfast food at all hours, which at one point had a 3.5 star rating.
My phone's off. I turned it off.
So, you're gonna turn this space into an office for your startup?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. God damn. With this app, people are gonna finally realize all the sick shit that's in the air all around them, the cholera, the measles, all the, God damn it! Sorry, all the germs. What a time to be alive. Aren't you glad to be born in this era?
Scarlet fever? Who cancels because of scarlet fever? Like, how do you do it, Omar? How do you go on so many dates?
Dude, I don't like any of them.
But how do they not cancel?
I don't know, priorities. I'm a good texter, but shitty everything else.
But what are you saying? What are you doing? How are you making it happen?
It's different for me. I'm hot.
Whoa, hey. Wow, so many people in such a small space. Thanks. Whew, what a tiny, tiny room.
I'm so sorry. The bathroom is just down the hall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just checking out the space. You just...
In terms of what?
Buying it? Hey, you are extraordinarily good looking. Look at this guy.
I'm so sorry. There must be some mistake. I mean, we're not leaving.
Oh, hey, there's no need to get tense. Your landlord said that your manager could show me around. Might be. I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I'm just trying to make an app that'll help the world.
I'm so sorry. You talked to Mary?
There was a woman, but I don't remember anything about her. Women are also similar to me.
Hi. I thought you were going to the bathroom.
Well, he wasn't going to the bathroom.
That's what he told me.
I feel like I'm turning this party into a wake. Ooh. I am just gonna see myself out. Adios, amigos. Gracias.
Shut the fuck up, citizen of justice who happened to stop by. Okay, the money's in the bag. It's in the bag, and the bag is tied. I'm tying the bag, and now I'm gonna leave, but before I do, I'm gonna shoot these security cameras out. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. You can all stand up when I close the door and go back to your lives just with less money. Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
Monica, you're running out of time. So, when you are doing inventory, it is very important to double count so you don't miss anything.
Dad, I got it.
You have to listen. This is all hard work. There is no divine intervention. There aren't any miracles in owning a bar that serves breakfast food.
Dad, I know. Like, count the stuff. A penny saved is a penny earned. You know, don't do business with fucking idiots.
Crazy.
Daddy, I've gotta go. But I'll see you soon, okay?
I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
Fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, God. What's not going on? No, don't. I got it.
And I can't think of any good reason why you would allow someone to look at the space in terms of buying it. Unless you're trying to end this faster. Because you want to.
I just answered the phone.
Yeah, so said every traitor in history. So said Benedict Arnold, probably, because now I see you're not my best friend. We aren't gonna buy houses next to each other, and we aren't gonna raise our kids together, and we're not gonna happen after this. You're fired.
You can't fire me! Fuck you! Fuck you!
¿Sabe qué, gordito? Creo que voy a empezar a escribir música. Si el restaurante cierra, convertirme en la próxima estrella de YouTube. ¿Qué dice? ¿Ah?
How are the avocado tacos?
Oh, no. We stopped having that a long time ago. No.
Oh, no tacos, amigo.
¿O sabe lo que puedo hacer? Puedo dar clases de guitarra para niños, enseñar al próximo Justin Bieber, ser un gerente de talento.
Eres demasiado flojo.
No, puedo ser flojo y ser un manager. Por lo que sé, lo único que hacen los managers es mandar mensajes de texto, ¿no? Y yo ya soy bueno para eso.
Ahí sí estamos de acuerdo. You're right. Salud.
Well, it's true. You do look like a burglar or Catwoman.
Oh, wow, that's so nice. I love Halle Berry.
Whoa. Come on.
Oh, it doesn't really breathe, though.
Why don't you just wear a big striped t-shirt or a hoodie? All the bombers do.
But I'm not a bomber. I'm a robber. Oh, God, it's all wrong. All right. Which one? Bang? Or like bang, bang?
Dude, I don't fucking know. Actually, yes, I do. Bang, bang. Oh, dude, my customer's almost ready.
Let me try one more outfit.
God, I'm so fucking mad! I feel like a guy when technology isn't working. Like, I'm not gonna hit you, but I'm gonna hit everything else.
Well, now you see how I feel. I'm not gonna play your girlfriend being like, the computer will start again, so calm the fuck down.
I'm trying! I'm trying to fix it!
Fuck you! Your idea is to stage a robbery!
Yeah, that's my idea, babe. That's the plan, honey.
Stop throwing things. These are important documents.
Fuck you! Fuck your document!
Oh, I hate having to watch you!
Oh, please! You get off on mothering me.
You're wrong. I am going.
Oh, good. You know what? Get the fuck out!
Oh, yeah, I'm going now.
Yeah. Get the fuck out!
¿Sabe qué? Nunca más me vuelvo a comprometer a un trabajo así.
Sí. El problema es la lealtad.
Exactamente.
Una vez que uno se dedica a hacer un trabajo, se acabó.
Y es por eso que nunca voy a estar en una relación.
Es estúpido decir eso.
Oh, ¿cómo que estúpido, gordito? Soy sobrino, pero no soy estúpido.
Hello.
Hi, how can we help?
Well, how about the braised beef sliders?
Oh, hey, we don't have that either. Gordito, why don't you cross off all the items of the menu that we don't have?
Sí, claro. Yes.
And the Mai Tais are on us. Salud.
Excuse me. No, we don't have this one. Oh. And this one.
Oh.
Oh, God, I feel so fat. Omar made me feel so shitty yesterday.
Chris, I gotta tell you, I'm giving horrible service to the 2 customers still inside.
Oh, God.
Dude, I gotta go back.
No, don't leave me here.
Listen, all you have to do is blow off some steam. Throw a temper tantrum. Kick the side of a car until your foot hurts and you have to stop.
That won't help anything.
Listen, nobody has time for therapy. All I know is that in the service industry, everyone's always yelling about something else. So go to some cafe and unload it all on some poor motherfucker.
Whatever makes you feel better. Go yell at Omar if you want to.
I have to go back.
Those are everyone's tax forms!
Well, they won't need them now!
Yes, people still need tax forms. You still need your tax forms!
Oh, like I don't know that! Like I haven't done my taxes before!
Let me put them in alphabetical order.
There's like 5 of us, I can do it!
Stop it, let me do it. You'd be nowhere if I wasn't here.
Oh, don't make this about me! You want to leave!
Yeah, because I could be anywhere right now!
No, you're still here because you like Omar!
I
Yes, you are.
Omar! No, you called me ugly in public yesterday, so I can't yell at the other motherfuckers on the other end of my text, so it's you. You're the fucking person, so fucking call me to cancel, fucking don't jerk me around, and fucking say sorry for calling me ugly!
I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I really needed to hear that right now. Sorry, everyone. Oh, this is totally like a me thing. My mom has crazy cancer. Ah! Sorry for being like so yelly.
They're from out of town. Is this the way all New Yorkers are?
Wow, everyone has been so angry. I mean, wow, this is really amazing.
It's gonna work.
I know.
Okay, the bar is done.
Cool.
So are you going home?
Are you going home?
Oh, you're making fun of me?
I'm not. I'm not. It's just, where else would I be going?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd want to, like, watch a sports game or something.
Oh, sports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just making conversation. I don't, you know, I don't have any other thoughts in my head.
You want to come to my place? So cute. We can watch your team.
I don't know. I've fallen for that before. I'm not going to fall for that again.
I don't need to brag.
Shut up.
What?
I'm sorry. I don't.
Ma. Whoa! Boom, 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 boom!
Yeah. Monica! Monica! Why have you still not Googled our pictures?
Great Granddad, I'm so sorry. I've been Googling pictures of celebrities to try to figure out their personalities.
Celebrities don't have personalities. They have publicists.
Sorry.
Monica, your idea for a robbery was all wrong.
Wait, no. No.
I meant like a car wash, a cookie drive.
Bake sale.
A bake sale. Monica, you've totally fucked up!
I'm sorry. It's too late.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, hi.
Congressman Peters?
Hey, sorry, we just, we're really hungry, so we let ourselves in.
Are y'all open for business? If not, we could wait outside until you are, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I do hope you can accommodate my very specific diet, though.
Oh, please. This is New York. They eat nothing and drink everything.
OG's running a little late, so you get me.
Oh, well, I always prefer a female waiter.
So many would.
Shit, I forgot to brush my teeth.
Can I get you all anything to drink other than water? Oh, no. If I drink anything else, I'll be on the potty all day.
That little boy's gonna look just like me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Sure he will. Unless, of course, your wife's been fucking another guy. I'll give you a second with those menus.
Pick up.
The fucking future president is in there.
Ayúdanos a salvarnos de este destino. I'm so sorry I'm late. The future fucking president is in there.
Aaron, he said that!
I'm calling Chris.
Fuck, why today?
Wait, no, it's gonna stop my call from going through.
Portado como un hombre perfecto, pero seré mejor. Por favor, Diosito, ayúdeme a que este hombre conteste el teléfono.
Everyone just calm down.
Everyone's ready to reach him, get the ship drink!
Dude, what the fuck? That's not a fucking go phone. God, get the fucking horse!
Fine!
Chris!
Hey, what's your number in my phone?
No, that guy's got my phone! I'm the robber today! God!
OG, get off. Oh my God, we need to stop this robbery from happening. Everyone just calm the fuck down. OG, go outside. Monica, you keep waiting at the tables. Oh my God, I'll go out the door. This is gonna be fine. We're great.
What the fuck do I do?
Just pretend to do work like you always do. We're gonna be great.
I think I'll do the farmer's breakfast. Steak well done, please. I love medium rare, but I can't risk it with the little one on the way.
Oh, how far along are you?
Any day now. Can't you tell?
I'm not really clear on the stages of pregnancy.
Well, it's very exciting because we have a history of failed pregnancies.
Don't tell me this.
It's my duty to demystify the miscarriage.
Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking for your waiter.
Yeah, well, our last pregnancy was a real doozy because, well, our son was born alive. Well, better luck this time, huh?
Yeah.
I will have the same thing that my wife is having.
That'll be coming right up.
No! Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Please!
Yo, I see you, but I can't help you right now. I'm trying to stop my friend from coming into this restaurant.
I'm a casting director. Nobody will miss me if you don't help.
Oh, God. Oh, God, please don't tell me that. Oh, I'm coming. As a concerned citizen, I'm going to help you.
Oh, God.
Dear God, if you get me through this, I will canvass. I'll donate money. I will go door to door.
Don't lose your shit right now. Stop sounding crazy. You're right. I'm not gonna decide who I vote for till I get to the polls.
Everyone get down on the fucking ground. Come the fuck on fucking down. Take the money. money out of the register and put it in the briefcase.
Well, I guess we're doing it.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Oh, we all have kids, man. We all have kids. Put the money in the briefcase.
Everyone take him seriously. He has a gun.
Don't test me, bitch.
Please, just take the money and leave.
Hello, may I see a menu, please?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Everyone get down on the fucking floor, take the money out of the register and put it in this backpack.
Oh my God.
You too, Bob.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Wait, no, dude, no fair. I'm the one holding this place up.
Whoa! Who the fuck are you,
I'm
motherfucker?
the guy holding this place up.
No, dude, I'm the one holding this place up.
No, dude, I saw it first.
Well, I saw it second, and first is the worst, and second is the best.
Don't fucking say that.
Oh my God, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so sorry. For a second is a total bonehead.
Oh, oh no, oh no, no, not now, not now. Oh.
They just don't know why she felt just so. Just a word at the record store.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, is it like a family to me now?
There you travel. He came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
All right, y'all, we starting.
and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm here to have a lot of fun and add some color and some curves to late night TV because there's just so many of us, right? There's so many black women. Who is looking out for white men? Who's looking out for them? When are we going to see them on late night TV? But they need affirmative action. But seriously, I am a comedy nerd, and I'm also a mom of 2 kids. And I have to tell you guys, this past year with remote learning has not gone well for me at all. Like it's been a struggle. Like I don't know how they feel doing the actual work, but it's hard for me watching. It is. Seriously, when I see like 2 plus 8 times 25 divided by 9, that is just a mojito. You know what I mean? Like that's how that adds up. And I don't really need my kids to find out how dumb I am every day, okay? Don't need that. So listen, I am so happy that BRIC knows exactly what I know, and that is that black women are cats. That's right, black women are cats. Cats move through a world built for dogs. Okay, and let me explain this to you, all right? If you have a dog, and you throw your dog off your bed, your dog's gonna turn around, he's just gonna be like, come on, don't be like that. Like, don't be like that. But if you throw your cat off your bed, your cat's gonna be like, bitch, I was walking that way, I don't need this. So listen, this first episode is called Blurred Nation because blurred, black, nerd, and nerds have basically taken over the world. Like they've taken over this whole thing, and I married a blurred. I actually cannot get hot unless you have asthma and some glasses. That's about 78% true. So I am so here for this, and I love my show, and I hope you love Hella Late as much as I do. So you guys ready for a great show? Now listen, my friend Heather has a lot of questions. She's a girl with questions, so right now we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper, Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. Whoever you identify, whoever you're attracted to, we're gonna play Marry F Kill. All right? All right, so you have to marry one you F, and one she gotta go. You don't have to kill her, you can say she can go home. You can say she can go home. All right?
I would marry Issa, F, Janelle, and Ava, no comment. Yeah.
She could go home. You pay for her Uber, right? You pay for her Uber. You're gonna get her a lift home. Okay.
Okay, I would marry Janelle. I would F Issa, and then go home. Sorry, girl.
She had to go home. But you would give her money for the train, right? Yeah. All right, you give her money for the train. One had an Uber, one was on the G. I love that. Marry F Kill with the blurreds. Okay? So we see Issa Rae, beautiful Issa Rae, beautiful Ava DuVernay, and beautiful Janelle Monáe. We got the A's, okay?
Marry Ava because she's like sharp already. Like we're gonna be set as a foundation, as a couple, as a unit. I would hook up with or sleep with Janelle Monáe. That's like an exciting time.
Which one? We're gonna play bestie, heavy, or the plug. Which guy looks like he could be a good best friend? Which guy looks like he would be your heavy, like he'd be good, he would back you up in a conflict? And which one do you think would be the plug? Like he's the hookup, he's got stuff going on, he can help you.
I don't know, man. They look like average dudes to me.
So you ever seen This Is Us?
Yeah, I don't deal with men.
Okay, so one of them you have to marry. You have to marry one of them.
The one on the left.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
That's who you would marry. That's Janelle Monáe. She is fine as wine. Okay.
No, she isn't.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
We all know little kids have feelings, and when they put them into song, it paints a whole story. Please welcome this comedy nerd who loves a funny song. Some of you know her as Holly, but I call her Mama. Holly Harper!
Dear Mrs. Williams, I'm annoyed. You treat my inner feelings null and void. You act like you're the queen, took my Mad magazine, now you're messing with my whole sense of joy. I can see the Newports in your bag. You huff and puff when we are playing tag. Now I would never say that you smell like an ashtray. I say that Big Tobacco's got you like that. I am 11 and I'm grown. Here's 90 cents plus tax to get a Mad magazine of your own. Damn it! I'm sorry I said damn it, but I'm really kind of famished. It was me who ate your whole bowl of nuts. And I could see that wedgie up your butt. Dear Holly Harper, you are toast. Third time this week you've done the most. First you faked that asthma and I really want to grab you. I called 911 for that hoax. I heard you at recess talking smut. In my day we'd fix that with hand to butt. But now we talk of healing and a child's inner feelings. You're fresh and I've had enough. I am too menopausal for this. I miss my fourth smoke break and my pantyhose are itchy as shit. Now, don't screw the pooch, cause I think you're kinda cute, but your attitude will always uppercut. And I can see that wedgie up your butt. There are people that are natural on stage, and then there are people that are born to be on stage. She's one of the baddest in the game, as well as my friend. Please give it up for comedian Dara Jamont.
Keep going. My ego needs it. Oh, I'm so lonely. So happy to be here. Oh, I originally am from Teaneck, New Jersey. I like to tell people about my town. Fun facts. It's where Biggie moved when he got money. It's where DMX got kicked out. Apparently having 13 pit bulls in the basement and 14 Lolos outside is frowned upon by the township. Okay, white people out there in BRIC TV land. Lolos, they are cars, okay? Sometimes convertibles, they go up and down because of hydraulics. Might have seen it in a rap video. Yeah? All right, now that we're all caught up, the best part about my town is that we were the first town to voluntarily integrate our school system. I know, in the entire country. I know. So this meant that we had very nice white people. Yeah. Like the cream of the crop, white people. So it was weird for me when I left my small, diverse town and I went to a big white university. I went to Syracuse University and I met white people who had never met black people. That's a different bunch. I was on the elevator and this guy gets on and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, what's the hood like?" I said, "I don't know, ask my gardener." But the older I get, I realize, no, if we paid our gardener X amount of money on a Tuesday, he did 6 houses that day and did that 6 times a week. He lived in a much bigger house than we did, okay? But that's just economics. That's a very hardworking man. Have we become too PC as a society? It makes me so nervous sometimes as a comedian. I don't want to get canceled, you know? I have to be very mindful of the things that I say. I learned on stage I couldn't say a word. It starts with a T, it ends with a Ranny. I don't say it anymore. It was the Wild Wild West back in the 90s. We said whatever we want. But in that moment that I learned that I could not say this word, I felt, whew, it's the one and only time I ever felt this feeling. I felt like an old, rich, southern white woman. Learning she couldn't say colored for the first time. What you mean they're not colored? They've been colored all my life. They will be colored till the day I die. But I respect people. So I took it out of my vocabulary, you know? Still waiting for it to happen with the N-word. Any day now. Can we talk about that real quick? Let's do it. All right. I feel like we, as black people, we don't have anything that daggers as hard as the N-word does, you know? Our options, lame and limited. Let's review. We have cracker. That's a tasty snack. Okay. Great with cheese and grapes. Charcuterie board, if you will, you know? We have redneck, But that's a badge of honor. You know, they love that. It's like their government name. The only thing that we have, and we have to dig so deep in the bag for this one, is look here, Whitey. And do you know how mad you have to be to pull out a look here, Whitey? And you have to say it just like that in order for it to be effective. With the hand, with the leg, with the voice, like you just came out of a black exploitation film. Look here, Whitey! And then what's the sentence that comes after that? I don't know. Could you picture me at Dunkin' Donuts and the guy behind the counter gets my order wrong? And I'm like, look here, Whitey! You got my latte wrong. Nobody believes that. Because that guy would be Indian. White people run on Dunkin', but they don't work at Dunkin', okay? I'm Dara Jamat. You guys have been great. Thank you!
Please give it up once again for our comedian Dara Jamat. Yes! Now, if you know me, you know that I love to ask questions. Where people come from and how they see the world is everything to me. Please enjoy this 20 to 1.
Hey guys, so 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I know. We're basically going to chop it up, and then I'm going to ask a series of 20 questions that they answer in a minute. Actually 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You guys, Marina Franklin is like the consummate comedian. She's amazing. She, okay, let me just couple. You may know her from the Stephen Colbert Late Show. You may remember her from Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle Show. She was in the hit movie Trainwreck. You may have seen her in one of her comedy specials. She's on Amazon. She's amazing. And she also has a really incredible podcast, Friends Like Us, that is Oprah Winfrey approved. I've been on it 3 times. You guys, Marina Franklin. I give you Marina Franklin. Like,
aw,
yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You are amazing. So I want to talk about Hysterical because I've been like seeing promos and stuff on it. I'm really excited. Like, what's up with it? What's going on?
So Hysterical is a documentary that Jessica Kirson is executive producer of, which is amazing. Wow. When you have a comedian friend who approaches you and says, hey, I want you to be a part of this amazing documentary featuring women in stand-up comedy. It talks about, you know, like what we go through as female comics, and in a way, you know, we have been gaslit for years, and it's finally this time when we can talk about this. Yes. And feel good and empowered about talking about it.
Okay, girl, 20 to 1. There's 20 questions. We'll answer it. It's supposed to be a minute. It's really going to be like 2 minutes.
What time were you born?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know, but I was born on Christmas Day.
That's pretty special. Okay, have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Ooh, mortal danger. But I was incorrect. No, someone was asking for a homeless shelter, but I thought they were talking about the club.
Oh my God. They're like, I need shelter. And you're like, boom, 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 boom.
My friend was like, Marina, they're trying to get to the shelter.
Oh. Right. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Oof. As a woman going through hot flashes.
Okay.
I would say maybe too cold.
What is your least favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, that orange thing.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is disgusting. And the fact that they put that, like when they used to put that in your bag, it's like, do you not like me? Like, what is that about?
If you could live 300 years, at what age would you freeze your body?
Yeah, 45 was the best. Look at me telling my age.
You were the hot 45.
Look at me saying how much older I am.
Hey.
45 was a good body year.
Oh, all right now. All right.
Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
My cat used to always jack me up when it would sit on my lap. He was like, it would turn from love to hate real fast.
Okay. Do you always wear underwear?
Always.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Oh, well, fish food looks like I could tolerate it probably a little bit more. Yeah.
I think fish food is tastier. I tried it, but this is back in the 70s, so I don't know.
Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes.
How old were you when your first kiss?
My first kiss was at like 11.
And this is the last question. What cartoon character would you date?
Archie.
Archie.
Is that considered a cartoon character?
Yeah, like Archie, Jughead, Betty, Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archie, well, I mean, he was built kind of nice. I mean, if you want to bring that up, you know.
Well, he never really dated a black girl. He was always between Betty and Veronica, and I was into that as a kid. I was like into this battle between Betty and Veronica. I would love to throw some brown sugar up in that mix.
Hey, what's next for you? What is next for you?
I'm excited.
So, you know, now it's just everything's opening up. So I'm going back to doing stand-up. I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going back to the Comedy Cellar. And just more of, you know, everything from Hysterical. That documentary is so wonderful. And maybe some sketches coming soon. And also my wonderful podcast, as you've been on.
Oh my God.
Holly, you've been amazing on my podcast.
Every time I'm on your podcast, I'm like, I'm on Marina's podcast. Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing 20 to 1 with me and Hella Late. Your fans are going to be like, Marina. And I'm just awesome to see everything you do in the future. I'm such a fan. Marina Franklin fan. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Best person in the world.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I love poring over cosplay. It's a staple of Blur culture. So please enjoy a perfect mom who loves it way more than me.
Hi, I'm Malaika, and welcome to MBS This Morning's new segment, The Perfect Mom. We've got some really great moms for you to check out, and here is our first one. Hello, Charlotte, and welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. I see someone really likes cosplay.
Yes, because cosplay is life! And I am Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I did ace spelling in the 3rd grade.
Ooh, I love aces and clubs and diamonds and spades and hearts. My girls and I, we have dressed up as all of them. And the Queen's crown, what? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, wow. So tell me, why do you think that you were nominated as a Perfect Mom candidate for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. I guess it's because cosplay is life. Like I said, dressing up, exploring characters helps you see who you are and who you are not. And I do that for my girls.
You make your girls dress up too?
That is so mean.
Whoa.
I am dressed as Black Sadness. Not because I'm Black, but because sadness is sadness, and I just happen to be Black Sadness.
Charlotte.
I'm back.
Hi, Wonder Woman?
No, I'm actually dressed as Nubia. You know, Wonder Woman's half-sister DC Comics forgot to put in the movie.
True.
Yeah, and just to jump back, my girls love dressing up, okay? Like, we like to move through different time periods each week.
Really?
Yeah, like last week, we were all Rosa Parks, and then they were all fighting for the front seat of the car, and then 2 of them had to sit in the back, and, oh, wait, oh no. Oh.
Well, that kind of blew up, didn't it? Well, who got to sit in the front?
Surprise.
Who?
My daughter, surprise. She got the front seat. But then Halloween and 3 o'clock were so pissed.
Wait. Hold on. No. So tell me, do you have any normal clothes?
Define normal.
You know, pants, shirts.
Oh yeah, normcore. It is so bad for the soul, and I get sad just talking about it. Normcore is death. This is how I feel in the world of normcore. This is how I feel in the world with no costumes.
But you're wearing a costume.
The girl dressed as Black Sadness can't hear you.
What is happening? Did you guys enjoy my show? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, listen, thank you so much for watching the very first episode of Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night. All right, y'all, we starting, y'all. Hi, and thank you for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, adding a little bit of color and curves to late night TV. I have a great episode in store for you today called The Mom Squad, because there are 43 million moms in this country. That's a lot of wine, okay? And I just happen to be one of them. I have a teenage daughter and I have a cutie pie son. And my husband and I are always trying to tell the kids how different the world was when we were growing up. Okay, and it became really clear to me one day when we were in Family Dollar. Okay, we were in Family Dollar because we're wealthy. Okay, that's what wealthy people do. They furnished their homes with Family Dollar. Those placemats are cute though, seriously. But we were in Family Dollar and my daughter is about 7 and she came up to me and she handed me something and she's like, Mama, what is this? And I looked at it and I was like, that's an ashtray. And then it hit me, she doesn't know what it is because children have no connection to smoking anymore, okay? Because you can't really smoke on Earth, all right? Like you gotta step outside Earth to have a cigarette. But like I am from the generation that we made ashtrays for our parents, okay? Who out there made an ashtray for the parent? Somebody did. Thank you, I can't be the only one. And remember, it was like a ceramic thing. It was ceramic. It was always like some clay thing. It was an arts and crafts project. You sunk your hand into it. That was the pit. All right. And then you wrote on it like, I love you, mama. Don't die. Okay. And then you glazed it. You had to glaze it. And I remember I brought my ashtray home to my mom. I handed it to her and she was like, oh, that's so pretty, baby. That is so pretty. Now, why don't you go on to the store and buy me a pack of cigarettes? And like off my little behind went in the world to buy her a pack of cigarettes and nobody thought anything of it because their kids make their drinks, okay? Those little fingers make great stirrers, all right? That is the world I grew up in. I grew up in love and neglect, all right? Love and neglect. So listen, we are gonna have a great episode with the Mom Squad because everybody has a mama out there that just loves your dirty bathwater. She loves everything about you. So it is time to celebrate her. So you guys ready for the show? Thank you. I know I am. Now listen, I have a friend named Heather, and she has lots of questions. So we're going to visit Heather on the street.
Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. What was your mom, or what is your mom's favorite curse word?
Can I say it here? Oh yeah. Yeah. Was it her favorite? It's a diverse, versatile word. So.
Like what context would she say it?
You get out of bed. It's time you did. Love you. All the good options. Yeah.
Were you spanked growing up?
Yes, extension cords and stuff like that.
Ooh, moms. Are you a mom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a favorite curse word? Do you curse?
Once in a while.
Okay, what is your favorite curse word?
S-H-I-T.
This is As the World at Atlantic Terminal Turns. All right. Black love. Okay.
Yes.
I'm a mom filmmaker, so like my films are my baby.
Because you look rested. I was like, she's not a mom. She's rested. She still has that happiness inside. I could feel it. You're a mom. Do you spank? Do you spank?
I whip.
You whip? All right now. Okay, so that question was like, so you whip, but it was a hand, a belt, a brush, a switch, or a sandal?
A belt and a switch.
A belt and a switch. All right now. So we're asking people if they're comfortable answering. Was it spanked by hand, a brush, a belt, a switch, or a sandal?
Is there therapy after this interview? Like, I feel like you're digging up some traumatic experiences. Are we gonna hold space afterward to talk?
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
Some people say women aren't funny. That just means they didn't have a funny mom. But my mom is. Please enjoy Holly Harper.
It's my boo's birthday and I'm trying to show him love. Not the kind he's thinking of, cause my back hurts so fast. So I'm really searching for the thing that floats his boat and gives me status as the goat. My wife game is half-assed. Last year I forgot his birthday. He was so mad we were in therapy. This year it almost slipped away. It's tomorrow. I got it. Shrink shows you care when chicken just won't do. Last year he almost divorced you when you forgot. He will think your love is real. He knows you deveined and peeled. Get naked and serve shrimp. Shrimp, it's a magic that stirs up emotion. Steak of the ocean. You could break wind, but them hand him a po' boy. He would feel the whole joy, rub on you like corduroy. Baby girl, don't fret, go win the Love Olympics. Butt naked shrimp dish. That's not in my voice. Shrimp shows you care. That's not me either. Shh, don't tell.
When I first started doing stand-up, I became aware of a woman who toughed out the comedy scene when no one was really putting Black female comedians on. She has stamina and beauty to match, and it is my honor to present this queen, Rhonda Handsome.
Oh. Thank you for that applause. It makes me feel all dark and lovely. Oh, it is so exciting being back in Brooklyn. Oh, I'm from Bed-Stuy, do or die, mostly die. But I got gentrified out. Oh yeah, I knew the neighborhood was changing when I saw all of these blondes and redheads jogging in their little shorts and walking their little dogs, and that was just the men. Gosh, egos. Whoa. Oh. Talking about egos, can you believe the losing candidate, refusing to concede, demanding endless recounts? And that was just Kanye. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Oh yeah, I'll admit it, I went crazy in a movie theater. It was at Black Panther. It was opening night and the place was packed, and I was holding a seat for my son who was going to meet me after work. And the movie is about to begin, and every minute someone's coming up to me going, "Is this seat saved? Is this seat safe?" And finally I just snapped. Is this seat saved? This seat is washed in the blood of the Lamb. This seat is held holy by all of United Artists and Paramount. Is this gum encrusted red velour seat saved? Why, yes, this seat is saved. Let me hear you say, hallelujah. No one sat next to me. Not even my son. That's my time. My name is Rhonda Handsome. Thank you.
Please give it up once again for our comedian, Rhonda Handsome. Yes. Now, as with Heather, I love to ask questions, and there's nothing I love more than moms and the women who love and support them. Please enjoy 20 to 1.
Hey guys, 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people. So basically we're gonna chop it up and then I'm gonna ask them a series of 20 questions and they give their answers in a minute or two. I don't really like to rush these things. So here we go. Everybody, we have Evita Robinson with us. Yes!
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Evita, who I call the leader of the Black travel movement. Hi, Evita.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Oh my God. People, if you don't know, Evita Robinson in September 2011, if I'm correct, she created No Madness Travel Tribe, okay? It's an online social community primarily for Black travelers, and she started a whole movement.
Yeah, we taking over the world, boo.
I need to join you too. I need to get away from these kids. I'll be joining sometime.
Listen, I'm down.
Yes, but yes, Miss Evita has been everywhere. Japan, Jamaica, Panama, the UK, France, the Netherlands, Germany, Cambodia, India, Thailand, Hong Kong, Dominican Republic. I could go on and on.
Yeah, I think I'm tapping just under 40 now.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. So 20 to 1. It's a series of Q&A questions. They're fun. I'm not gonna be like, okay, what was the darkest moment? That's not for me because I can't help nobody. I can make you laugh. All right, so here we go. Okay, if you could live 300 years, what age would you freeze your body at?
I'm gonna say 37, which is nuts because I'm turning 37. So I'm gonna go a little bit in the future because right now I'm in some of the best shape I've ever been in my life. And I know that as I keep going, that between 37 and 38 is gonna be fire.
Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
Oh shit. Now I'm taking it back to when I lived in the Bronx for 10 years before I moved out to Jersey. Flying cockroaches ain't no fucking joke. Cause this is the thing, all they have to do is be themselves authentically and you gonna knock yourself out.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Fish food.
Holla. All right. Have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Yes.
Oh, all right now. All right. Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes, I can't say whose. I can't say whose, yes.
Yeah. What is the most amount of money you ever found?
I think probably $50. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How old were you when your first kiss?
Oh, Akil Warfield. Arlington Middle School, outside by the track. He said my tongue tastes like black cherry.
Bro, that sounds like
I'll never
that
forget
sounds like
this
an
shit.
80s rock song. What cartoon character would you date?
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Damn, I feel like I need some options. What cartoon character would I date? Serious relationship or just for entertainment?
Entertainment, either or.
Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck. His ass was massive. Howard the Duck. Do you remember Howard the Duck?
I do remember Howard the Duck. But before we go, I really just want to let everybody know what's up next for you, or what do you have doing, what's going on right now, and what's up next?
Yeah, so we have so much. Yeah, obviously with everything that's going on in the world, we had to pivot, but we have our Audacity Festival, which is a festival for travelers of color and our allies. We're going on our 5th digital iteration in a year. Child, we've been shelling these things out every 3 or 4 months. And so our next one is on May 1st, but we are actually bringing and going back to the in-person festival for 2022. So there's more info coming on that. And we're just really out here in the BIPOC data world, like anything that you need about like Black travelers, advocacy and advocates for Black and Brown, particularly women in the travel industry. I'm your girl. And if anybody wants any information, they can check out our website, nomadnesstraveltribe.com.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everybody, Evita Robinson. Listen, everybody, this has been a joy with Miss Evita Robinson. Look her up. We're going to have all her socials up on here. But thank you so much. Thank you, Evita.
Living a natural life with a healthy dose of activism has its benefits. I'm not very natural, but I get the activism. Some of it. Please meet a perfect mom.
Alex, welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. Thank you so much for coming. It's lovely to have you.
Thank you. She, her, hers. Hello,
Malaika.
Malikwa.
Malaika.
Malashis.
Just Malaika.
And it's very nice. It's very low key. It's very apropos of the quiet lion energy that you put forth into our shared earth.
Yeah. So tell me, why do you think that you were chosen as the perfect mom for NBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
As a woman, a mother, a womb warrior, the most sacred position a spirit can ensconce, I gift you with a tool that will free you from the capitalistic, commercial, land-raping tradition and give you this family cloth.
I don't follow.
Okay, one does not need toilet paper, roll after roll, tree after tree, generation after generation of earth murder to wipe one's butt. This family cloth that you use and you wash is all you need to free you from toilet paper's greedy infinite grasp so you can move forward consciously. My sister, it's only gently used. Okay, you're not ready to receive that.
Thank you. So tell me, again, why do you think that you are a candidate for the Perfect Mom competition?
What is a competition but a shaming tool of capitalism? Our foremothers through history did not have time for mom petitions. I think I could say without fear or contradiction that they bonded through the struggle of climbing the hill of misogyny. Just like the walls of our womb ripped open by forceps, our place in society has been forced, hidden, and discredited.
Are your kids excited?
Competition, the inherently destructive tool of exclusion based on the nefarious idea that one can only succeed if others fail, is just as violent as the idea within society that we must follow a set of rules crafted by white men that are no longer alive, that are never, ever relevant or in our best interest. There go bullshit.
But I was just...
Rules and laws only existing to beat us into submission. We must resist every form of oppression, just as we resist GMOs, as we resist eating animals that are our friends, slaughtering them for cheap, unearned snacks. We must stare this all in the face and say, no, enough, you must stop.
But
all that. I'm sorry, I get excited. Ooh, oh. No, wait.
So, you eat pork rinds?
No, those are not mine.
But they fell out of your bag.
Okay, you know what? I don't like this. I want this whole thing shut down. I want all of this shut down right now.
What?
Bitch, I will sue you! I have to go to the bathroom. Excuse me.
Thank you for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
It's
It's real rap time, no metaphors or punchlines. I was eating food while you were still on the lunch line. While you was in the schoolyard having your little fun time, I was in the box, just 1 hour of sunshine. Headphones in the wall jack, watching the months climb. Listening to cracker music, hoping to hear a pun rhyme. Something you never understand in that little young mind. School of hard knocks, my nigga, I'm an alumni. I am not these ducks. Ask about me, I done left niggas Mach 3'd up. Humble nigga, but I bring it to y'all cocky fucks. Give it to you, then I slide like a hockey puck. I'm the general, the soldier, and the shooter in my team. That's a fact. Matter of fact, man, that's truer than my jeans. I don't smoke, but you know I keep some Buddha in my jeans. Get you dimes that resemble the Buddha on my jeans. You see, I grew up on the scene where the movers got the green from the hoovers and the fiends. Good doers weren't seen, just polluters in the scheme. Man, my whole way with a party had your sewer looking clean. Brooklyn versus everybody.
Battle rap, New York City, the mecca of the culture, and the leading force behind it is known as URL.
It's about to get a little crazy in a few. Everybody's lining up, the fans getting there. The movie begins, the first part, man. We're gonna shoot this up. Summer's officially started for us, man. Ready.
What's going on? Boy Smack, man, right here we live, Double Impact 2, Urban Plaza. Double Impact is like the all-star game of battle rap. You know, we got some of the best MCs teaming up to basically go up against other teams and put a piece of material together to perform in front of the crowd. So
I don't want to say a word. I just want to get on stage. I just want to get on stage. That's it.
Street Star Norms, URL TV, .TV if you don't know what that is. You know, the ultimate barbarian sport, you know, dudes battling against each other, verbal warfare, and alongside Beasley, Chico, Smack and Beasley are the founders of it. You know, I happen to be one of the co-owners, stuff like that, you know.
it's your boy Shmrak. You can copy the format, you can copy the style, but you can't copy respect. Follow the innovators, not the imitators, you heard?
Smack took it to another level and actually put it on video and actually you got to see before VH1 and MTV would even dare go in these hoods. Smack really changed the game. When you battle on Smack, it's a different respect level you get. You're looked at as a great, you're looked at as a legend. I tell people all the time, when it comes to being a legend, you have to play with other greats. From everybody from Murder Mook to Loaded Lux to Calico to Math Hoffa to Cortez. These are the greats of battle rap, you know what I mean? To be stamped great. They've all had to come through here. I don't even think he understood how far he was gonna take it. And he was just making history. The representation of hip hop and battling is just corny. Stuff that you see on the radio now, I can't relate to this shit. It doesn't make no sense. I'm tired of hearing about Molly Percocets and all this stupid shit.
Y'all don't even move me. It's the Gottis and the Boosies to the Nas's and the Toonchies. Big Papa and the Coogee to these Yachties and these Uzis.
The boy chest, yo.
All the way, real Brooklyn. It's easy. Math all day, Cortez.
Brooklyn, New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant to be exact. It's been a blessing when someone can actually do for a living what their dream is, you know? I do you greasy. I do you greasy. You asked for this, so I'm blasting clips. I asked Yeezy. The K put holes in your clothes. These fashion tips.
I think Cortez arguably has the most bodies out of anybody in battle. I'm talking about just clearly destroying people.
When that camera's on, you have to let people know, like, yo, bro, I'm that nigga. Like, I'm really that good. You know, I'm really that great. I'm the most underrated, underhanded, but I oversaw, because being overlooked creates a pen that's over all.
I brought a lot for you niggas. Shots dropping you niggas. Dominican style. You going out without the socks on you niggas.
I like being the bad guy. There's perks to it. Like when I walk in a room, people step the fuck out of my way. If I go to the bar, I don't gotta ask nobody for nothing. I don't have to say please or thank you to nobody. It's cool. They accept that about me. And I like that.
When his four is fired, you better call Smokey the Bear. I shit on the side of his crib, Smokey the Bear. I had you eat a whole shell, nigga, Yoshi the Bear. They done gave you a basket case, nigga, Yogi the Bear.
There's authors or poets or whatever who kind of, they're very creative with their words. Because it takes a certain level of intelligence to even put the words together. So you gotta give credit to where it's due. It's impressive. Oh, you stretched a part of my imagination to some place where it wasn't before.
Rather than trying to beat the mind as deep as a mine in African, digging passages halfway into China to reap a diamond, let me be honest. When they break down every round that I've sketched bouts, there's nothing tougher than smooth as the rusty tools in a shed house. You niggas came here playing. It's cool, but y'all gonna leave giving head counts. They didn't even book you niggas rooms. I told them Harlem Hospital giving beds out.
It's brutal, but it's entertaining. And it's crazy how the fans follow the storylines like wrestling. These fans actually follow these guys' everyday lives. So if you say something personal about Shock and Suge, everybody knows what they're talking about. It's crazy. People are really following the characters of these individuals.
What we do is like a Shakespearean type of experience.
When you go to a play, like a Broadway play.
Yeah. You
Book
know,
for the
it's
streets.
no beat. It's no beat. A good 1,000 to 2,000 just standing in a room,
staring,
listening to every word that you're saying.
I will hit your folks when I'm spraying. Your whole family get in the clip like the Wayans. I'll even go to black church where the pastor ratchet, the deacon be singing, let us pray. Bow your heads and we amen. Slow it down, I just dissed you. I said Pastor Ratchet, the D can be singing, let us pray. Well, bow your heads when we amen.
You gotta wait until they calm the fuck down to see if you can get your shit back.
Let you fuck up. Boo! Like, it's not what it is, the Apollo.
And it's not even like you could run over their opinions.
A lot of people shit on Matt Hoffa, but I feel like he's been
A lot of people shit on Cortez, but he killed it in the last battle.
I'm gonna go for Matt Hoffa and Cortez.
To continue to travel the world and live the way I want to live, I understand that hard work has to be put in to be able to do that. I'm dozing off, but every line I give to y'all, it's potent, y'all, so I overcharge. Oshkosh bagash. You're looking at the best, baby, overall. That right there, like, the play on the words, everything, like, that signifies everything about Cortez. When people mention what the exception to the rule is, I try to be the definition of that and live by that code each and every day. And when you have that type of mentality, no one can beat you. No one can beat you. Eventually, you're gonna get your shot, and you'll be ready for that opportunity.
Right. Math turns up in situation number 2 or 2.
Yeah, that Millie Rock, that was the shit. So from the Fight Club, I got some of my footage, and we passed it to Smack. Smack saw the footage, and he was like, yo, I want you to come through, battle T-Rex. So I show up to this battle in Harlem, and this young boy from Philly, his name is Dose. I had no intention of battling Dose. I figured T-Rex is standing right here. I'm gonna get up on the stage and start some shit. But before that, they had a battle. There's another Philly dude versus a dude from Harlem. Now the Philly dude was getting in this dude's face so much that he backed him down to the end of the stage. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not about this life, man. I'm like, look, I saw what just happened. I know that's your man. Let's not do that. Keep our distance. It's Smack. It's a good look. You know what I mean? Let's be respectful. He gave me a dap. He was like, you all ready? I was like, all right, cool. When I started rapping, first thing I said is, I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared. He's right there. But he doesn't get on the stage. So I say it again. I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared. They're like, oh, Rex ain't moving. So I'm like, damn, I really gotta battle this dude.
Cook mine fast, keep a sword off like woodshop class. Crook might blast, chrome to your cranium. Boom, turn his dome to a stadium.
We had a contract. We breached a contract, you know, there's penalties to the situation.
There's two types of niggas in life. The niggas that find bitches and fuck them, and the niggas that... Yo, son, get on my face, son. Yes, sir. Get on my face, son.
It was just rules back then. As a man, you don't violate another man's space. You keep your distance. And after that, it was the league. All the best rappers in New York City, all the best rappers in St. Louis, it just started to grow. I've always wanted to be the person that opens doors for everybody. I had a rap crew called the Union. They called me Hoffa, because Hoffa started the Teamsters Union. Hoffa was basically a dude that showed people how to eat. Everybody eat, everybody good, everybody taken care of. We went from venues that held like 150 people to Webster Hall that holds like 2,000 plus. And then I started traveling around the world because it didn't just explode in New York City, it exploded everywhere. But at the end of the day, where it started at, they'll always need that authenticity because that's what it was built from.
Last time I battled a nigga hungry, I got fucking banned, but that's cool. Cause smacking bees, they hit me on the call ID.
First battle back, it was a 2-on-2. And the call was like, yo, you should just, look, I know you ain't been on the stage in a minute, just run, bro. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do that.
Talk to him. You ain't done. You ain't done without the socks on you niggas. I flew to the room just to get the drop on these niggas. Knocked them out, stood on their block, and then we rocked them.
They didn't see it coming.
My Millie Rock was stiff as a motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was just...
I had the Millie bot.
It was a terrible Millie Rock for Mav. I was ashamed for it to be a Brooklyn move and him be so stiff in that.
You know, all in all, it was just like you captured a moment. Like, it didn't even matter about nothing else. It just shook the building.
Like you actually can feel the energy in the building and everybody hanging at the last word.
Man, I don't know. You got Rum Nitty with you. You got Rum Nitty.
Ill Will, Rum Nitty.
Ill Will and Rum Nitty.
Me and Ill Will versus Math and Cortez. You know what's going down. We finna cook.
Pulp Fiction. If I whip the piece, your family fucked.
I don't care if I'm in the yak, wherever. If you getting money, then eel all over raw chicken like salmonella.
Headshot your mom's sister. They gonna have to MOP your auntie up.
2 Desi's, double D, squeeze tight in brazier. You know, double D, squeeze tight in brazier.
Shit like that. Long rounds for cousin. Big rounds I'm stuffing. They say ill in the lobby. I grab the nose running. I'm coming down with some.
You can't step to me. Nice weaponry. Words heavenly. I told my niggas what I be doing when I got here. What's that? Body in this bitch like a pregnancy. I come to go.
Oh, I'm ready. I ain't finna play no games. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't seen me on the stage in a minute. I came to cook. You feel me?
It's gonna be real dope. I'm excited. And you know what I'm saying? I'm here, man. You know what I'm saying? We making history and shit, you heard?
URL, Ultimate Rap League, Double Impact 2. The next matchup on tonight's card features Cortez and Math Hoffa representing Brooklyn, New York versus Ill Will and Rum Nitty representing Yaktown, Pennsylvania and Arizona. This is an exciting matchup. Let's see who has what it takes, who's built to survive in the world's most respected MC Battle Arena, the URL, Ultimate Rap League.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Chopper, shred niggas.
It can stop the blob. Will, I got the scope on this nigga.
Yeah, I got the second interview. I think I got the job.
Caught his ass, body bag. Nigga, give me the shovel.
Go!
Get the biggest Beretta.
Go!
You can get it whenever.
Go!
Something loaded, shut down the room.
Hold on, let me get it together.
When I peel,
see what the perks
like. Oh, it's 1 round. He laid flat.
See what the earth like.
Baby boy, hit him in his back.
What the burp like. The grip of dig will in the mud. That's a dirt bite.
That's 4 hammers. Dripping on them. Same hammers.
twinning on them.
First we pull a fifth on them, then we pull a smithing on
I'm
them.
lifting on them, airing on the side like some Pippins on them.
Switching arms, looking like we're synchronized, swimming on them.
Hey, these niggas came out with some little simple shit I like. You can get the shit tonight.
On the real though, I just seen two bitches swimming for their life. Same shit.
What's the meaning of E equals MC squared?
Energy, mass, and the speed of light.
Nah, these MC square are energy with the mass on at the speed of light.
You gon' see the light.
We creeping by.
Eagle eye.
See 'em by.
Bullets singing like Invo.
Headshot, it'll free your mind.
And the rest will follow when it's scheming time.
I'm a cold ass nigga.
Bruh, I'm a cold ass nigga.
I know that, killer.
Hey, but at least we ain't getting punched and vaulted like these hoe ass niggas. Do it. You wanna try us tonight? You must be high as a kite. Like these guys wanna fight. Nigga, I'll knock you both out. Go to your crib and Chris and bias your wife.
Bro, you told Briz your mouth crazy?
Pause.
I'm just stating out facts. As a matter of fact, Math, what you think his Jamaican plug had to say about that? He called him out, yo.
Wagwan.
You saw my battle with Charlie and Briz? Them shits was tough. Nigga, I'm a killer.
Yeah, but brethren, let me ask you.
What's up?
You was drunk off the liquor?
Nah, nigga.
So wait. You tell Briz Rothstein your mouth crazy after you tell Charlie Clips your finger fucking a nigga? Let me talk to you niggas. I brought the hawk for you niggas. Top, rock, Briz.
Cave your shit.
It get dark for you niggas. I got more heart than you niggas. Street smarts than you niggas. 100 shots in your drop. Young dog for you niggas. I'm off of you niggas. Pull up, park on you niggas.
Knocked him out.
Stood on his block.
And see walked on these niggas.
Last week was Father's Day.
I feel away from you niggas.
Why we ain't get no gifts from y'all?
Look at what we gave to you niggas.
These niggas claim they from the streets.
Look at the way we paid for you niggas.
Nigga, we built battle rap in the streets.
We even built this stage for you niggas.
Through the blood, sweat, and the tears.
Look at how we slaved for you
we
niggas.
We put clothes on their back, food, shelter.
Even fake J's for you niggas.
Give it up for LYP, give it up for L-Will. Double Impact 2. Log on to URLTV.tv to see who you felt won that battle, you heard? It's URL Double Impact.
It's what rejuvenated hip hop. It's just like that Game 7 in the finals, that everything's going its way and you know it's gonna end with a last second shot. Michael Jordan pushing off Byron Russell, hitting a jumper to win the game. That's literally the feeling you get when you're in the middle of a classic smack battle. Like I said, this is where legends are made. If you're trying to be a legend in this battle rap game and respected by your peers, by Nas, by Jay, by M, this is where it gotta happen. So it just speaks volumes of how major Smack URL is. I always mess with Smack all the time. Smack always rep Queens. He was born in Brooklyn. Well, you a Brooklyn nigga. Like, don't let him tell you different. He was born in Brooklyn, man. Like,
Cannabis was coming to hardcore one week, and I said, I'm a battle cannabis. To all my homies on the block, they looked at me, they said, yo, don't shout out the block, fam. I was like, word. It was like, yo, he's gonna smoke you, bro. Oh my God.
They finna get body.
No, they might turn up. I don't know, man.
Because they joke. We ain't here to joke tonight.
Brooklyn versus everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah. Balls over everything.
So they greenlit this pilot, which made me happy, but
so now the task was, will they greenlight the series? Because they're really uptight and very politically correct. And anyway, so the first thing I needed was a camera person. And I thought of this guy, Jason. He was like pretty much the best camera person that I ever worked with. I've worked with really bad camera people. And he made a horror film that I liked a lot. I also needed a sound person, and I couldn't afford one. The budget that they gave me was, anyway, so I asked my friend Peter, who had interviewed me years ago for an article he was writing that had been published in a book.
Fuck the book. Get rid of the book. I don't want the book.
I don't have this memorized.
Just say, I'm a Sex Addict is the most important film of the new century.
I refuse to do that.
That's great.
Anyway, so we shot a camera dress right in this studio. And I couldn't decide what the backdrop should be. Should it be like green screen? Or should it be like white? Or should it just be black? Black's a little boring. But green screen can be, video art-ish. Anyway, and Aziz was here to let us into the studio. And also because he wanted to make sure that we didn't do anything that would get him in trouble.
Just call me when you're done, okay? I just want to make sure you don't steal anything, okay?
And I was like, do you think he was kidding?
No, he wasn't kidding.
So the first thing we shot was at my house. And Mandy, my wife, our relationship isn't the greatest. And we haven't had sex for a long time, and we fight a lot. And she's kind of she has a love-hate relationship to my work. She likes my work, but she also resents it.
I do not feel like being on camera.
But then we shot it, and she really had a good time. And I felt like, there's hope for us yet. And maybe this show will bring us closer together. And then we were going to shoot the scenes at Karpovsky's apartment, and Eleanor comes.
Hi.
And then we talked about doing nudity.
Yeah, I'm okay with nudity.
People say that sometimes, and it's not true. They're not really okay with it when it comes down to it.
It's something that I'm not comfortable with doing on screen.
Could you please do it anyway?
No.
Then we were going to shoot the sex scenes, and Eleanor was like,
Wait, we're doing that?
and I was like, are you okay with that? And she was like,
Yeah.
but I wasn't sure she was really okay with it. But, she was okay with it enough. So we shot the sex scenes. Action. And, it was daytime because Alex could only shoot in the day, but it's supposed to be a night scene. So Jason said,
well, let's just make it bluish.
But I didn't like the way it looked. It looked bluish. And so I said, just throw some light on.
Well, it's just going to look like daylight then.
Anyway, I always doubt myself. I never, I think something, but then I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm wrong a lot. And then we were shooting a scene, and he was panning with Eleanor to the door. And then he panned back to Alex. And I was like, don't pan back to Alex. Stay with Eleanor.
But you're not going to use that shot.
And I was like, how do you know you're not going to use that shot? I'm not going to use that shot?
Okay.
I love Jason, but, sometimes a DP can make you feel like you're an idiot. And so there was a little bit of that. And I was like, okay, fine. And I think he was right. But when he panned with Eleanor, you could see her underwear because it was a wider shot. So I was like, do you mind taking off your underwear?
You want me to take off my underwear?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
But what are you doing? Why you really want to do that? I mean, BRIC's they're not gonna put that on now.
Someone told me once that
if you're working with censors, make sure you give them something to censor. And then they'll feel like they're doing their job, and you can get the rest of the stuff through no problem.
That's a stupid idea. I don't know why you want to do that.
I just don't want to make a watered-down piece of shit pussy show.
They're never going to greenlight it.
Well, then they don't greenlight it. And then there was a scene we were doing with Alex where you need to take off his underwear too, because you could sort of see it. Hey, Alex, we can see your underwear. So we either should put the blankets over you, or we should take off your underwear, or we could go tighter.
Yeah, I'll pull the blanket up. Like that.
Actually, that looks stupid, Alex. It's people don't really have sex like that.
Well then, yeah, go tighter. Pull the camera in closer.
And I should have just said, well, I don't care. I was worried that if I said, take off your fucking underwear, it would have been weirder for Eleanor. I thought there'd be, So anyway, I was like, okay, fine. So we shot that scene, and she was supposed to say, hit me. And she kept saying, hit me? Like a question. But it's hit me. And so and then also they weren't being quite rough enough. So I had to show them how to be rougher.
Okay, you want those sounds?
Yeah, and then you're more like, and then when you look over like this. Anyway, I was worried about getting Eleanor to retell the paraplegic threesome story that she had told us for an earlier iteration of the show. And it's about different people having sex in Brooklyn. But she'd been having second thoughts about my using the story in the pilot because she was worried that it might come off as exploitative, and also she was worried about what if the paraplegic woman saw it, and she didn't want to hurt her feelings or make her feel weird about it.
So my boyfriend wanted to have a threesome. I was kind of like against the idea, but we met this woman once when we were on like a little trip, and she seemed quite interested in him, sort of like turned on and like smitten by him. She was sort of laughing, and I saw something of myself in her in this funny way. So I basically thought, oh cool, I can be sort of something like a pimp. You can hook up with him if you want. I've got some weed.
Great, let's go smoke some weed.
So we went, followed her up to her house, and had a glass of wine, had some cigarettes. We were talking for a little while. It was awkward at first.
Started making out with her.
I started making out with her, and then she started making out with him. And then I started making out with my boyfriend, and then he started making out with her. We took off each other's shirts, and I was sucking her tits, and she was sucking my tits. And the interesting thing was that she had no feeling, right, from the waist down, because she was a paraplegic. So she told us,
and get off with my mouth.
And she said that she was really good at giving head. And so am I. So we both started sucking him off. We took turns, and eventually he came, I felt good that I was the one who got him off while she was making out with him. But it was a really, really, really nice experience. I don't know. It was fun.
And it was moving, and it was strange, and it was beautiful. I loved it. And I just loved hearing her talk about this story. So we just did a bunch of takes. Let's do it again.
Okay.
But then I thought we need some cutaways so we could break it up because it's a long story. So we did a cutaway of me and Alex listening to Eleanor tell the story. And it was getting kind of old. It's the same story over and over again. So I said, tell a different story. So she told this other story.
This time I had a threesome with 2 young boys.
And so we had enough reaction shots, but kind of just wanted to hear how the story ended.
Then the one on my right who gave me the $5, he was just getting turned on.
So then we went, okay, so we're with Eleanor afterwards, and I'm saying, you did such a great job with that, telling that story. I think maybe we should just shoot that. Do you think Sam would be willing to play himself?
I'd have to ask him. I don't know if he would feel comfortable doing that.
And she told us all these stories about him and them, and he's seeing these other women. And it drives her crazy, but she accepts it. And in the cab ride on the way back to the next shoot, Jason was saying,
he totally has her wrapped around his finger.
And I was kind of like, oh yeah, I guess so. But also there's something so touching about her willingness to do things for him. I was very touched by their relationship, the way it sounded. And he wanted to meet me before agreeing to do it.
Hi.
How's it going? Hey, Sam.
Hi, Kale.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi.
I have no idea what the fuck you're doing. I just hope that you get the right tone and stuff.
I mean, yeah, me too. I want the right tone too.
I know you're doing something, which is very refreshing for me. I have no idea what that is.
So, I was tripping on mushrooms once, and there was this guy I was in a park, and there was this guy in a wheelchair. And normally I would look away because I would think that they don't want you to stare at them. But because I was tripping, I was just like, hey man, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great too.
Cool.
And then we passed, and there was just this beautiful moment of exchange, and I could feel that no one ever does that. He really appreciated it. And I was just thinking, it's so weird that people look away.
I can relate to that.
Anyway, so he said he would do it, and then we had to find someone to play her, and I thought of who's going to play this woman? They wanted someone a little older, but attractive. And I thought, oh, how about who's a friend with, and also used to go out with, who had told me once we were having lunch.
If you're ever looking for a woman to do a sex scene in one of your movies, I know a woman. She's up for anything.
And I was like, okay, file that away. And then he sent me a picture of her, and she was like naked. It was a really interesting picture. And then I met her, and I was like, oh yeah, I'd like to make a movie with her sometime. And then he told me her boyfriend was jealous, and anyway, she said she couldn't do it that weekend. And also Aziz I had to show it to Aziz right away. He was insisting that, they had to decide if they were going to greenlight it or not. And so I said, okay, fine, we'll just push it back to this episode.
You should cut the cameras till we're rolling.
He uses all of this.
Yeah, goodbye.
Ready? Yeah, action.
So yeah, so we're editing the thing, and we're trying to come up with a title. And I get stoned one day, and I come up with a title that I love. And the title is Self-Reflexive TV Show About Its Own Making. And I was like, I love this. Kaveh, you love this title. Do not change this title. Don't let anyone talk you out of this title. You love this title. Doesn't matter whether anyone else loves it or not. You love it. It's about you and what you love. And I wrote down a note, Kaveh, please, please, please do not let anyone talk you out of this. So I was really worried about someone talking me out of it. So I showed it to Peter, and I said, I'm not changing it. This is the title. I don't care what you say. And he said,
I actually like it.
And I was like, oh, good. And then I showed it to Mandy. She's the real tough one.
That is a terrible title.
I was like, Mandy, it's not terrible in and of itself. It's just terrible to you. I like it.
No, it's a terrible title for everybody.
I was like, how would you know? How would you know? And she was like, I believe me. First of all, Self-Reflexive TV Show About Its Own Making is redundant. Self-Reflexive TV Show is obviously about his own making. And I was like, she's kind of got a point.
It doesn't matter what you call it. They're not going to greenlight it.
Anyway, I wanted Aziz to watch it with an audience so that he could hear people laughing and realize it was funny, but he refused.
No.
I mean, he's willing to watch it with me, but nobody else, because he wanted to make sure there was nothing in it that he needed to censor.
So it's just a formality. Everybody's really down with the whole thing. We really want to do it. You just need to write down, just map out the episode. You just need to write it down.
And he didn't laugh much.
I like it, but I'm worried about losing my job.
What parts are you worried about?
Well, what I'm mostly worried about is when my character reacts when you say...
You mean like minorities?
And the guy who plays me rolls his eyes.
Why is that a problem?
Well, most of the people that I work with, they're minorities, and it's going to seem like I'm not into that.
That's not what that means. But he was worried about that and about being fired. And I was like, well...
Thanks for making my job harder, Kaveh.
He was kind of joking, but not.
Well, I'm going to show it to Tony. If Tony likes it, maybe he can get people on board.
So he showed it to Tony, who was like above him in the pecking order, and then I get a call.
We need to talk.
Did Tony like it?
Yeah, he just wants to have a conversation.
About what?
Stuff.
So I meet with Aziz and Tony, and Tony says...
this is publicly funded, tax dollars, so no nudity, no titties, no ass, nothing.
And I'm like, thank God it worked. Everything else was fine. There were no other changes that they demanded. But the main thing was they were saying, like, you agree that you're not going to say anything derogatory about BRIC. And I was like, what? I can't do that. Like, what if I'm doing an interview or something and I'm like, hey, this guy's a really uptight man. Aziz is a fucking asshole. Like, I want to be able to say that if I feel like it. And they're like...
Look, no, it just says you don't put out a press release that has anything derogatory about BRIC in the release.
So I can say it? He's like... Like, they didn't want to say anything because they knew anything they said would be used in the show. And so we signed the contract, and then I walked out, and I was like, so happy. I have a show. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, now I gotta, like, think of what to fucking do. Ready?
Yeah. All right.
So, in the last episode, I confessed to having a crush on Eleanor. And I also explained that I've been keeping it a secret from both her and Mandy. And I've been meaning to tell Mandy, but I've been waiting for the right moment. But now that I was telling the whole world, I needed to tell Mandy before it aired. Then the question was like, when and how? I knew she'd take it a lot better if she was high, so I got her very high.
I'm just so stoned. I barely know what we're talking about.
And she took it really well.
This is gonna be great for the next episode.
And she even gave me a really good idea for the show.
You should film Eleanor when you tell her.
And we had a really good talk. And I was like, I can't believe this is going so well. But I was worried that the next day it was all gonna come crashing down, which it did. She was very, very depressed the next day. She had a hard time getting out of bed, and she was really just sad all day, you know, and she felt rejected and unloved, I guess. And, you know, she was so, like, deeply sad that she wasn't able to be as attentive to the children, and I felt guilty about that, in addition to everything else. But so there were 24 hours of gloom. But then the next day she seemed much better, and you know, the truth is, it brought us closer together. I mean, you know, secrets pull you apart, and confessions bring you together, usually, unless they don't. But so now I needed to tell Eleanor, but I wanted to film it. So she came over to look at the footage I shot, which included my confession about having a crush on her. Do you mind if we film you watching it?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Ready.
You want to sit next to me?
Sure.
So he can elbow
Yeah.
you? Fine.
Okay, here we go.
Ay, ay, ay.
So after the first episode, I kind of had a little bit of a crush on Eleanor.
She said that she was really good at giving head, and so am I.
You know, she's beautiful and free and wild and open and just, you know, I was kind of joking to Peter. Isn't it? And I was like, maybe I should break up. Maybe I should meet Eleanor. She's my soulmate. I don't know. And then me and Mandy, we get stoned together, like once a week. I try to get stoned with her once a week because I find that that's like our couples therapy. If I get stoned with her, we get along really well. And I was like, we got to get stoned, and we got to talk about whether we're going to stay together or not. And she was really worried, and she felt worried about being abandoned. And her mother committed suicide when she was a kid, and she has these abandonment issues. And I was like, I'm going to abandon you. I mean, we have kids together. We're always going to be together. But Eleanor is wonderful, and I think anybody is very lucky to be with her.
I love Eleanor's stuff is, you know, it's very flattering and warm feeling, and of course I love you, Kaveh, but I don't love you, Kaveh.
Right. I figured.
I know.
I wasn't sure for a minute. But anyway, after some persuasion, she agreed to reenact the scenes of us meeting at the movie theater. And then in the cab on the way to the shoot, she asked me...
So, have you talked to Mandy about all of this yet?
Yeah, I told her.
That's good. And what'd she say?
She said...
You know, we should invite Eleanor over and just like hang out and like normalize things.
I think that's a really good idea. Yeah. I'd love to meet the kids, and I don't want Mandy feeling weird or anything, so I think that would be a really good idea.
Yeah. And then when we were reenacting our late night talk after the screening, she told me why she had sent me that text message.
Because I got so excited that I was an artist in some way, that I had the capacity to be an artist, that I was a filmmaker. And you gave me that encouragement that I had the right, that I had this vision, this idea
But then in the cab, on the way to my place, she said,
Of course the thought like crossed my mind, like what would it be like to be with Kaveh, you know? Of course it did.
so it was kind of like a bit of a mixed message, you know, like denial and then confession, but basically, by bringing it out in the open, I killed it. I killed the energy of it, I think. I did. For myself, certainly, but probably for her too, or there wasn't as much for her, clearly. But anyway, when we get back, Sam is there.
Can I ask you something?
Hey.
Hey, how are you? Can you... Sorry, I need to ask him something. Can you pay me back for that Coke I bought?
You bought Coke?
Yeah, for the shot.
So, during the making of the paraplegic threesome in episode 2, Sam took me aside and told me that he had ADHD and he was on Adderall, but he was out of Adderall and he had been up all night and needed to do Coke to stay awake because he was out of Adderall. And he said that if I wanted to film him doing Coke, I could. So I said, okay. But then the footage that we shot was accidentally deleted. And since the Coke scene happened during the making of episode 2, I decided to reenact it for episode 3. So I called Sam and I asked him,
Would you be willing to reshoot the Coke scene?
Now, I should explain that the last time I saw him, he had told me,
I've been sober for 8 days.
Really?
Yeah.
So I told him,
We don't have to really do Coke, though. We could fake it.
Tell him we can crush up some Adderall and you can use that instead.
We can crush up some Adderall and use that instead.
No, it's not gonna... Adderall is all purple and shit. It has to be cocaine or it won't look right.
Okay, whatever you want.
So anyway, when he arrived at my place, he'd already done the Coke that he was supposed to reenact doing on camera.
So I was wondering, could you pay me back for the cocaine that I bought for the scene? It was like 28 bucks, it's nothing.
So I paid for the Coke and we started shooting the scene.
Drugs are really quite a bit.
But instead of reenacting the scene, he throws the Coke in the toilet.
It's a dead mythology, man.
Did you do
Drugs? No, I'm not going to subscribe to drug use on camera. Drugs are for stockbrokers, not artists.
So you don't want to do it?
No.
And I was like, oh, what a fucking asshole. Like, and I feel guilty because Eleanor was mad at him because he did Coke right before he came and he had stopped. And I feel guilty because I'm the one who gave him the idea to do Coke, I guess, by saying, would you do Coke in this movie? And so then he got Coke. But they're fighting.
Are you actually on cocaine right now?
What?
You were going to quit.
It's not fucking sin. I'm just doing a little cocaine. It's fucking stupid.
You're supposed to be acting it. You can act it. What?
I don't want to fucking act. I'm not doing cocaine, I'm doing advertising.
No, you did do cocaine.
I did advertising.
You did a lot of cocaine.
Shot
And
at
you're addicted to
advertising.
cocaine.
I'm addicted to advertising.
No, you're addicted to cocaine.
Okay.
You're an addict, Sam.
And then he's mad at me and he's like,
What did you say Eleanor turn against me?
I didn't say anything. I think she's mad at you because you did Coke. And he was blaming me for that, and he was kind of like threatening me in these weird ways, like, and he's saying really harsh things, and he's sort of accusing me of things I haven't done. I didn't say you wrapped around her. She's wrapped around your finger.
Your film did.
And he says,
your mythology's dead.
No, he says,
your mythology is a violent mythology.
Well, more like this.
Your mythology is a violent mythology.
Well, he said all kinds of shit, but, and Eleanor was like...
Sam, the only person being violent right now is you.
Which was true. And she kind of was able to sort of calm him down and sort of escort him out. Oh, I forgot one thing. Aziz had said to me that he needed, well, okay, so Dustin, who was playing Aziz, fell in love with a German woman, and he's moving to Germany. So he can't be in any episodes until they break up or move back or whatever. I need someone else to play Aziz.
I don't want anybody else to play me. I want Dustin.
I want him too, but he's in Germany.
Well, why can't you just play me on Skype?
I don't know. I think that's too weird.
Well, it's no weirder than anything else on the show.
But anyway, Aziz, what was I saying? Aziz, Mandy, Eleanor. Oh yeah, Aziz told me.
You need to get everybody to sign a release form.
Because I haven't been doing that. And so I was like, okay.
I want to sign it.
You gotta sign it or I can't use any of this footage. And he kind of signed just like a scribble, illegible scribble, kind of like a fuck you signing.
There you go.
And then he took it back and he was like,
I don't want to fucking sign this, man. Why should I sign this?
I don't know, Sam. Do whatever you want.
Sign it. There you go.
And I'm just thinking, never again. I don't ever want to deal with you again. I'm never going to put you in another episode again. But then here I am telling this story. So Sam and Eleanor left, and they ended up running into Mandy and the kids.
Hey! Hey, you guys! Hi. Let me give you a hug. Thank you. Hi.
So I just want you to know, I'm not mad at you at all.
Are you sure? I would be mad at you.
No, I am mad at Kaveh.
Me too. Yeah. Yes, I know, that jerk.
We should hang out sometime.
I would love to hang out. Hey. This is Sam, by the way. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, no, we met. Hi, Mandy.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm sure you're okay. I mean, you're married to a fucking dick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to curse, but the dialectic that your fucking husband sets up in his fucking movie is that this all-powerful Eleanor character, right? So amazing, he has to shoot the reaction shot. It's wrapped around my fucking finger, my 2015, my fucking finger.
Yeah. Okay.
Bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit.
Right. Right.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
He is a big fan. He
So
watched
is
all of Kaveh's work. The
David
entire...
Mark Chapman, but I'm a big fan.
Who's David Mark Chapman?
He's the guy that shot John Lennon.
Oh. Huh. Yeah. That's weird. All right.
Right, I guess see you guys later.
All right, that sounds good.
All right. If you need a babysitter.
Mandy, all right. See you.
Bye.
Later. Why would you say that?
Why would I say what?
Why would you mention David Mark Chapman?
Hey, Elaine, what's going on?
Hey, Kaveh. How are you?
I'm good. What's happening?
I just got out of a meeting with Human Relations at New School, and they had sent me an email because apparently someone had complained about our sequence in the show about the show where we're smoking pot together. So they showed a clip at the meeting, and they basically asked me if it was real pot, and if you brought the pot in, and if you sort of like made us smoke pot on camera, and they were just kind of trying to see if you were sort of like manipulating us into
Into smoking pot?
yeah,
Okay.
smoking pot, and and was that real weed when you did reenact the smoking? And I was like, yeah, that's a joint. But they asked about the coke, and I wasn't expecting that, so I lied.
What'd you tell them?
I told them that basically we kind of fictionalized the whole thing and kind of used Sam's sort of drug addiction to sort of like, play up his character, that there wasn't any coke at our apartment.
And why did you do that?
I just thought, coke is more serious than weed, so maybe you might get in trouble more. So yeah, I was just trying to cover up. But then, they also told me not to tell you.
Rolling, and give it a clap. So, after episode 3 came out, I got a call from Yelen, my student whom I had gotten stoned with on camera in episode 3.
I shouldn't do this.
So I just got out of a meeting with Human Relations at New School.
Was it Professor Zahidi's idea to smoke the marijuana?
No, it was my idea. We had just finished shooting the episode, and I rolled a joint for Jasmine and I, and offered him a hit.
And Professor Zahidi smoked the marijuana.
Yeah.
And then you reenacted the scene by smoking real marijuana again for the following episode.
That's correct.
And they also interrogated Jasmine.
So did you watch all 3 episodes? Because the second episode was quite explicit.
And then I found out that another one of my students, Stefan, who was helping with the editing, was also contacted.
I wasn't even there when you guys were smoking pot.
And then I got an email.
Dear Professor Zahidi,
and I have received a complaint about your involvement in an episodic show that includes your students. We would like to discuss this with you at your earliest convenience.
So I'm just like, man, I could get fired for this. I just like, my mind is racing, and then I'm like, Mandy is gonna freak out when I tell her.
Are you kidding me? You are always threatening our family's livelihood.
If I don't push the envelope at least a little bit, no one's gonna watch the show.
That's not a little bit. You don't know what a little bit is.
Well, it needs to be a little bit more than a little bit.
This is serious. You need a lawyer.
So I called my lawyer friend, Asher, who's married to Brooke, this actress that I'd cast to play my ex-wife in a scene we shot for episode 4. Action?
Yeah.
But it didn't come out very well. You know, I wanted to get a wig to look younger, and I had a wig from a previous film I'd made, but I couldn't find the wig. It was in the basement in our cage, and Mandy is a big hoarder. She doesn't throw anything away, and we were running late for the shoot, and I couldn't find the wig, and I looked everywhere, and I took the whole thing apart, and so then we decided, okay, I'll just buy a wig. So we sent Peter to go get a wig, and it was like an African-American wig store, so he got me this really huge afro wig, and I thought, oh, this is too big, maybe I should trim it. But I didn't listen to my instinct, because everyone was saying,
It's funny.
It's funny.
it's funny. Anyway, I hate it when I don't listen to myself, but I didn't. So we do the scene, and it was too big, it looked stupid, and a lot of people said, you know,
You look ridiculous.
You look like a woman.
You look like an idiot.
So we cut it out of episode 4. But anyway, I called Asher to ask him for legal advice. Meanwhile, I needed to convince Sam to act in episode 4. But I was worried that he wasn't going to want to reenact what had happened during the making of the previous episode.
My fucking finger, my 2015, my fucking finger.
So Sam had been trying to get me to help him with his film that he wants to make. And he came over and really late at night, and he was on drugs, and he was drunk, and...
Hey, do you have a laptop?
Yeah.
Can we watch it on the stoop? Smoke a cigarette?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then I watched his film, and there were really good things about it, but whenever I'd make a suggestion, he would he didn't want to hear it.
I see what you're saying, but you don't see what I'm saying, because I'm your successor, and by definition, you can't understand what I'm doing.
Okay, well, if you don't want to hear it, then why are you asking me to watch it? And, you know, the reason is because he didn't really care about my feedback, I don't think. I think he really just wanted me to love it and help him get it made, which, you know, I understand, but I didn't love it. I mean, I liked a lot of it, but it was too long, and it seemed too in love with its own every thought, and there were mosquitoes, kept getting bit. And after a couple of hours, like reading the script and dealing with him, and I just was like, you know what, I don't want to help him anymore. I wanted to help him, and I didn't want to help him anymore, because it was just like, wasn't worth it. And he felt like he wasn't being sensitive to my needs. I had to go to bed. I kind of got to get up early to teach.
Do you have any food?
And that's my issue. Like when people don't see me, whether it's Mandy or Sam or anybody, like I feel really upset, because that's, I guess, I felt as a kid with my parents. I basically didn't want to help him after that, and he sort of kept trying to talk me into it, and he kept coming over.
Hi.
Hey.
Bad time?
And he wanted to borrow my phone to ask this producer I know for money.
There's an ROI in place. I have to get a restaurant job because I live with my fucking dad.
So get a restaurant job.
And he's the other investor with my mom. My mom and daddy are the investors. You're gonna get your fucking money back.
And then he wrote me an email and said, and I was just like, you know, if you need me to write you a letter of recommendation to your mother, I think that's not gonna help, really. She doesn't even know who I am. It's like ridiculous. But I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything for a while, and then I just wrote. And then he wrote back an angry-ish sounding email like, So I was just like, okay, fine, I'm not dealing with this guy. But then I need him to act in the show in episode 3, so I was like, hey Sam, it's Kaveh calling. Just calling to see if you'd be open to acting in episode 3. Give me a call. Hope all's well. Bye. So he called me back, and he was mad.
You wouldn't even write a letter to my mom.
So anyway, we got into an argument.
Why don't you give me money then?
Sam, I don't have any money.
Sure you do.
Sam, I can't pay my credit card bills. My credit card keeps getting cut off because I can't pay my bills. I have all the student loan debt still, and even if I had some money, why would I give it to you? I can't even, I need it for my own films.
But, he's got this entitled thing where, like, he's a genius, everyone should give him money, and I used to be that way too, so I understand it, I'm actually sympathetic, but I'm not there anymore, and I can't give him my family's money for a film I don't even like.
Look, if you don't want to do it, don't do it, okay? I can give you $100 to act in it. If that's not enough, fine. Don't do it.
So he basically threatened to quit.
Okay, fine, quit. I'll get someone else to play you.
So he hangs up on me. And then he calls me back after a few minutes and he says,
okay, I'll do it.
So Sam comes over to shoot episode 3.
Can you pay me back for that Coke I bought?
You bought Coke?
Yeah, for the shot.
And what happened later that night was what I needed him to reenact for episode 4.
No, you're addicted to cocaine. You're an addict, Sam.
The problem was that Sam wasn't crazy about how he was being portrayed in the show.
Me being a dick.
And he insisted that I show him a cut of the new episode before agreeing to act in it. And before he snorts the Coke, he throws it in the toilet and flushes it.
It's a dead mythology, man. Drugs, no, I'm not going to subscribe to drug use on camera. Drugs are for stockbrokers, not artists.
You don't want to do it?
No.
And I was like, oh, what a fucking asshole. Like,
It's the only way I could have looked more like an asshole. Like, the only way I could have looked more like an asshole than doing coke in general is that. All right, go ahead.
I was a little scared of what he could do in that altered state. Anyway,
What?
Sam and Elena were leaving.
The scene of me shouting at him is him trying to get a frightening reaction shot and me shouting accordingly. That might have been the third take of me shouting at you.
I know.
I know you know, which is begging a larger conversation that I don't even know if I have to have with you.
Andy was a little spooked by his energy, and she was a little scared of him because
Andy
he
was
was,
spooked.
coked out and angry at me. Anyway, so this is episode 4, and
What character am I playing now? You have to do away with me in this episode one way or another, or I'm playing a Night Stalker for an unknown energy the rest of this 3 episodes about Brooklyn filmmaking. What I was thinking is if anyone kills you for any other reasons, I'm on the hook for it. That thought occurred to me with novelty and then without novelty. I need a cigarette.
Sure.
Want to go out on the stoop, or is that too?
So let's talk about the show.
Yeah.
So you okay with it?
Am I okay with what?
With what we're doing.
So anyway, I agreed to double his salary.
All right, David Mark Chapman. Yeah, whatever you need.
Okay. But anyway, I started getting all these comments from fans on YouTube. So I asked the fans if they would record the comments that they wrote and send them to me for this episode.
3, 2, I'm into it.
This is fantastic. Truly fantastic.
Amazing.
Fresh. This kind of blew me away.
This is so good. OMG.
I love it.
Amazing.
Congrats on having big balls, Kaveh.
Really funny.
I love that it's so meta.
The show is genius.
Give Kaveh all your money and let him make great shows.
And then I got an email from another fan who told me,
I was watching your TV show, and it made me realize that I was being dishonest with someone that I care very much about. And this huge lump, it developed on my thigh, and I believe that it had to do with some kind of blocked energy. And the person I was being dishonest with also loves you and that he loves your work. And we watched your show again together, and we were able to look at each other and to tell each other that maybe we shouldn't be together anymore. And the lump went away. But it was because of your honesty that you showed that allowed me to be honest. And I just wanted you to know that I love you and that I exist. And I thank you tremendously for what you're doing and your work.
There were also negative comments.
The way you humiliate and degrade your wife in this show is just pathetic. It's disgusting. You bring up her mother's suicide, clearly against her wishes, and then you talk about her resulting feelings of abandonment. Then you go about talking about how you might leave her just because you're not getting any sex right now. It's sad, it's pathetic, it's wrong, it's not any way to treat a human being, and you do it all for your own aggrandizement, your own TV show, as if you have no talent and nothing to bring to your art other than the manipulation of your own wife, who's clearly in a vulnerable place. So this isn't a dialogue, okay? This isn't a back and forth. I don't want to hear from you. I just want you to know that I fucking hate you.
And then IndieWire film critic Eric Cohn picked The Show About the Show as one of the top 10 shows of 2015.
Hilarious, strange, and often boundary-pushing in its exploration of creative ambition. It's also wonderfully inventive and one of the most intriguing surprises of the fall. So your relationship to your wife is laid out in really revealing terms on the show. Is there anything that she just won't do?
Well, this new episode, there was a scene where I wanted her to reenact a blowjob. And so she's giving me a blowjob.
I will not be giving you a blowjob on camera.
Not a real blowjob, like a fake one.
I'm not going to give you a fake one either. I'll eat a banana if you want.
So it's like a metaphor?
Exactly. Could you do it a little more like a real blowjob?
I'm just going to eat it.
So anyway, she was reenacting a scene in which she offered me a blowjob, which was something that hadn't happened in a long time. But then she interrupted it.
Do you mind if I stop doing this for a second?
Okay.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, we can resume later. You don't have to do it all right now.
Well, I'm so annoyed at my boss right now. She's like, tells me not to talk to anybody in New York, and she's like, you work for me.
So we talked about this other thing for a while, and I was, trying to listen and be sensitive, but then it just went on for like an hour. So I was like, can we finish the blowjob now?
Can we do this tomorrow?
Mandy, come on. Like, you said we would resume later.
I'm just so tired right now. Let's do it after
Mandy,
sleeping.
this always happens. You always do this.
Fine. You want one now? I'll finish. Go. Let's do this.
No, I don't want it anymore. I wanted it before, but like now, I don't want it.
To be continued tomorrow.
Going to bed? You really going to bed?
So she's okay with you revealing the intimate details of your sex life?
I mean, she has like a love-hate relationship with the show.
I'm not sure I want to be filmed right now. Actually, let me rephrase. I don't want to be filmed right now. I want the camera off.
But then sometimes she really gets into it. Can you make that more blowjobby?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was imagining.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, good. She also likes the popularity that comes from being on the show. For example, our neighbors love the show.
It's got big screen potential.
We're obsessed with the show.
Can I be on the show, please?
It's really inappropriate. I like it.
So it's made them a lot nicer to her than they used to be.
You gotta puff hard on this one.
Really puff hard because the smoke's going away.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
I love you guys, by the way. We love you too.
So anyway, after the IndieWire interview came out, I got a call from this producer in LA, and he'd made a lot of shows and movies. He produced Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I love the show. It's fabulous. Would you be open to me shopping it around to a bigger network?
Then I get an email from someone in Amsterdam who says they're a big fan of the show and they want to fly me out to Amsterdam to do an episode there.
Interesting. I'm not sure how that would work though. Like every episode is about the making of the previous episode, so how would that make any sense? But so anyway, the more people said nice things about the show, the more self-conscious I got and the more afraid I became to lose
whatever small amount of recognition I'd achieved. So I started getting really obsessive, and like I really wanted episode 4 to not be a disappointment after episode 3. So I just started like shooting and reshooting, and I just was like, I was going crazy, really.
What's taking so long?
I know it's confusing because Dustin was in Germany, but he's back just for a little trip. So I filmed him. But then Aziz told me that...
That doesn't make any sense. He's supposed to be in Germany.
So I just wanted to say that. He's going back to Germany to be with his girlfriend. It's just temporary.
What's taking so long?
Do you want it fast or do you want it good?
Fast.
Even the fans were starting to complain.
When is episode 4 airing?
Where the heck is the new stuff?
It's February 8th. When does it hit?
So I finally put together a cut, and I showed it to a few people.
Who do you think you are, man? Larry fucking David? Cut the episode down. It's too long.
The show isn't even about the show anymore. It's like a reality TV show about some dysfunctional couple.
I think you should cut out the masturbation stuff.
There were all these scenes that I was in love with, that I worked really hard on, and I ended up cutting them all out. But there was one scene that I just didn't want to cut out.
You can't say, so I paid for Coke. You've got to cut that out.
Why?
Because you say you bought Coke on camera.
I didn't say I bought Coke. I said I paid for the Coke that he bought.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not. He bought the Coke. I don't even do Coke. I was just reimbursing him for the Coke that he bought.
Yeah, you paid for the Coke. You bought Coke. You could go to jail for that.
So I was like, should I take it out? I don't want to take it out. I like that line a lot. So I paid for the Coke. Anyway, she storms off. And then she tells me the next day that she was crying all night and couldn't sleep because she was so worried about this line in the show. And she was like,
please take it out.
I can't take it out. Now that you got so upset about it, I got to reenact this moment for the next episode.
You said you were going to call a lawyer, did you?
I did, but he didn't call me back.
So call him again.
So I called this other lawyer that I worked with before. So I made another film in which I got in trouble with the government of the United Arab Emirates. And, you know, there was this threat of a fatwa. They tried to ban my movie, and he had defended it. And I asked him for help, and he was like,
How do they know it was real pot?
well, my student admitted it was...
How does your student know it was real pot?
Because we got high?
How does he know it contained THC? Maybe it was something else in there that got you high.
I'm not sure they'll go for that argument.
My point is, they can't prove it, and the burden of proof is on them.
Oh.
In any case, we need to nip this in the bud. We should threaten to countersue.
On what grounds?
Discrimination.
So I'm like, yeah, it is discrimination. It's discrimination against people who smoke pot. I mean, drugs are a human right. They're a birthright. I mean, it's a civil right. It is. It's like, you know, segregation was wrong. It was a bad law. Rosa Parks, you know, had to break the law to change the law. And like, I have to break the marijuana laws to show that the laws are ridiculous, which they are.
I don't think I would use that argument at all.
I think you just make the argument that it's fiction.
If I were you, I would just maybe start thinking about other jobs.
So the day finally arrives, and I walk into the meeting.
Thank you for coming in.
Oh, my pleasure.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
You want any water?
No, I'm good, thank you. So I thought I'd start off with some small talk. I like your earrings.
Oh, thank you. I made them, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. It's very hard to get these stones now, but beautiful. I think they mined whatever was left.
And then they got down to business.
We received a sexual harassment complaint, so we had no choice but to investigate.
I'm sorry, did you say a sexual harassment complaint?
Yes, the email claimed you were forcing students to have sex on camera against their will.
Excuse me?
We realized after watching your show that the sexual harassment complaint was unfounded, but we are concerned about your decision to smoke marijuana with your students on camera.
Got it.
We are here to say that there's a public document out there showing you in illegal behavior with students, and we find that kind of troubling.
Okay.
We're all for faculty doing interesting things in the world, but we also have to protect our students and
I'm sorry, protect our students from...
From illegal behavior being publicly out there.
Oh.
It came from someone who identified themselves as Chad Newsom.
And I was like, Chad Newsom. Oh yeah, I've been getting hate mail from this guy.
Would you say you're being stalked?
No, I mean, it's not that often. It's like every few months or something. Does that count as stalking?
It can.
But is it illegal to send hate mail?
Only if it involves money, i.e. fraud or blackmail.
I don't think it ever involved money.
Well, but you should contact campus security and tell them that this person is harassing you. They might be able to track them down.
Okay.
As for smoking marijuana with your students, just don't do it.
Okay, I'll try not to.
Don't try, just don't do it.
Okay, I mean, I can live with that. I mean, like, I don't need to smoke pot with my students. You know, I can buy my own pot.
That's good.
And also, just so you know, I'm going to be reenacting this conversation in the next episode. I hope you guys are okay with that.
Oh, God.
I don't think that's a great idea.
Well, it's a really good idea artistically.
That may be true, but you're dancing really close to a policy violation, and we take confidentiality very seriously here.
I understand, but you saying that is also going to be in the show.
I think this meeting's over.
This is over.
But also, like, would you guys be willing to play yourselves, or do you want me to get actors to play you?
Don't push it.
So after the meeting, I checked my emails to see what this guy had sent me. And I realized that this guy had actually sent me these emails before asking me to give him money for footage that doesn't exist of the artist Joseph Cornell and his waitress Joyce Hunter, who I'm making a film about. And when I asked him to show me some proof of the existence of the footage, he just wrote back and said, so this guy has been sort of following my filmmaking, and obviously he watches the show. And I guess because the show's doing kind of well, he's trying to like bring me down, I guess, and like get me fired. Because he hates my films. I don't know why exactly. But I think it's fraud to try to sell someone something that doesn't exist. And so maybe I have like a legal case against this guy if I can find him. So I guess I'm going to try.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV. The second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Right here on BRIC TV.
We do indulge in cheekiness and fun and play.
Yeah.
And play as a really productive site for creativity. Lisa and I were doing our own studio work, and then we had this collaboration that we called Las Hermanas Iglesias.
Circa 2006.
Circa 2006, right? So Las Hermanas was this kind of third person.
Yeah.
A lot of the work had to do with us as sisters, exploring that relationship, exploring our family. It also tended to be a little bit more rooted in working with communities, working with social spaces.
It's participatory and very much about fusion, very much about a lot of absurdity. So we'll do sibling rivalry projects, or we'll do work that really comments upon mashing up Norwegian and Dominican traditions and tropes.
Yeah.
Light and airing comes up a lot. I think definitely with this idea of twinning
Mhm.
and this kind of companionship that Janelle and I have, this symmetricality and asymmetricality,
Yeah.
and this bouncing back and forth and mirroring each other comes
Mhm.
into some of the imagery as well as some of the choices, the decisions that we make, or the materials that we make,
Yeah.
that we use. It's going back to what we were saying before about it's about the collaborative act.
Yeah.
It's so Janelle and I are very much still learning how to debate,
To collaborate, learning how to fight.
learning how to disagree.
We've gotten so much better at fighting than we used to be.
We're very good at it.
And now we're much better at it. Sometimes these drawings, I think, are fights between us.
Yeah, and
you
we
know?
try to like
Like
kill
I
each
do
other's work
something and the other person does something
bring it back.
completely different. And then, yeah, some of it is about
can we do to
almost making
resurrect?
up or resurrecting or reconciling all these different ways of wanting that piece to go. And sometimes it's just like, I make a mark, she makes a mark, we're like, done. Exactly, that looks, you know, we're so excited.
Done.
That feels right. So the project we've been working on this summer is a collaboration with the Good Companion Senior Center.
which is under Henry Street Settlement, and which is also under that umbrella is Abrams Arts Center.
Yeah, and they're a really amazing organization on the Lower East Side. They're one of the oldest social work organizations in the United States. They do all kinds of things from healthcare and job training and placement to after school to the arts. And I think the challenge was sort of, well, how do you create a project that goes a little bit beyond just sort of an arts and crafts workshop? So I think oftentimes different populations feel that contemporary art's not for them, or it's not, can feel really alienated by it. So instead of going in and having this really concrete idea about what we wanted to do, we just sort of had lunch with people and started talking to them and seeing what people there would be interested in,
And it was
where
clear
the
that
excitement
the
was.
language of celebration was not only familiar, but also exciting to them.
When we said, like, well, what's your favorite thing about Good Companions? It was like the birthday party. Partying
was number one.
Yeah, we had heard this previously.
Celebration.
Like, yeah, they like to party over there. All of a sudden, being an artist felt like you were actually really engaged and participating no matter what you were doing, because you were sort of part of that. You were actively questioning, you were actively engaged with what was going on. You were actively looking and listening all the time.
What up, everybody? Comedy fans all across the country and around the world. I'm Ray Dijon, host and producer of Laughaholics Live, brought to you by BRIC TV. Boy, do we got a banger tonight. Joke by joke, but laugh by laugh. You're going to reduce some stress tonight. Keep your hand on that dial. Welcome out to Laughaholics Live, ladies and gentlemen. What's good, baby? I'm Ray Dijon, producer and host. This is brought to you by BRIC TV. Y'all ready to get your laugh on? Hold it up. That's my DJ in the corner over there. Give it up for DJ Mace. That's what I'm talking about. Hold it up. Where's Brooklyn at? Brooklyn, make some noise. Brooklyn, make some noise. Yeah. Ain't nothing like catching a little dose of laughaholism. Yep, that's a new disease that I made up called laughaholism. If you're here for the first time, I'm trying to get you addicted tonight. One motherfucking joke at a time. That's how we're going to do it. You don't have to be addicted to no oxycodone no more. Fuck oxycodone and cocaine. You can be addicted to laughter. You ain't got to pay a goddamn thing for it. All you need is a little bit of time and a sense of humor, right? Who got a sense of humor in this bitch? We got a couple of people celebrating birthdays. The gentleman over there celebrating his birthday. Put your hand up. Happy birthday. Clap it up for him. Clap it up for the sister over here celebrating her birthday. Come on, give it up for her. Yep, she used to hang out with Rosa Parks and all of them. And in the back, Tanya Goody is celebrating. Come on, Tanya. Yep, Tanya brought out her best goddamn wig because you know what? She says she's going to live her best life. She's going to come to the door and say, Ray, can I bring my own Moet in a restaurant where they sell liquor? I'm like, hell no. She said, you know, black people ain't shit. There's a few people that, as soon as we took that little break, they went right to the bathroom. Yo, just pour the shit in here. The fuckers making their own drinks right now under the table. I see this shit. Black people, that y'all know how to make $1 work. I swear to God. Oh, so it's nothing like laughing tonight. I want to thank all of you guys for coming out. We are in season 6. I think this is maybe the 44th episode that I've done on BRIC TV, the most watched show on BRIC TV. We get thousands and thousands of views on YouTube as well. We've had some great comedians have been here before. John Hinton has been here. Clap it up for John Hinton from Living Single. Michael Collier has been here. Don D.C. Curry has been here on this stage. And tonight we're going to make some more history. All my ladies, make some noise. Well, let's put our hands together for the first comedian and hit the stage. Young, funny as hell, always on the road, always on tour with the A-list comics. Please put your hands together. First time doing Laughaholics Live on TV. Y'all give it up for Mr. Marcus Banks.
Y'all get it, do you? Type of money, yeah. How you doing? It's your boy Marcus Banks, Never Show New York. Laughaholics. I'm at Lindenwood Diner.
Brooklyn, what's up?
Yeah, nigga. I wore a good outfit tonight. Y'all gonna laugh. What you looking at me like you came from Bible study or something? Sure, he better not curse. He better not curse. Give a fuck. It's hot in here. You know when it's hot when the usher board's fanning. Now she put the fan down. Ha! Ha! That's really my laugh. We're gonna have a good time tonight. We have an amazing time tonight. I waited 3 hours for this shit. Pick up your scarf. You all right? Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. How long y'all been together? Oh, y'all not together? He's like, oh, I'm just a pastor at St. Baptist Church on Atlantic. We ain't together. I'm on my 2nd divorce. I just got fired from my job, 2 weeks ago. You know, black people, when we get fired, we make a statement. I was working at Enterprise Rent-A-Car. They fired me at 12 o'clock. By 12:01, every tire on the lot was flat. Ain't nobody written nothing. I don't give a damn. But you gotta notice when you fire certain people, you gotta take different protocols. They fired my boss, Todd, an hour before me. I started packing my shit. Because when white people get fired, they make you scared and you know it's the end of the job. They went right to him. They said, Bob, can I speak to you for a few ticks? He said, me? He got inside and you heard it. I said, it's about to go down. Bob was not playing. They went in there. They was like, so your numbers are not fluctuating. We no longer need your services. Todd was like, let me tell you something. I gave up my job. No, he was like, I gave up my life. 2 marriages and 2 dogs. And you tell me you no longer needed me? Oh, you're going to be sorry, buddy. I said, he about to shoot up this shit right now. You ever fire a Spanish person? They clap first. Julio, we don't need you. My friend, I go to work every day, 365. I don't bother nobody. I go to work, I don't even ask for raise, no insurance, no nothing. Trump's in office. My friend, it's okay. It's okay. But you no longer need me. I pray for you. Jesus is no longer your friend. You fire a Haitian, you hear the same shit twice. You be like, Aiden, you fired. They be like, uh-oh. You just said you fired. Uh-oh. Don't get a Jamaican, they get in their stance. They be like, Errol, you're fired. They be like, so you for telling me I speak to you yesterday? You for know me I come to work today? So you make me work 6 hours knowing me got 3 other jobs, right? You know I'm a mechanic, a cab driver, part-time father, and sometimes I like the job y'all give me sometime. But since you want to play with me time, go suck your mother. Like this, he is aggressive. This brother is crazy. Now I'm telling you, ever since I got fired, I hang with different people. White people care when you get home safe and drunk. Black people, they don't care if you get home drunk. I went out with my black friends. I swear to God, we are having a time of our life. The club was so tight, just like this. Kiki, do you love me? Are you right? I'm having a time of my life, but I see the club getting more spacious. I said, this doesn't feel right. I said, Taekwon, where y'all went out? He was like, man, the club was whack. We left that shit. Wow. I went out with my white friends. They had announcements. I'm in the middle of the club. All I heard was, call Marcus now. They was like, Marcus Banks to the DJ booth. I'm like, who the fuck is calling me? Who the fuck is... He was like, he's not here. Call him now. I was like, this is serious. This is... I finally get to the club. To the DJ booth. I said, oh, man. Brad found me. We finally get home. You ever let black people drop you off home? It's like a scene from House Party. They be like this. All right, run. White people, they don't care if your mother has to go to church tomorrow. Your mom could go to the first service. My mom goes to the 7, 8. She beats the pastor there. No lie. We are on our way home. It is 4:50 in the morning. I'm with Todd and Tim. Todd and Tim is like, we're taking you home, buddy. I said, just leave me at the corner. I can make it. They said, absolutely not. We come together, we leave together, and everyone gets home together. I said, these are true friends. He bangs on the door. My mom was like, who is it? He was like, Mrs. Banks, Marcus is fucked up. Can you come downstairs and pick him up, bring him up the steps? He usually pays for the Uber. Tell him to cash at me. Oh, one more thing. Sorry for cursing. One more thing. He told me to tell you, have a blessed day. I'm like, is this white motherfucker crazy? Ever since I got fired, I started watching different type of TV shows. I could tell you your credit score by what you watch. Look, y'all all like, really? Who watches Love and Hip Hop? Clap it up. 500 credit score. Think about it. You watching someone in the studio all day. You don't see no albums. Who watches Empire? 600 credit score. You can't be part of both. Song, Lucius does something to the sun. Song, Cookie saves the sun. Song, Jamal got a new boyfriend. Song, next episode. No, you gotta watch TV with the grown folks. My grandmother, no, I'm gonna get the power, baby. You ain't ready for where I'm going. Who watches the have and have nots? That bitch Veronica gotta go. Kill that bitch tomorrow. Man, I watch every episode and I'm like, this bitch is killing everybody. Who gonna kill her? Candace ain't gotta go just yet. Not yet. 2 more seasons. We ain't talking about the Housewives of Atlanta. You on 400 credit score. Let me do what I do. She was like, the Housewives of Atlanta. This is the Housewives of Bushwick over here and shit. Now back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. Who watched Queen Sugar? Man, Ralph Angel be like, dollar, the crop ain't come through this season. But the best show is coming back. Power, son, I'm telling you. If they don't kill Tariq this year, I'm calling ACS. Like, listen, motherfucker. He got to go. He got to go. I don't know. You act like I work there. She was like, when Power coming back on? Did you see me in there? I'm talking about TV shows and your credit score. You over here talking about, when we gonna see the sneak peek? Like I'm the executive producer. I don't look like shit. I look like a black man that finally moved out his mom's house. Clap it up. I moved downstairs to my auntie's house. Like Tariq. He moved with Canaan. They ain't related. Come, all right, Faith Evans, stop. I'm telling you, yeah. I try to be funny sometimes, sweetheart. Shit, I paid 3 tolls to get here. Y'all gonna laugh some way. There ain't no easy pass here. I'm telling you, for real. Let me finish what I gotta do. I was in special level 4 people. 3 of them was my teachers. Like, I got ADD and you over here. You gonna be on my show? We gonna do an interview right now? I'm telling you. I like Brooklyn. Any Jamaicans in here? Think only one. I hate all one of you. Jamaicans don't have no sense of direction and y'all rude. I'm handing out flyers on 42nd Street, right? And I go downstairs. I said, let me hop on a train. Maybe I could get some more people to like me. I'm passing them out. Boom, 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 boom. I hear, yo, brethren. I said, my name ain't Brethren. He don't know me like that. Yo, brethren. I said, maybe he knows my dad or something. I got to go speak to him. So finally, I give him the flyer. He said, so you for tell me, you're a comedian, you're a host, you're an actor. That's 3 jobs. I said, yes. He said, well, my son has 3 jobs as well. He said, but tell me something. Where your daddy from? I said, well, he's a Yankee. He's from Atlanta. He was like, okay, but where your mother from? I said, well, she's Jamaican, so she's with you. He's like, so you tell me your mother come from Jamaica, give you a better life, and you want to be a funny boy? I said, yes. He said, but me gonna give you something real nice, brethren, real nice, brethren. Me have a big club every Thursday, Fish Eye Thursday on Atlantic Avenue. You have to come. I said, no problem. Where is it? He said, call me on Thursday. I'll give you the details. I call him. I said, so how do I get there? What's the address? You get off this highway, make a right, and then you come. I said, wait a minute, brother. That's not telling me which way to go. But you come off this highway, make a right, and then you come. I finally get to the club. They are jumping off ceilings, jumping through the roof. Everyone falls in love sometimes. I'm ready to dance. He said, are you ready? I said, yeah, this was the rudest and worst introduction I ever got in my life. He said, DJ, cut the music, cut the music. He was like, coming to the stage. What's your name, you little wannabe funny boy? Who the fuck invited you, you little funny boy? He was like, who's ready for laughter? They was like, fuck him. Tell him to go suck him on the dry. Puss whore. I said, this nigga is amazing. I'm telling you. This is a true story. You ever get arrested for something and you start talking about shit that ain't got nothing to do with you? I got arrested for a suspended license 2 weeks ago. I was like, listen, I know something about a murder. My mom's wanted for tax invasion. Third room on the right, my brother, if you could get his ass. I'm telling you, this is a true story, yo. This is for real. All right, one more story and I'm leaving because I'm over here baking up here. I feel like a medium rare steak. All right, here's a true story. I'm in New York City. I got the same exact name as my dad, Marcus Banks. No junior, no middle name. I always ask my mom, what drug was you taking? Because I'm a 90s baby. Crack was already done, so maybe it was weed or cocaine. Or a woolly blunt. I don't know. So now I hop the train. I'm on my way to the show. I hop the train. The police officer was like, sit your dumb ass down. I was like, damn, they caught me. They sit me next to a bum. I'm like, what you in here for? He was like, I live here. I said, oh, okay. Now I go, he's like, what you in here for? I was like, oh, hop in the train. He was like, $200 fine. You good. You got on a nice little fit. You'll be out in no time. 2 hours tops. I said, oh, he knows the system. So I finally get down. It's 8 o'clock. So I'm timing it. 10 o'clock, maybe 11 the latest. I fall asleep. I wake up because I hear court call. I said, court call? What time is it? He tells me 8 o'clock. I said, wow. So now I'm like, yo, CO. He was like, what you want, inmate? I said, oh, I'm an inmate now. So remind you, me and my dad got the same exact name. He told me I had bigger problems. They didn't lock me up for hopping the train. They locked me up for the child support my dad owed me. Brooklyn, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ray DeJean. BRIC TV, Laughaholics. You had a handsome brother on your show for 15 minutes.
Y'all give it up for my man Marcus Banks. He looks like Ernie from Sesame Street. This fuck out of here. A handsome brother. You could tell he got a shit. You could tell he's sucking his ass in. Oh, shit. Ladies, make some noise, ladies. We got a sister coming up. Y'all ready for a sister? Make some goddamn noise. All the way from the ATL, funny as hell. Please put your hands together for Ashima Franklin.
Yo, what's up? It's your girl again, comedian Ashima Franklin, straight out of Mobile, Alabama. Cut that shit, DJ. Cut that shit. For I've been to gay the weed man some puss in this motherfucker tonight. What's up, Brooklyn, New York? Y'all make some noise for a big titty, flat booty bitch. In this motherfucker tonight, goddammit. Don't act like that. Hard as hell standing in front of you niggas with this flat ass. Trendy as ass is. I've been giving niggas my number since I've been in Brooklyn, but I have not let a nigga watch me walk away, goddammit. Give a nigga my number, I start moonwalking on his ass. All right, nigga. Follow me on Twitter. Goddamn Brooklyn, New York. I love coming to this motherfucker right here. I like the goddamn bodegas. Because you can get everything at the bodegas. You can get your sandwich, a beer, some swishers. I did my taxes, put my baby dad on child support. It went down in that motherfucker. I was like, shit. What is the cocaine? All right, I took it too far, my bad. See all these little Spanish women, y'all pretty as hell. I'm like, damn, I be wanting to like speak like y'all when I talk to a nigga and shit out here. What y'all be saying, Poppy? And yeah, Poppy. This your Poppy right here? Oh, that's your man? Oh, okay, all right. You just up in here on Black History Month with a white bitch. Okay, this is... But she ain't white in New York though, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm from Alabama. Do your mama know, nigga? Disrespect me in this one? No, I'm just for real. This Me Too shit is getting on my nerves, goddammit. Ladies, make some noise if you don't mind selling some pussy sometime if you want to. Oh, okay. I see we got some aunties in here. They try to act like they ain't never. I see you in the back, auntie. Y'all, okay. It ain't that you. Okay, so I'm from the South. So where I come from, my grandmama told me, this here your coin purse. This here how you make your little piece of change. You know what I'm saying? I can't make my change kill me now. That's why I say this Me Too shit is fucking up my shit. I like to do my own negotiations. I don't need nobody else speaking up for my coochie. And I think it's the lady. Have y'all seen the Me Too movement lady? This bitch is ugly as hell. I'm like, wait a minute, bitch. I don't think they gonna ask me to do what they ask your ugly ass to do. I don't know out there in Hollywood. You ugly as fuck. They want to put the dick in your ear, bitch. Not in my ear. They just want to. All right, I took the joke too far again. I don't know. It's my birthday, so I just feel like I just want to just. Well, it's my birthday month. It ain't today. It's on the 18th, but still. It is. So my coochie is very loose. I'm telling you this. I ain't got no man, so she is very friendly. She is, she's a people person. I even thought about getting Ray DeJean something. I don't know, though. Ray, like, he got that grown man dick. I don't know if I'm ready for the grown man dick. Ray got an old stroke. That stroke is smooth, it's light skin, it's, that stroke is 93. That is a Al B. Sure stroke. That stroke there is. I ain't never fucked no white man before, though. All right, I'm lying. Well, I'm talking shit to you. I needed the money, but nah, I don't want. Auntie, the white man had good dick, though, Auntie. I'm gonna tell you, the white man had good dick. Seemed like his dick was a little bit too pink, though. A white man, dick was too pink, had them green-ass veins. I was like, goddamn. Damn, Mr. White Man, I ain't trying to see your circulatory system while I'm giving you no head. You need to chew on the aspirin. I think you about to have an aneurysm. I think it's just a blood clot. You about to have a heart attack. All right, shit, it is hotter than a family reunion in this motherfucker. I can't even. Oof, is it the turtleneck? Is it your button-up shirt? Is it these niggas over here arguing over the bill? What is it so hot in here for? These niggas in here going back and forth about $20 and shit. You had the crab legs, nigga, so you owe the most, nigga. This nigga got a Kango Jordan hat on. I ain't never seen no shit like that. Nigga, Kango got a basketball and some Jordans on. That nigga got a Kango Jordan on, nigga. That's hilarious. What the fuck? Everything he got on, he bought off the streets. The hat, the glasses, and he got on Master P shades, the shirt. That's hilarious. All right, my bad. I was just trying to think of the next joke. This goddamn clock is ticking like I am about to die. I be looking at my feet, y'all. My feet need to be done, but it's cold. You don't get your feet done in the wintertime. It was -3 last week. What the fuck you got cute toes for? I don't like to go to black nail salon, though, ladies. I don't like to go to black nail salons. I don't like when black women do my feet. Because you ever notice when Keisha do your feet like they stanky and crusty and shit. And like she mad because she doing feet. Bitch, you should have went to DeVry. It ain't my fault you doing feet. I like to go to Ming Lee. I go to the Chinese people for that shit. Hell yeah, Ming Lee put my feet in her mouth when I go to that motherfucker. Now, thank you, Ming Lee, because Keisha was tripping last week. She had an attitude, Ming Lee. Hell yeah, I tips the shit out of Ming Lee. Because she gets all in the crevices and the corners. I be like, you ever get your own feet done and be looking like, ugh, that is terrible. How much skin is you gonna goddamn peel off? I tell you, I told my folks down in Alabama I was coming to tape for TV in New York City. Yeah, I didn't tell them I was at the diner in the courtroom in this motherfucker. Y'all got me standing on this front porch with crates. They got crates. Did you get that on camera? It's crates. Holding up this goddamn board I'm on. What is the budget? What is the budget? We need to put the budget in the air conditioner because my wig about to sweat off in this motherfucker. Y'all ain't gonna have me sweating the wig off on a crate on TV. That's what you ain't gonna do for my career, goddammit. Shit. I already ain't got no ass. Ray just setting the bitch back. But I'm in this motherfucker though, Ray, but goddamn, I'ma tweet tonight. I was at the King's Theater live. At the Lapaholics. Y'all just go along with the shit. Y'all don't even tell nobody. We was back here frying fish. Hey, y'all follow me on Twitter. Hit me up on Facebook. My name is Ashima Franklin. That's ASHIMA. Franklin like Benjamin. Thank y'all so much. I had a good time. Shout out to Ray Deshawn.
Show off my diamonds like he's signed by the Rock.
Hold on. All right, slow that shit down. All right, delete this whole shit off my goddamn. Y'all give it up for Ashima Franklin and them titties, goddammit. I will fuck the shit out of them titties. I swear to God. I'm banging her right in her chin. Them titties don't make no goddamn sense, I swear. Shit. Fellas, you can get any size titty you want now. Any size ass you want. You can get any motherfucking thing you want. All you gotta do is invest in a new sex doll. That's all you gotta do is buy you a sex doll and get whatever you want. Right? It's called Build-A-Bitch. You can build your own motherfucking bitch. Get whatever you want, the complexion, the size coochie for your little penis niggas. You can get a coochie that makes you feel big. The coochies come with different levels of vibration. It has lubrication, self-lubrication. It's heated and every motherfucking thing. These sex dolls cost $2,000. Yep, you're goddamn right. Fuck all of y'all with your little bullets and your dildos and all the other shit y'all been using for years. We got sex dolls. We finished fucking this bitch, we put her right in the closet. Shut the fuck up. Get in the closet. Y'all ain't know that seriously. They got sex brothels, sex doll brothels in Europe. Did y'all hear about that shit? No more real bitches, all sex dolls. You get to spend time with a sex doll. I feel bad for the nigga that gotta clean all of these bitches. That's what the fuck. This nigga, he got the worst job in the world. Could you imagine, y'all? No real ladies, all sex dolls. And brothers go in there, and they got them laid out all on the couch, and you pick whichever one you want. You want to have a menage a trois, you pick 2 sex dolls, and you go in the room and you fuck them for an hour. The ladies are getting a little upset. You see how quiet it got in this motherfucker? They getting attitude. Fuck that, ain't nothing. They ain't got nothing on no real bitch. Yes, they do. They don't come with attitudes. They know how to shut the fuck up. And when you finish, you put the bitch in the closet. Goddamn right. Shit. So I'm raffling one off at the end of the night. So if y'all want $5 raffles, my man in the suit, you look like you could use one. So in the back. That nigga will intellectually eat your pussy. Look at that nigga right there in the back. Put your hand up, sir, right there. And Samuel Jackson, put your hand up. So, sitting next to Tanya. So Tanya, you're a hairstylist, baby? You're a hairstylist?
Yes, I am, and I do the best weaves that they have.
Why ain't nobody ask you all that shit?
And I sew down your weave after I condition and braid up your hair. Let's go, Auntie. Come on, and I'll teach your weave the same way I teach your hair.
She doing hair out of her grandmama's apartment. Sit the fuck down. All right, Tanya. Tanya, we're taping. Tanya, we're taping. Sit the fuck down. That's why I'm glad they know how to edit this shit. She done got up and did a whole commercial. I'm trying to give her a shout out. What the that was an infomercial. You hear this shit? If you got that on tape, sell that shit to her, yo. Fuck. That's right. I do the good weed. Whatever. Okay. Let's hear it for Ashima Franklin one more time. So you guys been hanging out for a while, and I'm glad you got a chance to enjoy different perspectives of comedy. But we're gonna close with a bang. Anybody ever been to Harlem, USA? Anybody been uptown to Harlem? Now you know there's only a few comedians that represent New York that are qualified as the top comedians in New York City. When they leave New York City and they travel everywhere, they bring New York City with them. You got the New York Kings of Comedy, you got Talent, Capone, you have Mark Vieira, Rob Stapleton. Yeah, they're qualified New York Kings because they've been holding it down for a long time. But there's a brother that comes from Harlem that's been holding Harlem down forever. He tours with Mike Epps. He tours with all the A-list comedians. He's so fucking funny. Every time I bring him back here to Laughaholics, it sells out. He's going to close the show tonight. Make some noise. Keep the energy up. Come on, y'all. Make some noise. Y'all give it up for my man, Mr. Smokey Suarez.
It's your boy Smokey Suarez. We're here live at Laughaholics.
I don't know what the fuck song that is. Heartbeat, make you feel so weak. This look like a tenant patrol meeting. Fucker, they like, we ain't got no heat. Goddamn, we got goddamn salmonella in the ceiling. We ain't got no heat. There's a lot of cougars here. It's past your bedtime. They're like, I'm getting sleepy out this motherfucker. I thought the show started at 6:30. Thank y'all for coming out, Brooklyn. Make some noise. Give it up for yourself. That's right. Looking good. And give it up for the ladies. Clap for the ladies. This is your season. Yeah, y'all the new niggas. Yeah, y'all are. Y'all fuck us and don't call us back. We be in the bed like a little bitch. I thought I fucked the shit out of her. Woman like, nope. Ladies don't need us no more, right, ladies? Y'all got your own shit, right? Fellas is broke, right? Niggas is broke. The drug game is fucked up. There's no more drug dealers. Cocaine is $95 a gram. You sell a kilo, you make $40 back. My man used to make $10,000 a day selling drugs in Harlem. Now that nigga working in Starbucks. That nigga still thugged out. Who the fuck ordered a Frappuccino? One of you niggas ordered a macchiato. Nigga, take your shit backwards. Which one of you niggas ordered a macchiato? Thugs is broke, man, and you notice, ladies, thugs get up early. You leave for work, you leave, they out early. They on the block. It's 6:30 in the morning. These niggas is outside. Ain't your mind. Ain't your mind. Shorty on my dick. Ain't your mind. You come back 8 hours later, this nigga still on the wall. Ain't your mind. Ain't your mind. My mother want to meet you. The police, funny thing, when the police come, they be like, no loitering. That's when they go crazy. I ain't going nowhere. Fuck that, nigga. My mother live here. As soon as the handcuffs get him, his whole attitude changes. Officer, can I ask you something? I just want to say one thing. I can't go to jail. My cat got asthma. Niggas say anything, we don't want to get locked up. My cat got asthma. I got his pup. I can't go to jail. I got his pup, officer. I got his pup, officer. If I go to jail, my cat gonna die. I'm stupid. Ladies got jobs. Like ladies is making a couple of dollars, right? Yeah. Every lady in here got a couple of dollars. And if they ain't got a couple of dollars, they got a nigga that got a couple of dollars. And they don't give a fuck how this nigga look. This nigga got a broccoli hanging out the side of his neck. A woman like, fuck you, bitch. I like vegetables. That nigga got a couple of dollars. He give me and my kids a couple of dollars. I look on the dresser in the morning, what's there? A couple of dollars. For no reason at all. He just be like, take a cup of the law. And I'll be like, how you know I needed a cup of the law? You just gonna leave me a cup of the law? Girl, that nigga left me a cup of the law. For no reason, I was just, right there on the table. You ever try to torture a girl, fellas? You in the club try to torture a girl and she front on you, but later on in the night she find out you got a cup of the law? Her whole attitude change. Excuse me. These bitches told me you had a couple of dollars. Why you ain't just say you had a couple of dollars? Every fella in here that's seen an ugly dude walking down the street with a fine-ass woman, what's the first thing you say? That nigga must got a couple of dollars. I know that nigga got a couple of dollars. And the woman always look back like, you goddamn right he got a couple of dollars. Think I'll be fucking with this gorilla-faced motherfucker? This nigga precious? This nigga look like a nigga precious. He's like, how you bitches knew I had a couple? Who told y'all I had a couple of dollars? Oh, you figured it out. You figured it out. Who told y'all I had a couple of dollars? You just gonna figure it out. They keep that couple of dollars. And you know who got a couple of dollars too? Y'all old niggas. Y'all niggas done took over. All the young dudes can't even get no pussy in the club fucking with y'all old dudes. Y'all be in the club, yeah? They be walking through, they got them Bluetooths in their ear. Niggas' shoulders be like this. This nigga got a football jersey with a belt on. He don't even know how to use a Bluetooth. He like, hello. 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 And them old dudes, they always wear them gray sweatpants with the no pockets. They be in the club, them gray sweatpants with no pockets, and they got them big nuts, them nuts. Yeah, they got that camel toe, look like a pussy. Like, damn, Mr. Johnson, your pussy mad fat. Your clitoris. Nigga nuts look like a clitoris. And old dudes, they don't even rap. They get straight to the point. What's up, bitch? I got 300. What you want to do now? Bitch be thinking like, you know what? Keisha, I'ma walk Mr. Charles home. He got a couple of dollars. No, y'all bitches wait right there. I'ma walk Mr. Charles home. He wanna tell me something. He wanna tell me something. And y'all young chicks will fuck them old dudes. Yeah, they fuck. And these old niggas be talking shit when they fuck like, bitch, don't make me kill you. Bitch, they be having a sneaker on like, bitch, don't make me. Nigga, one sneaker, bitch, don't make me kill you. Bitch, I'll kill you. They don't even back all the way up. They're like, bitch, don't make me. They be fucking you with their ribs. Bitch, don't make me kill you. Then they catch a cramp. Time out. And lady be sitting there waiting too, like, yeah, baby, walk it off. You good. I know you got a bad knee, nigga. Yeah, walk it off. I got you, baby. Just walk it off a little bit. Bitch, don't make me kill you. Them old niggas be fucking with dress socks on. They be like, bitch, why you ain't tell me you had a marble floor? Bitch, why you ain't tell me you had a marble floor? Now I'ma kill you. Now I'ma kill you. Bitch, now I'ma kill you. You be feeling his nuts hitting your calf? He hitting you from the back, his nuts hitting you. Hitting you in the calf. You're like, what the fuck? Bitch, now I'ma kill you. Got them long balls. They got them long balls. That's how you know you're getting older. Your nuts tell it all. Yeah. Niggas be laughing at woman titties, nigga nuts. I was young, nigga. My nuts was like 2 grapes. Now my shit is like 2 prunes. Shit looking like the precious, like my precious. The fat one doesn't like me. Nuts are like titties. The older you are, the longer your nuts get. Especially when you're over 50, like every 50, 55, like a couple of inches every year, it grows. By the time you're 70, you got like a nut hoodie. Your shit, your fucking nuts fit over your ears. Fucking nut muffs. Fucking shit look like a Batman mask. Fucking Batman mask on your fucking face. You just pulling your nuts over your face. Fucking Batman mask. Smothering bitches with your nuts. Bitch, I'll kill you. Bitch, don't make me kill you. I love old niggas, boy. Old dudes be having the best fights, too. I ain't gonna lie. You ever see old niggas have fights? Them niggas, that would be the best fights you could ever see. Cause you know, they talk shit, but they don't punch. Them niggas talk, man, boy, don't fuck. And they tell you everything they did. Nigga, I was in Vietnam. I was on the track team. I was a backup for the Dells. No, I'll kick your ass. So you grab their neck, nigga, like, nigga, I don't want no trouble. Come on, young blood. You be strangling them old niggas. I don't want no trouble. I give you a couple of laws. I was doing it for the bitches. They talk mad shit in the club. I fuck y'all little niggas up. Don't play at me. I don't want no trouble. Come on, young blood. When 2 old dudes fight, they talk shit though. They don't punch. They just grab each other. Nigga. Nigga, I'll kill you. I will kill you. Don't make me kill you. Nigga, I'll kill you. Nigga, like, let me go. I can't breathe. You fucking up my spinal bifida. Nigga don't know what to say. You fucking up my spinal bifida. You know I got scoliosis. I'm stupid. And cougars done changed. It's no more grandmothers. It's no, where the fucking nanas? It's no more fucking nanas. Word up, no more fucking nanas. The nanas used to cook on Sunday. Nanas used to babysit. Ain't no more nanas, it's Gloria now. Call me Nana in the club, bitch, I'll smack you. Wow, wow, wow. Cougars in the club, wow, wow. Titties hitting them in the back. These bitches keep bumping into me, they hating. No, Emma Lou, you bumping into yourself. She told me I got a sharp pain in my chest. Bitch, you standing on your nipple. You got a stiletto on your areola. Look at all the young chicks. What's the areola? They think it's a new car. I heard about the areola. My boyfriend just copped the areola. He got a couple of dollars. Them young chicks, they don't play. Cougars ain't no joke, boy. Y'all be competing. I had sex with my first cougar, a real cougar. I ain't gonna lie. That was the best sex. Cougar pussy, great. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm gonna keep it real. Some of them don't get as moist as you used to. Pussy sound like a sneakling. She busted nut, powder came out. I ain't know what the fuck to do. I did the LeBron. I was like, she is like, you gotta add water to that knot. That's powdered knot. You gotta add water. And don't fall asleep around cougars. You know they get up like 4:30 in the morning for no goddamn reason. You knocked out. They standing over your ass. They just standing over your ass. You knocked out. They early one Sunday morning. They got that baggy ass thong on. Early one Sunday morning. Clit hanging out the side looking like a chicken gizzard. Talk about you want to eat some of that? If you don't get that boxing glove out my motherfucking face. She's talking about early one son. You sure you don't want to eat none of that? Shit looking like a pacifier. Hell no. Got that old, big old clit. She had the nerve to send me a pussy pit. I'm like, who the fuck send me a picture of some raw chitlins? Got the hog bar and everything in this motherfucker. The meat market must got a sale. Sending me pictures of raw chitlins. It don't play. After sex is funny too. It's different after sex. Cougars, yo, it's different. Cause after sex, it ain't like pillow talk no more. Cougars, they want to show you pictures. This bitch got you on the phone. This little Greg right here, and that's my grandson nephew right there. And they introduce you all niggas. You don't know none of these motherfuckers. And this Uncle Kurt. Uncle Kurt, my grandson, brother, and mother-in-law on the other side. And this little Jeremiah, he ain't no good. He went to jail. He big now. He locked up and he doing life. This shit is funny to me. Fuck it. It's fucking hot. I ain't know y'all had them fucking French fry lights. That shit make me feel like I'm in that Spanish. You ever go to Spanish Coochie Frito window and you see that little piece of pork in the window? That should be in the window for 3 years. Like a fucking. Nobody ever gonna buy me. They bought my cousin one time, a long time ago. They don't buy me. They bought my cousin a long time. They got my cousin. Make me feel African. I love Africa. Any Africans in the house?